years ago.
Good
Great.
time to stop.
Yeah. Great story.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, but 5 seconds away here. Somebody text me if we don't go live here. All right, you can see it.
Got the little notification that it's being sent to a third party, so I assume we're live.
Yep.
We are
All right,
live
everybody.
on.
It's the day we're waiting for, the final day of the 2025 Banner Brackets Mock Selection Committee. Our whole committee is here and ready to go. Let's do one last. I know how I love doing this in meetings, and I know you guys must just really love it, but let's just do one last introduction for everybody because we probably have some new viewers today wanting to see where this bracket ends up for us. So let's start. I'm Tim Kruger from Bracketville. I'm just kind of moderating the thing and listen to these sharp minds help me set my bracket. So let's kick it off, Dave.
Dave Amman, founder of Bracketville, and really excited to be part of this group again and looking forward to at least through today finishing our work and having a bracket to present at the end of the afternoon, and then we'll take that and go from there as we head toward a week from today.
Here.
It's me, Kerry Miller, Bleacher Report. I drank all my beers on Thursday and Friday. I'm switching to Tums and Pepto-Bismol as we debate these last few spots in the field.
All right, the distinguished, intelligent member of our panel, Shelby Mast.
You said intelligent. I'm Shelby Mast, founder of bracketwag.com, and I guess I can put up with these guys one more day.
Let me tout one of your appearance. You're on Omaha 590 radio tomorrow, right?
Tuesday.
Tuesday, 8 a.m. There you go. All right, Graham.
Hi, Graham Dorn. You can find me at Graham Dorn Bracketology on Twitter. Going to be overall1.com next year, but that's more of an off-season project.
All right, we'll be looking forward to that. Anthony.
Anthony Valentino at Made for March on Twitter. Looking forward to my first final day of the mock selection committee. So I'm excited to see what the next 5.5, 6 hours have ahead for us.
And the very connected member of our panel, Rocco Miller.
Hey, everybody, I'm Rocco, and on our panel, I represent the Big West Conference, the Mountain West Conference, and the West Coast Conference. It's great to be here. Also here to talk about 14 to 16 seeds whenever we're ready for that. My work is at bracketeer.org is the website I own, and help with scheduling as well as do some stuff with Field of 68. Great to be with you guys.
All right, thank you. And for you folks that haven't been viewing our other sessions, by the way, they're all on YouTube. You can go back later, look at them all as you get into championship week, kind of see where everything falls. I think that's would be a great exercise for a lot of people. We have a lot of people, probably double the people that watch it live, go back later and, kind of pick out teams here and there, sections of the bracket and so forth. But if you haven't been watching, the reason Rocco wanted to shove in those conferences he's represented, because we're going to be talking about some of those teams. He's already playing with our minds. He's already working us. So it's very interesting. Well, I think, Rocco, since you brought it up, let's kind of take a look. I'll pull up where we are right now. And we are at about 42-ish or so on the seed list, I believe. So we're going to be, the first thing when we start voting, we're going to be doing really the bubble and beyond the bubble a little bit. So that's where we're going to head to start off the day. However, I think what we'll do first is, again, if you haven't been with us, just explain something here. We do this in less than 24 hours over the entire course of the 4 days. The committee spends 60 to 70 plus a lot of offline hours doing this. So obviously we have to condense our time down a little bit. So what we do for the AQs that are typically mid-majors and so forth, we go ahead and rank all those. So we've got them in here right now. Now, don't freak out. teams like UC San Diego and Drake are probably going to end up higher than this, but we just listed them all out in order of where they're going to fall in our bracket. And so, Rocco, we'll start out like we're going to get some results here. We got High Point going right now, and oh my God, they're down by 7.
Wow.
I snuck SIU Edwardsville in there, who won last night. Is that about right, Rocco?
Oh.
Right in there?
Yeah, and Omaha is also clinched as well because St. Thomas.
Yes, they have.
Yep. So we have 2 tickets punched, and the first 2 are the teams who have never been in it. How cool is that?
Yep.
3 more tickets today, right? ASUN, MVC, and Big South.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, ASUN. Yeah, you're right. ASUN will be a great game today, I think. So where do you want me to start, Tim?
Well, let's just kind of work about it, because I know when we did this originally, we kind of had some questions down. Especially, let's start with SIU Edwardsville, because they're kind of a new member here, or new addition, so to speak. Is that pretty close to where we want them, or?
I think so. I'm just going to double check real quick here. I know
they were in there either above or below Southern, I thought, and
I think they were a little worse than SEMO, but I'm just double checking that.
Yeah, they're definitely below SEMO.
Yeah, here we go. 217 in the net. They won 2 meaningful games. The game yesterday, and they do have a win at Indiana State that counts as a quad 3 over the Sycamores there. In quad 4, they lost 7 times. So I've been tracking that pretty closely. I know for a fact 7 quad 4 losses would be the worst in the field.
Right.
So you might want to just move them to the bottom. They're
move them all the way past Bucknell.
I think they're above Bucknell to me.
Yeah.
You think so? But Bucknell, real quick on the Bisons, they you're right. They don't have a meaningful win, but they only have 6 quad 4 losses. But yeah, we'll give it to Edwardsville. They got the Indiana State win and the win yesterday.
So we'll just switch out Quinnipiac and Edwardsville.
Yes.
Basically.
Yep.
All right. We can do that. All right. I know we had a question on Omaha, whether they were going to be at this point, get to a 15. They're pretty much done. I mean, they're going to play St. Thomas tonight, but that game doesn't matter because St. Thomas is still going through their transition. This is their last year of the transition. So,
yeah.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how motivated they are versus St. Thomas, who wants to, this is their Super Bowl tonight, right? So that's kind of
I think that, great preview. I would say they both really want it. I think Omaha doesn't like the fact that people were talking so much that they clinched last night. I think their coaches really want them focused on today, but it's human nature, for the public and for them to, not have as much of an oomph as St. Thomas will have today. But either way, they're in. And the other day, just picking up these Summit League level wins, you win against South Dakota State. They do have a St. Thomas win. They have 2 against North Dakota State. They sprinkled in a Lamar winning. So they have 5 quad 3s. And Norfolk State took another bad loss earlier in the week. So I went ahead and made the move to get Omaha into the final 15 seed, but that was just my interpretation. I think Omaha and Norfolk are very close.
Well, we had a discussion about that, and we thought at that time, and now that Omaha's gathered some more victories, and then just goes going from the bottom up: Southern, Bryant, Norfolk, and then Omaha.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Rocco. I have Omaha as my last 15.
Yeah.
Which bumps Norfolk and then Bryant. I know Bryant has a better net number, I think at 149, but they only have 3 wins outside of quad 4, and the best is Drexel at 182, and they have 5 Q4 losses.
Yep.
Including a 3 below 300. So I think I would have, to Rocco's point, I think the conference there is a little stronger for Omaha.
And if they win today, they get another nice win.
Yeah. So
St. Thomas is like 112.
Yeah.
All right. What pretty colors should we go for these teams that are in?
Do you have a wrestling mask?
Yeah.
If you have a wrestling mask, you might want to put it on Omaha.
Just looking at the rest of this list beforehand, this is basically the exact order I have from everything above that.
This is probably they're probably busting some trash cans right now, getting ready.
Oh,
Do we have
yeah.
Norfolk as a 16 or a 15?
Top 16, I think.
Top 16.
Top 16. All right. And then again, we just want to, during the day here, we got to keep an eye on South Alabama. They're in a tough game with Arkansas State today. So
Big game. Yeah, they
Yeah.
beat them in the regular season too, so that's a really
Yeah.
interesting game. Yeah.
and then
Which is why
obviously
they're the number one
Lipscomb's going
seed.
later.
Yep.
So we'll watch that one. High Point's going right now. They are down by 6 or 7. Come on, Al.
And if
And
it
then,
And they're
ends up
about
being-
10 yesterday.
And if it ends up being real quick, Tim, if it ends up being Winthrop, just a quick outlook on the
Yeah.
Eagles. They've got 4 quad 3 wins, only 2 bad losses, 2 quad 4 losses. So they're decently strong, probably in that mix for a 14, maybe top of the 15.
Okay.
So we'll see how that
All right.
goes.
So yeah, that would be the
Obviously, a
top.
win over High Point. If they beat High Point's a quad 2 win if they win. This
Right, right. And not only that, so then they'd be at the top, like top of 15 or bottom 14. So then
bottom
that
14.
buttresses up against South Alabama. Arkansas State will be higher than South Alabama. So at least I think so.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Tim, can you repeat what you just said? What was that word that you used?
I use buttress.
Wow.
You're on. You got me on.
That's going to be, I'm on everybody, all 6 of us, all 7 of us. How many do we have? 7, yeah. We all got to use
All
it
right,
by
I'm
the end
gonna
of the day.
put one shameless piece of gold in there. Now we're at 7, so now the rest has to be, organic.
Organic.
All right, so I think we're in good shape there. We'll, as I said, we'll kind of look at these later when we get some couple of results in here, but turned out great. All right, let's go. I'm sending you a list. You're only going to pick 4 out of this list. This is the last 4 we're going to pick here, I believe. Let's take one last look what we got, because we are down to 40, and we have 8 more, 48. 52. We'll have 48. We got to do one more after this. Okay, so we're going to pick 4 out of this group that I just, I don't think I said it yet. Hold on. All right, I'm going to send you the ballot. Just pick 4 out of this ballot, and then we'll do one more after this. And then that'll be our last voting we'll have to do from here on out. Except verbal votes when we do the scrub, for everybody watching while they fill out their ballots. So once we get this field totally filled and a few last, first 4 outs, we'll go through and do a scrub of the whole bracket. And obviously, there's going to be some discussions along the way with results from yesterday and maybe some results from today. So we will go through. But remember, I just can't say this enough. This is just one point on a 30-point graph. Okay, it's just one game. It doesn't mean any more or any less than the game played November 10th.
Should UC San Diego even be in this vote if we have them as our auto? Same with VCU.
Yeah, no, they still should be, because this is seeding now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Because we have Drake. We have Drake.
we
in
already
the
have Drake
holding.
holding over. Never mind. I
Yeah.
missed the holding. Got it.
Did
I
you
think
send
that-
that
Wow.
Tim?
Winthrop up 15.
It's the high point of their season.
High Point is clinched to the NIT. By the way,
NIT,
they've been they have a new system in the NIT for anybody that cares. It's called the KNIT. So we're calling it. They got knitted. Other teams that have been knitted are Lipscomb, and there's been a couple, but High Point certainly qualifies.
Should
South
be
Alabama.
93.
South Alabama was like 2 spots away and did not get knitted. For those wondering about the Jags.
Michigan State's up 12 early on in Michigan. I think the Wolverines are a solid 5 seed today. I don't know if they get blown out here, whether they stick there. That's going to be really interesting. Michigan obviously has the high quality wins, but there's a certain point where they just don't look like a 5 seed quality team.
Talking Michigan State. Is their path to a 1 now dead after Alabama beat Auburn? I don't know if they can get over that second SEC team.
I think so.
Yeah, it's dead.
I just
I
think
didn't
there's
really-
too many high quality teams in the SEC, and then you add in Houston and Duke.
Yeah.
It's not a lack of anything Michigan State's done. It's just an atypically strong year for the one line.
It will be crazy if we get a 5-loss double Big Ten champion, still can't get up there. Because Michigan State got a 1 seed as a 7-loss team a few years ago.
Especially with their quad
Well,
one
the other
record.
thing-
Like, terrific.
Yeah, the other thing I'll say on the Spartans is those top 6 teams above them did not lose to USC and did not lose at home to Indiana.
Yeah.
Well, again, and you get down you're nitpicking, right? These are all really quality teams, but you're nitpicking or looking at very little variances to make a difference.
You're just comparing them. You know, you have to pick one.
Yep.
In,
And I
in
think
essence,
Alabama's
in essence, that's
overall
all you're doing the entire time.
And then Alabama's incredible just schedule they played from start to finish.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
and they'll always do that. By the way.
Does anyone know
Yeah.
off the top of their head? I was thinking about this yesterday. What the record number of losses for a 1 seed is?
I want to say
It was-
7, maybe.
And I
I
think
think
it was
seven.
Michigan State, actually.
So
Yeah.
Bama would be, if Bama doesn't win the SEC tournament, they would be above that, right? Which again, they have so many good wins. I don't think it really matters. But I was just curious what that number was.
I think it might be 2004, if I remember right. I think Michigan State and Illinois both landed 1 seeds. Let me look that up.
It was
I've
early,
got tons of data, but that's one thing I don't have.
It just felt like if they had lost yesterday and lost in the SEC tournament, there was no way. Just felt like 9 losses just felt like it was going to be a little too much to overcome.
Yep.
But 8 might be a little different with a win at Auburn.
Both in 2000 and in 2012, Michigan State got it with 7 losses. I don't know if that's the record, but I know they've done it twice.
All right, let's see here. We done? We got waiting on Rocco.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for that link to pop up. There it is.
Okay, so we're gonna get 4 more here. We're gonna add those to the 4 holding cross countries, and we're gonna debate those for the next 4 spots, which will be 41, 42, 43, 44 in our seed list.
Well, just kind of looking at the teams already holding in cross country, Arkansas picked up another quality win against Mississippi State. For me, I think it's really kind of between them and Oklahoma as to who tops that list. But I think Oklahoma's win over Arkansas is kind of that head-to-head tiebreaker for me. So I think Oklahoma just barely above Arkansas topping that list right now. As far as the SEC teams go, I think Drake, is really interesting. If they beat Bradley today, I think they're at the top of that list. So that will be interesting to see how Drake does.
Is that a Freudian slip on 1 seeds? Duke and Drake interchangeable.
Gotta love the blue and white.
All right, Rocco's in. So let's take a look.
I do think there's a couple places on the seed line as we go back to scrub, though, today. I'm sure other people agree that we need to relook at a couple of. I think the top's pretty much still intact, but I think there are a couple other lines here, there are a few positions we need to maybe just double check our order.
Wisconsin.
Missouri.
Wisconsin fell hard for me following the Penn State home loss.
Missouri and Marquette too,
Yeah.
probably worth a look.
Yeah, I think Missouri, and then like we talked Michigan today. I mean, they have been a borderline 5-6 and ended up on the top of the 6 line for me after last week. But they're top of their resume is pretty good. But I'd like to take another look and see where we think they're going to fall, pending the outcome of today's game. And then relook at that 7 line and 7 and top of the 8, based on some recent results and. Just to be sure we have them in the order that we think we want to at least have them in heading into championship week.
Yeah, I actually had a couple teams fall from 6 seed, or not a couple teams, but one team in particular, Missouri, fell from a 6 seed to the top of my 8 line today. I just think when they're that tightly bunched, one home loss, even if it's not a bad home loss, can completely change the order. Really tight order.
While we're voting on bubble teams, right? Among those teams in the consideration column, are we? I would guess we're in unanimous agreement that Dayton is the only one even remotely worth considering putting in the field at this point.
If San Francisco can beat Gonzaga, I might be interested in that.
I said at this point.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. But it's very unlikely with the personnel situation. I would just say Santa Clara is worth a look because they won at the Kennel and they won at McNeese. They're the only team to win at McNeese, and they had the balls to go there. Nobody else did. That's a significant top 100 caliber program. I know they have like a handful of bad losses. It probably knocks them out. It's why the WAB and the SOR do not like the Broncos, but Palgua's model has liked them. They've stayed in the top 50 to 55 all year. And I just think with those wild results, they're, like I said, they're the Dos Equis of bubble teams. If the committee even looks at them, and I know Stu Jackson's on the committee, they're worth a look. Let's just say, like if Irvine falls in the Big West semis, if all these other teams fall, maybe they come back to Santa Clara. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think to your point about Dayton earlier, Kerry, I think they do have an interesting profile. I just can't see them being in today. Maybe
I don't think they're in, but comparing them to like, Cincinnati and SMU, who took more losses today, like I feel like they're the clear choice of that group.
Okay, let me get the winners of the vote in, okay, first, and then I want to talk about a procedural thing here. All right, so UC San Diego, Xavier, UC Irvine, and VCU were added to Arkansas, Drake, Indiana, Oklahoma. Okay, now I took, first of all, we're talking about this consideration board. Okay, technically we can't add those teams because they weren't even voted in over here, the teams under consideration that we're seeding. Okay. So technically we've had many chances to vote them in and we didn't, so they're out in our bracket. I'm not saying next week you won't put them in. I'm just saying right now we did not vote them in.
What about the just as an example, I'm not, just from a process point of view, I'm not even going to fight for this team, but like, Wake Forest won by like 30 yesterday. Would the real committee at least go back and talk about Wake Forest winning by 30?
Would.
They may. I'm just saying we're down to here's the thing. So we have 8 teams to vote on. So that would go to 48. Plus we had 5 that were on this ballot that didn't get it. Okay. Now you're down to 53. So technically speaking, and I'm not, things change. You're saying and that's a great point, Rocco. Like we're at 54 Wake Forest. Okay. That would be the best they could be by all the votes that we've done. 54. Yeah. Are you going to move them all the way to 40? You know what I mean? Like,
which is a great point because this is why teams can't play themselves in during championship week.
Exactly. I was going to say, I think the committee usually holds off on that final selection vote until they get close to the end of the weekend, just because that's where the New Mexicos come in. It's like, are we ready to put them in or not?
Yeah.
And I hope Texas A&M fans are watching because we know what happened to them a couple of years ago.
And to Kerry's point yesterday, when that one we were at, they way back, they didn't 10 years ago. They didn't even allow any scrubbing of those last 4. And so I can imagine they changed that rule, but I can imagine they're probably sticking pretty firm on if they didn't get moved in, we're going to forget about them. I would think. I
think,
but it's a great question. It's a great question. But then again, to Rocco's point, I'm going back and forth here, but you go to Rocco's point, that's a perfect example of maybe why A&M didn't get in,
Well, right. I think for 2 things in particular. One, it's exhausting by that point at that weekend. You're just kind of ready to put out your final seed list and bracket. On the other hand, I think Rocco mentioned beforehand checking your work with the math, with the metrics. That's just like a way to check your work. And oftentimes, if you add those big wins on Friday and Saturday night, when the committee's talking about it, they don't have updated metrics. So they've checked their work, and the metrics don't point to a tournament team.
See, on that, I've heard they get the updates in real time.
Yes, they do.
The rest of
You're
us
absolutely
wait.
right.
The rest
Absolutely
of us wait till the next morning, but they get it in real time.
Oh,
At least
Like literally when
man.
the game goes.
They
final.
have everything at their disposal. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's what pisses me off about it because they've got it right there after the
They have
horn
real
goes
time
off.
net and everything. Yep.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
anyway, we can broach that subject as we get down to the final. Now, number 3, I put the 5 teams that only one of these teams. I'm sorry, take that back.
Texas should be on there too.
Yeah. What I did, Kerry, I put the teams that got votes in this ballot. Okay. Texas didn't even get a vote.
They're in
Okay.
the far left column.
Right.
Teams to
Right.
consider.
But that's the teams we were voting on. Okay.
Xavier's
The 5
on the
I got
far-
in holding right now. So I just want to let you know, Ohio State got 2. I put them in order. Ohio State got 2 votes, and then North Carolina, Nebraska, Colorado State, and Boise got 1 vote. Okay. So I just put those in there. I mean, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense for saving time to go back and do another forward. We can certainly do that. I'm just putting those up there. Those are the only ones that got votes. I think most of us would agree Texas is out. No matter, they're not going to make the field, right?
Yeah, they're done.
Correct?
Our field today, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for our purposes today, I don't think if we didn't have them in yesterday and then they lost at home to Oklahoma, I don't think they're probably going to squeeze
But
in.
when they win the SEC tournament next week,
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
then we put them in.
I would be stunned if I put them on my bracket at all, no matter what they do. So, all right. Well, I mean, come on.
Tell us how you really feel, Tim.
Well, I mean, no, I'm not. I don't have anything against them. It's just, Jesus, at some point.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tim,
that was
by the way,
that was
congrats on your win yesterday over
You
Dave.
lost it. No? All right.
Yeah.
I know the committee doesn't do it. It's only one game, right? So, all right. So anyway, I just want to throw it out there. That's why I have those 5 teams in there. If you want to add Texas, I'd be more than happy to put them in there.
Nope.
I was just making sure you didn't overlook them.
Oh yeah,
So
no, I didn't. I just
You do
I
have
just-
BCU and Xavier twice in the one column, so I'm not trusting your Excel skills.
Oh,
Ooh.
well, that's because I'm very high on them. No, what that was is I copied and pasted and it didn't
I know.
erase it.
If we don't
All right.
if we don't vote for him once, Tim's going to put him back in, so we vote for him a second time.
Right. He's real high on Xavier.
All right.
We'll get
Not
our
very
ballot,
soon.
and it'll only be VCU and Xavier.
Not so much VCU though. That's I can't balance it out. All right. Okay. So now we're gonna vote on those 8. We're gonna rank those 8. So let's have some discussion.
I think Graham.
This is a big vote, by the way. We're getting down to the end here. So
I think Graham's mentioned before of putting Oklahoma and Arkansas side by side would be a good place to start. If we're able to do that, Kerry.
Yeah, I'll get rocking on that. I got to close a whole bunch of tabs.
That's all right. I mean, for Oklahoma yesterday, what a mammoth result in my opinion. One, just because that probably would have just knocked them clear out of the field at that point. A, but I think also B, now getting to level away from Norman. They picked up a second true road win, which we had talked about. I forget what, not maybe not yesterday, but maybe on Friday, about how no team had gotten in with less than 2 true road wins before. I think Maryland was maybe the one that we were referencing, Maryland from a few years ago. I think they were 2-8 on the road and they got put in the 8-9 game. Getting the second road win was huge. Again, a road win at Texas at the end of the day, maybe not going to significantly move the needle outside of just getting that road win. And also getting a level away from Norman, 7-7 now. They have really good non-conference wins. They don't have a signature winning conference, which concerns me a little bit. I mean, Arkansas can lean on going to Rupp and winning, which is really, really nice. But they both beat Michigan neutral. That kind of cancels out, obviously. I think Oklahoma's done just enough. outside of that to edge ahead, in my opinion. But I'd be curious everybody else's thoughts.
Yeah, Oklahoma, it was a nice win at Texas. The fact that it was a road game, regardless of how horrible Texas was in that game, they looked like they didn't want to be there. And I don't think the committee will hold that against Texas or boost up or down Oklahoma. But I think they'll just look at it on paper as a win, and that's a Q1 road win.
Yeah. I think there's something to be said too about that result, knowing I think it makes it a little bit even more impressive is, Oklahoma basically walked into Austin facing potentially losing that game and being out of the field. It kind of felt like your back's up against the wall. You need to, again, they maybe could have gotten in without it, but it really was, you have to win this game and it's on the road, and they did it. I think that speaks volumes even more than just beating net number 42 on the road, a team that's just outside of the field. If that win was earlier in the year, I almost think it's slightly less impressive than it is now, just in not necessarily in numbers, but in the fact that they had their back up against the wall and had to do it.
Anthony, I 1000% agree with you. 1000. I'm just going to look at it from a committee standpoint. I've seen these situations time and time again. Like, especially like the first game in a conference tournament, both teams are on the bubble. You're like,
Yeah.
okay, well, whoever wins. And they rarely go the way you think it is.
Okay.
I shouldn't say rarely.
That's fair.
I should say rarely, but it's a 50-50 split. Like, the winner sometimes doesn't get in, the winner sometimes gets it, So for whatever reason, I agree. I think there ought to be more weight put on a game like that. Because
I'm not even saying more weight. I just think that I would think somebody would allude to that fact.
Right. I know.
That, hey,
I know,
they
but
had
it
to,
doesn't
they had to get it done and they got it
seem
done.
like it works out that way.
Yeah.
I mean, it does sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't. But no,
That's
I
fair.
agree with what you're saying.
I just thought going in, it was a loser out game. That's it.
Right, I did too.
It didn't really impress me that much. I thought Texas was gross, and Oklahoma had to scrape and claw just to win. Even the crowd was weird. Like, the crowd just didn't even seem that into it. It's supposed to be like one of the best. Yeah, it's supposed to be one of the best rivalries. It's clearly not this year for basketball. So here's my point. Like, I felt like watching that game, which I saw the second half, enough sample size, I would say. I think Colorado State would have gone to Texas and won last night. I think UC Irvine would have gone there and won. I think a lot of these teams that are playing well down the stretch would have gone into Texas and won last night. Now, maybe like some of the teams like Nebraska or Ohio State wouldn't have, but they're not playing good ball right now. I also don't want to be too critical of Oklahoma. I do think they've stepped up the last couple of weeks. Even that Kentucky loss was 1 point. They could have easily won that one. I think they have played better. The Missouri win was great. But in general, if Oklahoma's going to get in, it wasn't that particular game that I would be most impressed by. Let's just say that.
I mean, I had Oklahoma in before, right? And, among my last teams in. I would have been really concerned had they lost simply because of that only having one true road win. But if unless you're convinced that the conference record, which is not supposed to matter, is going to matter, which, we're not in the room. It could to some committee members. They might just find 6 and 12 still unpalatable.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
But the reality is Oklahoma was 13-0. They have those 5 non-conference wins that are really good. And I think, Anthony did a great job of highlighting that. At the end of the day, with the bubble we're looking at, unless you're going to just throw the conference record out, they got 6 quad 1 wins and 10 in the top 2. And when we're comparing them against some of the other bubble teams, it might be close. Yeah. That's a significant advantage. Oklahoma played, not a great non-conference schedule, but they won those up games away. They have a non-conference win over Arizona, a non-conference win over Louisville, and a non-conference win over Michigan, who we already have in the field. They have 2 other top, 100 wins away.
Power 5 games.
I don't think Oklahoma's great, but I think that for our purposes here, it would be hard for me to look at them and say, well, compared to some of the other teams we're going to be talking about, that they haven't done enough to at least be at the bottom of that list of teams that would get voted in. That's my take at this point.
Yeah,
That's
same,
been-
Dave. I agree. I think they'll probably. Sorry, Carrie. I'll turn it to you in just 2 seconds. I think they would enter next week in the field, but 2 bids stolen, 3 bids stolen, 4 bids stolen. They're going to be one of the first to go still because of the 6 and 12 and all the scrutiny. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Carrie.
No, I was just going to piggyback on Dave's point. Like, just you got to compare them to this year's bubble, right? We do this all the time as bracketologists. We're like, well, no team with this conference record has ever gotten in. No team with this road record. If you're leaving Oklahoma out, you're putting or North Carolina in, and that's even more disgusting than having the suit. Now, you could have UCI in, you could have Santa Clara in.
There we
but
go.
most likely it's
There
North
we
Carolina
go.
in. And
UCI feels a
so
lot
much
better
worse.
than North Carolina.
Voice of reason, Kerry Miller, everybody.
Yeah, I try.
I think that's a good point, though, right? Like at the end of the day, I get the conference record argument, and I can see it being an issue maybe for some people, but I think it's also, to Kerry's point, perspective. They did that in maybe the most difficult, deepest league season we've ever seen, and they've shown outside of that they are capable of beating not just one tournament level team, but multiple tournament level teams, which I think supports or buttresses the argument that they belong, even if they don't necessarily belong maybe too far into the field at this point.
I
Who
mean,
else
if
would you
we're
rather
talking
have in?
Oklahoma, I was just gonna say, if we're talking Oklahoma and you really backed up, you'd say 19 and 12 with 8 wins against the net top 50. Like, the only reason that we're saying they're not in right now is because of that conference record. That's it.
And the
Yeah,
road
and I
record.
have to.
Who else
I
I
would
have
still
to
say the
personally let
road
that
is
conference
still-
record go. You know, I'm one of those people that, like, I know Lenardi has campaigned for years that there should be some sort of a rule that you have to win X percent of your games, but that ain't the rule. So you gotta like
Yeah, right.
you can have it in your mind all you want, but yeah. And I agree
Yeah.
with you, Graham. I think Arkansas and Oklahoma are, to me,
The only
when I look
two-
at this list, they jump toward the top.
Yeah, I think my overall problem too, put all the records and stuff aside, and just the fact, besides one record, they only played 9 games on their entire schedule on another school's campus, and they went 2-7, and the 2 wins are very bubbly at Arkansas, at Texas. They went 0-7 in the others. I think that's still problematic. It's not. It's probably the worst of all the options. Besides, unless you have San Francisco 1-5, but you have to go pretty far down to find a worse one. Boise State's even 2-5. Obviously, maybe Oklahoma's win's a little stronger than Boise's, but I think that's a problem. Like, you should be able to go on other teams' campuses and win more than twice, even though they got the bare minimum. I think it's problematic. These neutral site wins are great, but it's not the same as stepping on foot another campus. I think Irvine did it like 13 plus times.
Who else from this group of 8 do we want to pull up, aside from the 2 SEC teams that we pretty well agree are definitely in?
Can you go back to the list? I can't even remember who's on the list of 8 there.
Drake, Indiana, UC San Diego, UC Irvine, Xavier, and VCU.
I think
And
Xavier in Indiana would be interesting.
Yeah,
Who in Indiana?
Xavier.
Okay.
Anthony, you can switch between who's sharing the screen at the top of the Zoom.
Oh, I have it. Yeah, I got to pull back up because I have it on one half of my screen here, so it's kind of small. With I got Bucknell Navy on the other half. Navy by
Navy's
3.
playing well.
Navy by 3, by the way, late in the first half.
There's Indiana and Xavier.
That KPI at 60 just really stands out for Xavier, not in a good way.
Frankly,
So that's two straight years the Big East has gotten really hit with KPI.
I mean,
And
the
down
bottom line
year
with
for the league.
KPI is it really rewards the great wins on your resume. And what is Xavier lacking? Great wins on the resume.
Yeah, when the league is down as a whole, that hurts quite a bit.
Not to move us too quickly through a key point in the conversation here, but I'm pretty sure of these 8, Indiana and Xavier are near the bottom. They're probably going to be in the next boat. Maybe we want to focus more on the top 4. Like Drake, UC San Diego, UC Irvine, let Rocco just take the floor for half an hour.
I mean, I will
don't
say
think
to
I need
Indiana's
to,
credit, sweep of Ohio State, beat Purdue, road win at Michigan State really stands out. I think Indiana's higher than Xavier for me, and I think at least kind of in that conversation.
Yeah.
I agree. I think Indiana over Xavier, but I also think they're both headed for Dayton
Pretty
right
low.
now.
Yeah,
10
yeah.
seeds, right?
Yep.
As the
I
as a
think-
Big East person on the team here, I'll just say this. I agree with you, Kerry. I mean, to me, I'm just waiting for Thursday. I mean,
Yeah.
that's Xavier's Super Bowl to me. I mean, that's their
Yeah.
chance to get a nice win, you know.
Well, and how far is Marquette going to keep slipping? Like if they lose
Yeah,
out,
right.
how good is that win? I mean, it's good.
Right.
It's awesome.
I think it's
but,
still
like,
going to be good. I think the committee will look at it as
Yeah.
one of the top 4
Yeah.
teams in the league. So
Yeah, no doubt. It's
And
Plus,
just
I
they would have
think that
taken
will
2 out
put
of 3
them-
at that point.
I
I
think
think that'll
Marquette's
put
going to
them
be
at what
hungry
3
though
and
because they
4
need
at
to get
that
right.
point against the top teams.
I mean,
Yeah.
Marquette could be looking at an 8 seed if they don't win that game.
Right.
I mean, I
Well, I
do
think just from a basketball standpoint, Marquette needs a get right game, and that's their last chance.
Yeah.
If they don't win.
I feel about
But
Iowa
yeah,
State.
but
and
we're
Big
voting
12
today.
game.
So, and to your point, Kerry, that today we're just looking at today what they've done so far. Yeah,
Michigan
Yeah, I-
State's up 22.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I think if Indiana beats Oregon in their first game, and the committee's watching, I just have a hard time seeing Indiana going to Dayton for some reason. I think they tend to, if they don't say it, they probably never say it. But I the only year they had a big brand name play in the first 4 was when there was the bubble tournament when they had UCLA, Michigan State. But any year they've actually had to go to Dayton before, it's very rarely, if ever, I can't think of one where it's a huge brand name like an Indiana going there.
Well, Indiana played Wyoming in 2022 in Dayton.
That's what it was. Indiana, Wyoming. But that team barely got in. I think if Indiana
Those teams
beats
barely
Oregon,
getting in.
it's true.
Actually,
Okay,
I have
I'll take
Baylor
it
versus
back.
Indiana in my own bracket today, and I think that would be a really good ratings game.
Yeah, well, I think the one thing, just the one thing that helps Indiana's resume a little, even though their quad 1 record obviously is not ideal.
Yeah.
The road win at Michigan State is the big one. I mean, that's the thing that carries the day.
Yep.
The fact that they haven't lost a game outside of quad 1 is also a positive, given to where we are in the bracket, right? I mean, we're talking about teams that have warts, so we're looking for the least warts of the warts, and some of them have a couple of quad 3 losses, and Indiana doesn't. I think it also helps that they only have 3 games in quad 4, and while beating South Carolina, Chattanooga, UNC, Greensboro are not, nobody's going to jump up and down and say, hey, these are great wins. It's certainly a lot better than beating team number 275 at home. So I do think that helps when you're looking at across the top 3 quadrants. Indiana has 17 wins, so they're 17 and 12 or 16 and 12 across the top 4, which is a significant bump above that 1 to 3 threshold. So I think after beating Ohio State yesterday, I think Indiana is in a better spot to get in, barring some craziness, with a bunch of spots going away, than probably some of the other. I mean, Oklahoma's probably just ahead of them. I think I would have Oklahoma ahead of them just based on the quality of the wins, even though all Rocco's points are, right there. But yeah, I think that after beating Ohio State yesterday, Indiana's in a decent position. They get blown out by Oregon and we lose some bids. Yeah, they're not locked by any stretch of the imagination, but
Right. I'm a little concerned too that if they lose to Oregon, it's obviously not a bad loss, and it's good that they're playing them because it's not going to hurt them in the vacuum game. But I think just the quad 1 record going to 4-13, little rough.
I mean, I agree. I mean, we're which wart isn't the least ugliest at this point, right? But
If they get the
so-
Oregon win, though, and I think they have a nice advantage. They played well against them last time, and it's in Indianapolis. I think they've got a lot going for them in that matchup. They're looking pretty good the next morning.
Not only is it in Indianapolis, it's the 9 a.m. game for Oregon.
Ooh,
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah. If I'm Oregon, I'm either flying there 2 days early or I'm just not caring about that tournament.
I talked about this the other day. For me, Indiana's I had them in, but barely. I think I had them second to last in, a slot ahead of Xavier. I just feel like their resume is so easy to pick apart. It is a win at Michigan State, which is obviously excellent, and then it's not really much else after that.
Yeah.
They're 2-9 against the field. They're under 500 or decently under 500 road neutral. Their metrics are not really that great. KPI is good, but that's also reflected in what Dave was talking about before about beating kind of some of the better teams and scheduling some of the better teams versus some of the worst teams and getting those results. They're probably not going to end up, I know they have it right now, but again, they're probably not going to end up with a single Q1 or Q2 win in the non-conference because Providence is 2 spots away from being 100th, and I'm pretty sure they'll probably finish below that the way they're going. It's they beat Purdue at home and they beat Michigan State on the road. It's great. I think the Michigan State win is the only thing that keeps them there right now. But Ohio State dropping out of the field, which I presume for most of us they are now, is actually a little problematic in my mind because again, now they're 2-9 against the field, which is just awful. And I haven't looked at everything after yesterday, but this is not a resume I'm particularly high on. I would have that. I think Indiana's well behind Arkansas and Oklahoma at this point in my mind.
Anthony, that was spoken like for number one. That was spoken like a true Friar fan right there.
I will also give you a silly fact. They're 3-9 against the field because they beat Edwardsville.
Well, sorry, Rock. I should. That's a good point. You caught me there. I usually go by the at-large eligible field.
Oh, I do too.
Number two, Anthony, your point's well taken. Last night when my eyes were blurry, I told Dave I started to look at this and I had to turn it off. I was just like not focused, but I did look at Indiana. And I was shocked at how dropping Ohio State on the field, how it changes the look of their resume.
Yeah, I haven't liked their they're in my field just based on the fact that I don't even know who to swap them out for.
Exactly.
But I really think their resume is very, very thin. Oh, well, that's true. And please don't bring up Providence because my team in Northwestern, because it's been a rough basketball year for me.
As questionable as Indiana's resume is, I'm just going to counter. They haven't lost outside of Quad 1, which you already brought up. And, you said, well, they only have 2 really good wins. How many other teams in this discussion have a road win over
Well, that's
Michigan
the point.
State?
That's the point. Yeah, absolutely, Kerry. I mean, there's
put them in Dayton. That's fine with me, but they're going to get in.
Indiana is like Oklahoma last year. You take them in unless there's bid thieves that cause them to go out, but it's good enough because they haven't lost outside Quad 1 and they did get some of those big wins.
Yeah, and I think if they lose to Oregon or obviously if there's a bunch of bid thieves, I think this is a very easy resume to start picking apart.
Yeah, I think
where the story crumbles quickly.
Yeah, I think the Oregon game is pretty important because of that. And the other part is if they lose the Oregon game, they'd actually be worse than last year's Oklahoma because that Oklahoma was 4-12.
They were 4-12, yeah.
In the Quad 1 and no losses outside of that. And they were like the last of the repeal teams. So Indiana will be right in the repeal zone certainly in the repeal zone if they lose that Oregon game.
Yeah,
I could definitely see them being.
I think 4-12 enough to get them in.
I mean, I think that to Rocco's point though, and Anthony's, I said, I think they're good enough like we sit here today, and they're above some others because they don't have any tarnish. But yeah, I mean, if they get blown out by Oregon or something, it gets a little questionable. For me, this is since we have Xavier up here, again, I'm not crazy about the resume. I think. But again, we're talking about where we are, and they have 3 wins against teams in the field, one of them on the road. And when they beat Marquette, it was back before Marquette started its current fall in its slide. Yes. It was back in January. So it was a pretty big win at the time. And, we talked a lot about some other teams having close losses, and does that matter? I don't know, but they lost in overtime to St. John's, and they lost in overtime to Connecticut. And then they beat Connecticut and Creighton at home. So again, it's not a great resume, but as we head into it, I think Tim's right on. I mean, that game with Marquette on, was it Thursday?
Yep. Thursday afternoon.
Is a potentially, I don't know. It's a big game, however you wanted to slice it. I don't know whether it end up being a make or break, but it's definitely a bigger game for Xavier. And then if they lose that, it even gets more questionable than it is right now. They do have 21 wins, and we're talking about some teams that have 17 or 18. So
I think Marquette has shown how difficult it is to really run through the Big East, and not getting into conference record, but both teams performed very, very similarly against the Big East schedule, which I think says something about how hard it is to win at that rate against the Big East. Not a great league, but I think Xavier's done enough today to be in. Whether they've done enough next week, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they have 11. They have 11 top 100 wins.
Marquette
now, only 3 of them are against
that havoc style in the Big East when you only go 6 deep. But I just wanted to jump in because Dave, you mentioned took 21 wins, 17 wins. We also have some 27 win teams in this conversation who we haven't touched on. We hit on the 4 garbage major conference teams. Let's pick 2 of the 4 mid majors to discuss here. I'm going to work on pulling up Drake and UC San Diego here.
Yeah, let's talk about some really good stuff.
Yeah, have some fun.
Just before we hop off Xavier real quick, which is, just looking ahead, I do feel like that Marquette game, I have them in the field now, and I think they have done just enough to maybe get that last spot in at this point. But I kind of feel like that game is make or break for them, or it will be, just because if they don't win that game, they end up going 2-5 against the top of the league. The Marquette wins good. That's a really difficult place to win, but Marquette has obviously come back to earth, as Rocco mentioned. And the other one's a home game against UConn, and then all of a sudden, their profile looks a heck of a lot like St. John's last year. St. John's didn't have that road Marquette win, but St. John's had the top teams in the league all at home, and they won. And the committee said, no, thanks, we're not doing that. I just don't think that's going to be enough for Xavier with the rest of their profile.
Yeah, last year St. John's too was 13-13 with all quadrants removed, and 2-6 in true road games away in the top 2 quads with Villanova and Butler, their only wins. They were 8-9 losing record with 3 bad losses. So as much as we love St. John's, they were also 2-9 against tournament teams. So there was a lot of reasons to leave them out. I feel like with Xavier, obviously the Big East at the top isn't as strong, or maybe not nearly as strong. You could argue, of course, with the national championship level team, but at least with this Xavier team, you've got a team with they're 3-6, which is 1 more win and a much better record percentage-wise than St. John's last year. Obviously, you don't like the quad 1, but they've got the 3 road wins instead of St. John's 2. And I believe they're 7-8 away from home overall, or maybe 6-8. So that's not
6-8, yeah.
But their overall 1-3 record, as Dave says, sitting there, 3 over 500 now. So much different spot. St. John's was a 13-13 there.
I think Shelby's got some stuff for us.
Yeah, Michigan State is beating the crap out of Michigan by 22 at half. Towson up by 11 with just started the second half. And Winthrop up on High Point 15. Wow. Iowa up on Nebraska by 5.
Good.
Nebraska. Oh boy.
Get out of here, Huskers.
Crown tournament.
Can I add something to that? Can I add something to that? What? How long has this game been scheduled to be on Big Fox? I mean,
Nebraska?
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was on Big Fox.
Who the hell would put Iowa and Nebraska on Big? I mean,
it's big stakes, Tim. Winner gets to go to the conference.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, this was probably scheduled on there months ago. Like you have to look to find it in Nebraska, for crying out loud.
That's amazing. Crown tournament. Let's go.
I think looking at Drake and UC San Diego, a lot of respect for what UC San Diego's done, but I do think Drake is a little bit above the Tritons for me. I mean, you could honestly just start at the
Fair.
27-3 against a similar schedule, but then when you look at what they've done at the top, I think that makes a difference. I think the best win belongs to UC San Diego, but I think just Drake's ability to close out so many of these close games really does make a difference for me.
Here's something I want to say. Just it's not going to show up in the numbers. So if there really was a Big West representative, I would hope, and there is one. I would hope they bring this up. But like you look at, I guess the only way we can really measure conferences as a whole is the KenPom conference ranking. So Big West is below the Valley by maybe almost 2 points there. But I'll tell you this: like this Cal Poly team who finished with the 7 seed. They started the league 0-8. They have a bunch of seniors, similar. They're like Drake Light is what I call them, because I think 3 of the starters came with coach from Colorado Mesa, and they're just one example of a really, really tough, good team. Like Cal Poly might ruin some people's lives in Henderson next week, and the battle just to get into the Big West tournament was fierce yesterday. Hawaii's not going to the Big West tournament for the first time, I think, probably ever. And Bakersfield squeezed in. Obviously, Davis is solid with Jim Les. And the top 5 teams speak for themselves. I mean, CSUN and Santa Barbara and Riverside all have potential NBA players. CSUN, a top 100 team. So the league's got the UC San Diego, UC Irvine as contenders for at large. But I think the league as a whole is just, even though the Valley has a better overall conference rating, I've been more impressed with the Big West as a whole. Because I think some of the numbers with Cal Poly took them a while to get going. Big exam, and how bad Fullerton has been. That drags the league down. Fullerton is historically bad, but outside of that, I think the top 9 teams in this league are better than the Missouri Valley's top 9.
5 points within 8. 7-0 run.
I mean, the only problem with Drake, right, is the predictives. That's what everybody points to. Like they're around 60th in the net. They have been all season long. But we know what that is. They play slow. They grind out. Like that game against who did they play yesterday? Which
Belmont.
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 Sorry,
Belmont,
guys, I got to
yeah.
step out for a sec.
Like that's just what they do, right? They fall behind early, they come back, and then they win close ones. But they win. That's at a certain point that matters. They're freaking 27-3. So that's mine. Well, 29-3 if you count the non-D1s, which if you do, no 29-win team has ever missed the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for me, Drake's, obviously they want Vanderbilt to do well and hold up because that obviously helps their case. But to go to Kansas State early in the year and win that game, I think to have those 2 for their level, to have those 2 quad 1 games, assuming Kansas State stays there. I mean, that could go back to a quad 2, but is, pretty impressive. Them and San Diego are pretty close. Drake's resume metrics are better, and UC San Diego's predictors are a little better. The win at Utah State is better, I think, than a lot of just casual people would think. They did win at Irvine. They have 1 fewer quad 3, but it's a close kind of a thing. I think the only really negative loss was the Murray State loss at home for Drake, but I don't know. I think both teams have a chance to get an at-large. I probably think Drake's might be just a little bit better simply because of the name brands that they beat, if that counts for anything with the committee. I mean, it sounds a little better to say we beat Vanderbilt, who's in the SEC, than Utah State, even though Utah State's a really good basketball team too. So I don't know. I mean, we could have been both of these teams win.
Yeah.
We're going to know this afternoon whether Drake becomes part of that conversation or not. Because if they beat Bradley today, then it's it's irrelevant other than our final seeding for them.
Yep.
Utah
Utah
State's a very, very, very tough place to play.
Yes.
Yeah, and
I wonder though. I'm looking at the date there, 12/17. I wonder if that was Christmas break and the students weren't there. That makes it a little easier, but I'm splitting hairs.
I do think it's actually kind of funny because that's the same day that Drake played Kansas State. Very much not a quad one game in actuality for Drake against Kansas State. They played them in Kansas City. Manhattan's not particularly close to Kansas City. Obviously Kansas State is 75 in the net anyways. That looks better on paper than it was in actuality. Very good win, not the sort of win that really deserves a quad one designation.
But I was going to mention what Dave mentioned earlier before he jumped in. I think at the end of the day, unfortunately, from what has been shown, I think the committee. My worry is that the committee, with UC San Diego at least, is, as you guys mentioned, a very good win. Winning in Logan, that arena is. Rocco talked about it yesterday. I mean, it's always crazy in there. But I think that the committee will probably look at this and say, well, they beat Vanderbilt and Kansas State. And even though those numbers might not be, and even though one was neutral, they're both neutral technically, give it a little bit more credence than perhaps winning in Logan, which is silly. But again, based on how they looked at winning in Logan last year, it didn't really seem to move the needle all that much for some of the Mountain West teams that did it in league play.
Shelby,
I just worry that that's the case.
Give everyone an update on the Winthrop High Point game.
Yeah, it's a 3-point game now.
Alan Huss, here he comes.
Why does Al Huss have a suit on today? That's my first question.
I would like to point out one more Drake result before we vote, hopefully. It's quad 4, but that win over Miami to start the Charleston Classic was massive at the time.
Yes.
Drake 80 spots behind Miami in KenPom. Ended up being a worthless win, but that started their season. I think the committee
I was at that game. I was at that game, Kerry. I was at that game. And I know they only won by 11, but they controlled the entire game.
Yeah.
Miami, now we know why Miami wasn't very good, but at the time, I think it was funny thinking back. I think I had Miami 6 in my preseason bracket, which is just obviously just putting a bunch of teams in random spots. But they dominated that game. And I saw that game with FAU too, and they looked really, really good in that game too. Good team.
Okay, point of
I'm ready, Graham.
scheduling here. It's not. I'm not going to push us to go faster. If we get done by 5 Eastern, that'd be awesome. Okay. Secondly, everybody agrees to that. Secondly, so I kind of got a schedule written out here, so we're okay. This was awesome discussion on these teams because this is getting down to the nitty gritty here. Very important votes. Is Rockwell still back with us?
He said he had to step out for a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Let's I'm gonna send out the ballot. We can get started and start voting and then get Rocco in the vote here when he joins us. Let me see if I got this pulled up. I do. All right. There's the vote. So we're just ranking these 8.
And we're gonna have scrubbing coming on later too, and I think
right. I want to have plenty of time for that. Correct. We can rethink all these things.
Version that you sent, Tim. I think the ballot would be a pick version instead of the rank version.
Yeah.
What's that?
I know you intended to send a rank version, but I think you sent a pick version. I don't think
really
one lets us rank them.
Oh, I sent the old one. Sorry, hold on.
Oh yeah, I got a pick rather than a rank. I'm sorry, I should have noticed that.
Hold on. I'm sitting around. I can have that all done. Oops.
I know recency isn't really supposed to matter, but like the last 2 weeks, if the committee's been watching, you have to wonder what's going through their mind when they see Marquette and Michigan like if that's going to impact where they might end up being, depending on how things go, if they watch them play at the tournament, because Michigan was just flowing at a very strong level for much of the season. And it just seems like now the last, 3 games have just been.
It's not even that. I don't think they were ever that good. They just had great results, not necessarily ever that
Well,
good of a
and
team.
their net is starting to sink too. That's what I'm saying. It was down close to, what was it this morning? When I was working early, it was before the net had updated for the day. So
They're down to 27.
One thing
27 for Michigan, 25 for Marquette.
I never pay any attention to AP poll rankings, and so sometimes when I watch these games, I'm just shocked to see where voters vote teams. Like Michigan's 17th in the country. I have no idea what AP poll voters could possibly be seeing to vote them 17th. If you want to put them overall seed 17, I can understand that, but this is not even close to the 17th best team in the country. I noticed yesterday they had Arizona 24th. I'm like, how could you possibly watch Arizona and think that Michigan is 7 spots above them from a ranking standpoint?
One
Not
point game.
Let's blow your mind here, Graham. There was a pollster this week who voted Michigan 10th in the country.
I mean,
That's because they don't watch games. They don't.
Yeah,
They
they
don't.
don't watch.
10th, 11th, and there was one at 12th as well. Only two pollsters had them unranked.
I also paid no attention to AP rankings and was a little blown away yesterday to see that St. John's is ranked ahead of Alabama.
I mean, that's just silly. That's because they just operate out of recency bias. Like
It's just AP poll logic.
Oh, you lost, I gotta slide you up, and you doesn't make any
I told
sense.
somebody this, how crazy is it that the number 2 team could go on the road to the number 1 team and lose by like 3 points, but then the number 2 team has to drop 4 or 5 spots because they lost.
Yeah.
I mean, they would be expected to lose that game.
Gary, here's a good one for you. There's a pollster who voted St. John's 3rd overall in his poll this past week. Do you know where he has Alabama? 9th.
I'm going to get like 12th.
9th in the country. Florida 8th.
Makes sense. Tell he watches basketball.
Okay, I sent you a new one, guys.
I miss when Gary Parrish used to drag people for that shit, but they got too butt hurt and he stopped doing it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, this is a fascinating poll.
By the way, just Iowa's up by 5 in Nebraska at halftime.
We definitely I think we all knew UC Irvine was going to be near the bottom of this, and we kind of didn't talk about them, but we definitely probably should have said a word or two about VCU.
I just don't think VCU's done enough this year.
We'll get them on the next vote.
For them, had they beaten Dayton, I think they would have probably had enough to be in that at-large conversation. But they just didn't really do anything outside of conference. That Seton Hall loss looks absolutely terrible. And then just, I think the Dayton home loss is the icing on the cake of just not quite having enough to be an at-large team.
I agree.
I mean, they have 0 wins against the field, correct? Last time I checked. I don't see when that would have changed.
Yeah. I do think if they had beaten Dayton, they would have been possibly a 9 seed. I mean, they were just resume wise, metrics and everything, they looked pretty darn strong, even though they don't have the marquee wins like you mentioned. But I just want to make sure we said a word.
All the way back from 15 down in this half, and it didn't work yet.
In the past 3.5 minutes.
Well, Winthrop hasn't been able to throw it in the ocean in the last 5 minutes.
You know what's funny about VCU? We talked about the past couple of days about teams, who just had good weekends in November, and that's what has really gotten them to this point. For VCU, I mean, it's really a bad weekend in November that's probably going to keep them out at this point, or a bad couple days in November. I mean, the not getting out of the Charleston Classic with just Miami, going 1-2, and your only win being Miami, is probably enough to torpedo their chances at this point, which is crazy.
Tony Schneider asked in the chat, when does Kerry start letting the Guinness flow? I drank it all on Thursday and Friday. I'm out.
You didn't restock?
Hey, shout out to
No.
Tony, man. He's
Yeah.
he's been
That's a rookie
chucking a
mistake.
lot of
Tony-
money into our Venmo here. Thank
Tony
you,
is
Tony,
plugged
as
in.
always.
Thank
Tony
you,
is
Tony.
plugged into Big Fox right now.
My
I'm
wife
sure.
went to the store
Yes,
yesterday. and
Watching Iowa. He's watching Iowa.
You bet he
Wow.
is.
My wife was grocery shopping yesterday. She's like, "Do you need me to pick up beer?" I was like, I barely made it through yesterday's session. I was still recovering. I don't need any more beer."
While we wait for this final voting stuff to go on, should we start to kind of just
Yeah,
look
let's
some of
break
the-
down those 5 teams that are in holding there.
Have to.
Ohio
Yeah.
State, North Carolina, Nebraska, Colorado State. The one a little surprising is Boise State in there. So
I think Boise State of those 5 is the odd team out for me right now, just because of the Colorado State home loss. Had they won that, I think they're arguably the top of that list.
Yeah.
But that's an unfortunately big loss for them.
Do we want to maybe consider doing like top 4 seed line scrubbing before we do the Nebraska vote, since we got
Yep.
an hour until we have a
I
major
agree.
result?
Well, I
I
just
would
gotta.
be. Well, let's get this
update.
one in. We'll get these 4
Yeah,
in, and then then I have another point of parliamentary procedure here.
Parliamentary.
We will have 4 left over after this vote, right? In the teams to vote on, there'll be 4 that didn't get in, and we have that 5. Should we just combine all those 9 and just
Yep, let's do it.
Yeah.
and then just do a rank 1 through 9, and whoever falls, and that's the way it goes. Then we've
Yep.
got our first 4 out plus 1, so we'll be in great shape.
Okay, Jerry Palm's bracketology. Alabama
God.
is continuing for the 4th number 1 seed after beating Auburn. So
Yeah,
Well, that's
glad he told us that.
Pretty profound. Pretty
Hey,
profound.
Rocco, have you voted for the prior vote yet?
I did both. Yeah, I saw 2 and I did them both.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's only the 1 was a mistake. Sorry.
That's all good.
Are there any other, am I on mute? I don't know. Any other questions in the chat? Throw them our way. Jacob Retz said earlier, Xavier's resume seems like a direct comp to last year's Virginia. I would say minus the part where you watch them and they're just absolute garbage, but maybe
Exactly.
metrics wise, they're similar. I'm not sure.
And my recommendation
Xavier
would
at
just be
least
to
looks
watch.
the part of a tournament team.
Look at this high point rally. Crazy.
Yep.
Rusty
5 points
Tutton
different
is
lead.
telling Graham that he's an idiot for saying that the Kansas State win is only on paper. Graham's not here to defend himself, so we can say that
Yeah,
all we
bro.
want.
Roast away.
Hold on, I have to do a little bit of math here. So if you guys do want to
Oh,
discuss
God.
those 5, you can.
Terrifying math. I think
And
of
the
those
whole-
5
and
North
the column
Carolina
G.
out. Yeah, column
Yeah.
G, those 5.
I think Colorado State has a nice draw in the Mountain West tournament. And if anybody's going to take it, that would be my choice. That's coming from outside the field.
Yeah.
Boise's got a
Well,
much harder draw.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've talked about Ohio State before. I mean, it's their amount of losses that have mounted and where those losses occurred that's become the real issue for them. Now, if they can find, if they can find 3 wins at the Big Ten tournament, if the committee's still paying attention, then I think they've got a pretty decent case because of the metrics and everything. But I think they're 17 and 14 D1 going in to the Big Ten tournament. So that's
Rough
just
one.
that's not very much separation. And
Yeah.
so one more loss gets them to the magic 15 number. And yes, we've seen a couple 15 seeds get in, but I don't know that like
They had to. I think both of the crazy ones with bad records, like the Vandy one and the Alabama one, they had wins over number 1 seeds.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They had
Ohio
some
State didn't have
very
that.
stellar things to offset
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Pur-
So it
Purdue's
just puts
nice
them in a very,
if-
very precarious position.
Yeah.
If Texas and Nebraska are both out, which I think right now they are, Ohio State has 3 wins over the field. Like you're not getting in with 15 losses and only 3 wins over the field. And on Ohio State, I think when we talked the other day about sort of the timing of when the votes happen, right? They'll play whoever the 15 seed ends up being. Iowa,
It's going to
Nebraska.
be. You've got four chances it's USC, 2 chances it's Iowa, 2 chances it's Northwestern. So it's one of those 3.
Either way, not a helpful game. And then if they win that one, they would face Illinois at 6:30 p.m. on Thursday night. I mean, they might already be gone by then.
I think they're all helpful though, Kerry, because they're so far behind in win percentage. But I get your point.
Yeah, and of course, we could theoretically have no bid thieves, which opens up, we have 1 extra at-large spot this year than we've had. So if you theoretically get no bid thieves and everybody else, Colorado State loses early, Boise State loses early, Nebraska's out
UNLV.
today, Carolina
UNLV.
loses to Wake or something. I mean, it's Dayton doesn't win falls out of the A10 and VCU
Santa
doesn't
Clara.
win. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess they could be left standing there for the committee to say, well,
Right.
we've got that.
Interesting. We have
But I mean,
If they're
you're
still
kind of
standing-
stretching the envelope here.
You're right. If they're still
interesting
standing,
that we have Oklahoma right behind Arkansas, considering their win in Fayetteville.
We can scrub it. Alex Davis asks, can Texas Tech get to a 2 seed? Yeah, we have them as a 2 seed, and I think they definitely can stay there. Maybe we might scrub St. John's over them a little bit, but I still think Texas Tech has a very strong case for a 2 seed.
All
I think
right,
this
we
is
have
a
a vote.
good
The
year
vote's in.
because you're going to have so much scrubbing this late in the year.
The vote is in. By the way, High Point's up by 6 now.
Yeah.
The vote is in. 41 is Drake, 42 Arkansas, 43 Oklahoma, 44 Indiana. And again, we're gonna go back and scrub. But that's where we sit right now. All right. Now we've made a parliamentary procedure deal here. We got all 9 in here. We're just we beat to death, I think, San Diego's Xavier. We haven't talked a lot about Irvine. We talked a little bit about VCU. We talked ad nauseum about Ohio State, North Carolina. Kerry, you had a point you wanted to wait until the Nebraska game to finish this up.
I mean, I think we can do some scrubbing. I don't
All right.
think we should sit around and bullshit for an hour, but we can wait a little bit.
Right. No. I hear you.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's
because I
start,
mean, if
Brent.
Nebraska loses this game and they don't even make the Big Ten tournament, then
Yeah,
I
they're
think,
gone.
I can't imagine the committee inviting them when they can't even make the Big Ten tournament.
Right. Exactly. All right.
Especially
Crown-
losing this game at home today. Yeah.
Let's just wait. We'll get to it. So, all right. I just want a point of something for our listeners that may not, understand how they do the scrubbing, the committee. So what the committee does is they go down and, they'll compare Auburn and Duke. All right. Let's say they leave it the way it is. Okay. Then they'll go down to Duke and Houston. And let's say the committee said, oh, we think Houston's better than Duke. They would then move Houston above Duke, and then they would compare Houston and Auburn to make sure that they're 2, not 1. And if that was good, then they would go back down to number 3 Duke, compare them to Florida, and on and on and on like that. I believe, Kerry, help me out here. I believe you had, for a change, there had to be a majority vote. There'd be a majority vote if we wanted to address a vote to change them, right? Or something like that. Am I correct on that? Or was it?
Motion.
Yeah,
Was it? Was it
I don't
4
know
out
what
of
the
12?
motion in the second is or whatever, but
It was
Yeah.
probably 4. I think it was 4 out of 12 to even address it, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll kind of follow that. Two guys want to say, hey, I think we ought to address this. Go for it. I think obviously there's been some discussion nationwide on Auburn Duke. So anybody feel strongly about moving Duke over Auburn?
I think Duke can get there. Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's
I
close,
agree.
but it's still Auburn.
Anybody else? Otherwise, hold your peace. We're going to move on. All right.
Yeah.
Duke, Houston.
No.
I'll leave it. I still think Houston, but I'll leave it.
No.
Yeah, Duke here for me.
Yeah, I'll still hold out. I've seen both of them play several times. I don't think it's particularly that close, but
Okay. Houston, Florida.
I would motion for Florida for sure.
I could buy that.
All right. We have 2 votes, so we will definitely let's begin the discussion on Florida and Houston.
I think we already had Houston there. I think Houston winning at Baylor is better than Ole Miss at home for Florida. I'd like Houston to stay.
Yeah, I mean, I've had Florida above Houston all week, and they added a win over Ole Miss yesterday. Obviously, just a home win, but I love Houston's 10-0 record away from home. But I think all things are pretty equal. They each have 10 wins against the field, and it's just the heavy weight. You know what I'm saying? This is not gold, guys. This is platinum gold. At Auburn, at Alabama, plus 1 extra Q1A win. Equal amount of losses. And here's the kicker. Houston has a Q2 loss. Florida does not.
Just barely.
Hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's not a lot to separate them. There's not a lot to separate them, so you got to look at everything.
I think the
I'm
big
looking.
separation is that Houston won the Big 12 by what, a 5-game margin. Like, really hard. The committee values those, league championships, especially in dominant fashion like that. I think that's the separator for May for sure.
Yeah, I do.
What about
Houston's
just quick-
26-1 in regulation.
Yeah, but Houston's best non-conference win is Notre Dame or Butler,
Yeah.
whereas Florida is a little
Florida's-
better. They have
Florida's
Wake
non-conference
Forest and
not
stuff.
great either.
Not their fault. Obviously, got dealt a bad hand in the ACC SEC challenge and all that stuff. But I think the kicker is, I forgot what I was going to say now. Obviously, the road at Auburn, Alabama is the big difference. Best road wins for Houston are Arizona, Texas Tech. Oh yes, the other thing I was going to mention is finishing second place in the SEC this year, clean, no ties, is basically like winning any other league.
This doesn't mean anything. I'm just going to throw it out because we've talked about it quite a bit. Like we said, the committee forgot what they did yesterday, but they did have Florida 4 spots ahead of Houston in the reveal.
That too.
I mean,
Yeah.
the only other thing of interest to me is that Houston also played both Auburn and Alabama on neutral floors. And while they were both very, very competitive games, Houston lost both of those games.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
Florida beat both of those teams on the road.
Correct.
Now, to Kerry's point, historically, the committee has valued championships. And that's why I have leaned having Houston as number 3, simply because of that dominant run through the Big 12. And it's a power conference, and they had an incredible season. And I could see the committee saying, hey, Houston, we're going to give you the kudos for that. But to Rocco's point, I think it's very valid to say these are very close. We're going to compare like results. And Florida beat both of those teams on the other team's home floor, and Houston lost to them both on neutral. So I think it could be closer than what it might look like on the surface.
Right.
I think it's incredibly
think-
close. I think
Go ahead.
out of conference strength of schedule could play a factor here.
5.7.
High point, yeah. Hey, so here's the other thing. If we agree it's that close, like what Graham said, and Dave, I think you're getting there too. why not just be a little bit more logistical about it? Instead of sending Florida all the way to the west, since they're in the southeast, send them to the Midwest and send Houston to the west. It's a lot more logical if it's basically that close. They're still both 1 seeds. It's not like the difference between a 1 and a 2. So I feel like if it's really that close, the committee might go common sense with the travel and send Houston west.
Dave told me they don't do that. Warlock told me they never do that. That's what he told me. I'm just repeating what he told me. Because I asked that question.
That's good.
I asked that question a couple of years ago. I go, wouldn't it make more sense to send this team another 150 miles, the number 3, and then the number 4 would have to travel across country? He goes, nope, wouldn't do it.
I still think Florida can win the argument for the reasons I said anyway. But I think if it was like the committee was divided 6-6 on it, why not just go to that?
Yeah, I agree with you, Rocco.
Because it makes too much sense.
They did all this for travel
logical
purposes, and then they don't make any sense with the way they do the travel. It's like, yeah, I know.
Right. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I don't mind if Houston wins the debate here. I'm really not gonna die on the score.
I thought
but
you
I think
have a strong point. I thought Dave no or yes.
Personally, this is where it gets in. Personally, I think Florida's resume is slightly better, but I think historically, the committee will go with Houston.
All right, just to remind people out there,
how does everybody else feel about that? Because there have been plenty of times I said, I think they got the order wrong, but this is what they're going to do.
Yep, and let's be clear to everybody out there too. We're all bracketologists. We all have our own opinions, but all of us, I know every single one of these guys tries to do what the committee does, because that's what you want to see as a basketball public. You want to see, hey, what's the committee going to do? Not, they don't care less about my opinion. They want to know what will the committee do and how will they place the team. And we use all our years of experience, not only our basketball knowledge and bracketology and resumes and so forth, but we use experience seeing the committee and what they tend to do. Okay. Every committee is different, but there are general things. So very important point by Dave. I personally have seen Dave nail this 3 times when everybody's leaning one way and he goes, nah, I think the committee will go, and he's been right all 3 times. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, they're all valid points. I'm not 100% convinced it is Florida, but I do think, just based on the fact that they were 4 spots ahead at the reveal is also an important thing. They've both been awesome since the reveal. So that should help. That should actually help Florida here.
To that point, I was going to mention this earlier. 4 of Houston's 5 best wins of the season have been since the reveal. Florida added the win over Alabama, but most of their great had already been accomplished. So I feel like Houston absolutely has made up a lot of ground. But I'm with Dave. Like, if they were on if we're doing the shirts and skins thing, maybe I pick Florida on a neutral floor. But I think historically they're going Houston.
Yeah. I'll say this:
I think 19-1 Big 12 champions being passed up at that point. I don't.
I will say this: Jimmy Dykes, who lives and breathes SEC basketball, said on the air, I think it was yesterday, Alabama and Auburn were playing, and he said, "I think Florida's the best team."
I personally think Florida's better. I think Houston will be seated above Florida if today's selection Sunday.
I'm just saying that because that says a lot when you have Alabama and Auburn and Tennessee in your league.
Well, they're only lost in the last 5
Auburn
years.
He's a guy who watches them every night.
Right. Auburn has a losing record this month, for the record.
Yeah.
NIT quality.
All right. So I'm hearing that we are going to leave them as is. Correct?
I would still vote for Florida if you vote for it, but I can live with either.
We're going to just do a hand vote on these?
Sure. It's up to you, Mr.
I've got Florida, but
let's do a hand vote. All right. First of all, how many people want Florida ahead of Houston? Shelby, Rocco, anyone else?
I thought I had Dave. Dang, man, this guy's.
He kind of talked himself out of it, Rocco.
No, like I said,
you were telling me how good those Alabama Auburn wins were, and I thought I had you.
You have me. I'm just trying to tell you. I think the committee.
What the committee's going
to do. 4-2. We're leaving them as is. Moving on. Florida, Alabama.
If their name was Kansas and not Houston, I would agree with you, Dave. But I feel like they don't mind screwing Houston over.
Florida, Alabama.
We can go back later, Rocco. Maybe give me a couple hours. I'll change my mind.
That's right. That was a good one. That was a good debate.
Well,
Florida,
I think
Alabama,
if we feel that Florida could possibly have overtaken Houston, but we left them, but I don't think we're probably going to move Alabama over Florida.
correct.
Had we moved them, then I think you maybe have a debate over Alabama, Houston, but then it comes back to that same thing. I don't think they're going to drop Houston as a Big 12 champion in the dominant way that they did off the one line.
Alabama, Tennessee.
After Alabama's win yesterday, I think they're firmly number 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with Shelby.
Tennessee.
You had him
Tennessee,
number
Michigan
4.
State.
I think
Tennessee.
I was just going back to Alabama, Florida real quick. I think it's maybe closer than just glossing past it, but I don't think they've gotten there yet. I
Okay.
think Florida's still ahead.
All right, we're moving on. Tennessee, Michigan State.
Despite how big they're winning today, I got to go Tennessee.
Tennessee.
I think it's
Just
worth
so we know,
looking at.
just so we know, if it's silent, I'm just gonna move on. So if you have a strong position, speak up.
I think it's worth looking at, but if nobody
Okay.
else agrees,
There's
move on.
one.
No, I think we should look at it.
There's 2. All right, let's look at it. Is that game over yet, Shelby?
No,
High
it's
point
not.
up 8.
That's the hard part. We were not going to get the full update from
Well,
that
well,
game.
we'll-
Well, let's
we
come
can come
back.
back.
Let's skip over Tennessee, Michigan State, and Texas Tech, and go down to let's start at Kentucky. So we'll come back to that pod there. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go to Kentucky, St. John's.
I think it's St. John's, even though I personally like Kentucky's resume more. I just can't imagine a 4-loss Big East champion that's been so good against quads 1 and 2 overall, being behind them right now.
Hey.
Again, it's not what I personally believe. I think it's what the committee would do.
Tim, did we skip over Texas Tech?
Yeah, are
Kentucky?
we scrubbing
We're gonna
against Texas
skip
Tech
those
too?
3 because that could where we put Michigan State could affect Texas Tech. So we'll come back to those Tennessee, Michigan State, Texas Tech
Okay.
when we do that. We'll come back.
Because I'm firmly in the camp that I think Kentucky's ahead of St. John's, and I don't think it's close. In fact, I would have Texas A&M ahead of St. John's.
I just
I
really
get
have a hard
I
time
get
seeing
I get the
4-loss
sentiment.
Michigan being that low.
I get the sentiment, but I mean, I don't know. I was on a limb last year saying Kentucky would be a 3 when everybody else thought it was going to be a 4, but
I mean, it's 27-4 versus 21-10. They have double-digit losses, and I personally believe Kentucky should be ahead. I just think 27-4 Big East champion is a significant mark right now. If
Yeah.
Kentucky does damage in the SEC tournament and St. John's bows out early, I like Kentucky. But as of today, 27-4 rings pretty firmly strong for St. John's.
If it's 27-4 in MVC or WCC or something like that, no. But Big East, yeah.
I would have St. John's over Kentucky, but to Dave's point, like I'm even going to back up Dave here. All that we're really saying with overall record is how many quad 1 games you played. Because St. John's went 4-4, Kentucky went 10-9.
Yeah. I had
Kentucky's-
Kentucky ahead of St. John's
I mean-
last time. I do want to look at it after.
you
the
do
March Madness
realize
a
that
little bit.
Kentucky has wins over 2 of our number 1 seeds, and they
Yeah.
swept Tennessee,
I know.
who we have on our 2 line.
I don't see the committee putting St. John's above Kentucky personally. St. John's had a lot of ground to make up. They were the last team revealed.
And they were 6 spots behind Rocco. Behind
But
Kentucky.
remember,
Yeah,
I think
Kentucky's
we
ahead
were
of
a
Texas.
little low as a committee on St. John's last time. I was a little high on St. John's, and the committee put him where I had him. Just throwing it out there.
Go.
I just think from a common sense
So noted,
standpoint-
Graham. So noted.
Wait a minute. There we go. All right.
Mm.
Dinger for Graham.
Common sense standpoint too, it's just one of those, because there aren't a lot of options in the direct East Coast with the Newark region. It's just a no-brainer to make St. John's the 3 in the East. They're not going to get the 2 in the East. And I get it. They're not going to say it like that, but everybody in the room, everybody's in the rooms thinking it. And you've got two Big East people in the room, like I've been saying all week. So you've got the Georgetown AD and you've got Stu. Those are Big East boys. They're going to make it happen.
I will say, I think the Arkansas home loss is a bit of a differentiator for me. Think of how many times St. John's could have lost a game like that. They never did. And then similar quad one win percentage. But I will say this, I think it's similar to Houston, Florida. They're so close that I don't know that enough has been done to scrub one over the other. I personally have St. John's there, but I would be surprised if anything that happened yesterday was a needle mover either way.
I think it helped.
I think that was a big win for St. John's yesterday.
Yeah, I think
you can easily put them above Wisconsin now.
Yeah, I think
I
think St. John's actually had a little bit of a worse win than Kentucky. I think Kentucky's win was better against Missouri, but it changes St. John's profile more than it changes Kentucky's profile.
Yeah, I mean, Kentucky's resume is like an Italian restaurant. They've got tortellini, angel hair, penne pasta. I mean, they got everything. St. John's is solid, but you just don't know enough. Kentucky's telling you like a wildly massive story, and it's hard to ignore. And they have the name Kentucky.
I mean, put it this way: I don't have a hill to die on it. I mean, I could see them taking Texas Tech there based on metrics and the win at Houston over Kentucky, even though I think Texas Tech's non-conference schedule should maybe ding them a little bit more than it probably will.
They got the Joe's loss and the UCF loss hurts a lot.
Yeah,
I will say this: I think that last 2 seed is still very much up for grabs. I think conference tournament weeks will affect it.
I mean, that's to me. I mean, I would have Kentucky over Texas Tech for that matter, and I'd probably have A&M over Texas Tech because A&M. We have to remember A&M was the 7th seed at the reveal.
Like we're over here talking about, well, St. John's and Kentucky are close to 500 against quad one. Texas Tech has had no problems putting up a terrific win percentage against quad one.
Right, but they outdid a lot of that by losing 3 outside of quad one.
Yeah. I mean, I will say I personally, in my own bracket, I have both St. John's and Kentucky ahead of Texas Tech.
That's what I was just going to say.
Listen, I like Texas Tech better than all of them. Honestly, I do. I love that team. But I'm just saying, from the committee standpoint, they can pick Texas Tech apart a little bit more.
I mean I think all these teams are incredibly tightly bunched. I could see any order, and I wouldn't really argue with it too much.
Wait, so Graham, who do you have at 8?
I have St. John's, then Kentucky, then Texas Tech, then Texas A&M.
Oh, I thought you said you had them on the same seed line, but right ahead.
I just think Texas A&M's overall resume is a little bit sketchier than Texas Tech's.
Okay, I got same.
Well, I guess we need to. So if we're going to leave this, so I guess we're trying to vote whether we're going to move St. John's up.
Yep.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day,
anybody? So let's go to the vote. Who wants St. John's over Kentucky? We have 1. Unfortunately, Graham, that is not going to carry the floor.
I thought Kerry was going to save you there, Graham.
I'm happy.
Kerry went and grabbed a cup of coffee.
Well,
he didn't get his check. I didn't get his check from the Big East.
I'm with what Graham's saying is can we just take Kentucky and St. John's and put them over Texas Tech?
I just want to find a way to get Kentucky and St. John's as the 2 and the 3 in the C region. That's really what I want to make sure we can do.
All right, let's move on. St. John's, Wisconsin.
No, absolutely not. Move on.
I mean, I think Wisconsin's still relevant in the 3 seed area, but not for the last 2 seed.
No.
I personally don't think Wisconsin's relevant in the 3 seed area anymore.
I agree.
Yeah,
for one bad day against a bunch of seniors from Penn State.
I think we already had them seated as highly as we should have had them. So
I know.
I don't think it's one bad day. I think you look at in their top 10 games that they've played this year, they've won 3 of them, and now you add a home loss to Penn State.
Right.
All right.
So they basically, Texas Tech already had their Penn State home loss. It was a team called UCF, and they're actually, I think, worse in the net.
Okay, let's go to Wisconsin, Texas A&M.
High Point A&M.
A&M not even close for me.
A&M up. Yeah.
Yep.
And then we need to go to Texas A&M and St. John's.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to go through here and highlight these automatics, okay? So we have them as we get into the end here.
Oh,
think it's
yeah,
pretty
we're
clear
claiming
that
as
it's
our
gonna be
AQs. I got you.
Texas A&M.
Okay, now we haven't done Michigan State yet, so we'll wait. All right, A&M. Everybody wants a discussion on this, and it sounds like everybody wants. We go right to a vote here.
A&M.
A&M.
Yeah, A&M.
Everybody's,
Yeah, A&M.
everybody's got A&M. All right.
No, I
We'll
have
move-
St. John's. Is that who we're
No,
talking
we're on
about?
No.
Wisconsin, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, A&M over Wisconsin for sure.
All right, let's go A&M and St. John's.
I got to step
Yeah,
out for
A&M
just a
over
second,
Wisconsin.
but my vote is A&M over St. John's.
We got it, Dave.
He might be right about that.
Hold on.
Oh, I have that too, actually. Yeah, I agree, Dave.
5 point, baby.
Yep.
Yep,
Is it over?
they're in.
They
They're
won
in.
by 12. Congratulations, Elhus.
After being down 15 in the second half.
Is that
All
another
right.
another never made the tournament club?
We'll be-
That's a good result because that's a good team. I mean,
We have to step
obviously
away
Fielder
here in a
went to it,
half
but-
hour. I'm going to start getting texts from somebody. Where are we at? Where are we going? Who we
I just-
playing?
I'll
What we
say
doing?
this about the St. John's versus Texas A&M thing. Terrific year from Texas A&M. I think they're a great 3 seed. But comparing the two, St. John's has had so many chances to drop a game outside of quad 1. They haven't done it. And then you look at Texas A&M losing at home to Vanderbilt, losing at UCF. I think the difference to me is both teams have been relatively equal against quad 1. It's been Texas A&M dropping a couple of questionable games that leaves St. John's 7th overall strength of record right about where they should be.
Yep.
I would keep St. John's ahead of the Aggies. For sure.
Ditto.
All right. So we're ready to vote?
Yeah.
We got Dave's vote. Anybody else for A&M over St. John's? Anthony?
Yeah.
One more? Have one more?
Make
What
your
is it up
case.
with the Big East people trying to vote against St. John's?
I
Because we've
Internal
watched them.
hatred.
they were 10. I mean, A&M was 10 spots ahead of them at the reveal. I hate going back to that, but I don't think there's enough there. I really don't. That's where I struggle with. I agree with your point, Graham. There's going to be some deference to St. John's winning the league. There's going to be some deference to the fact that they're maybe a total of 8 points away from being 30-0, 31-0. I mean, they lost 4 games by less than 3 points, I think. But I
St.
just
John's undefeated since the reveal, and A&M have about a 4-game losing streak.
I know, but 10 spots is a big gap. It's a pretty big gulf. I don't know. I would lean A&M still.
All right. No other votes. Going once. Going twice. The motion is defeated. All right. Now we've already done A&M Wisconsin. So now we do Wisconsin, Iowa State.
Iowa State.
Iowa State, not even close.
Yeah, I would go Iowa State too.
Yeah, I think that is where I ended up early this morning.
I can never spell Wisconsin.
I really think Wisconsin's resume was already kind of flimsy, and this Penn State game really affects it.
I mean, you and I on our pod, we talked about Wisconsin a lot throughout the season. That if you actually dig into the quality of their quad 1 win, like they have a lot of back end of quad 1 wins.
Yeah, well, their
I
big
mean,
thing before was
it's-
they were clean, right? That was the
Yeah,
big thing. The committee said they were very clean. Well, their clean got a little dirt stain yesterday. I mean, to Rocco's point, tough day, Penn State, last game,
Last game together.
all
yeah.
that stuff, but it was at the Kohl Center, and Wisconsin, it's hard to go win there. So
It is.
I think these are kind of two similar resumes, and then you consider which team do you actually think is better, and you factor in the injuries for Iowa State. I think Iowa State has it.
All right. Let's move on to 2 Big Ten teams, Wisconsin and Purdue. So this should be apples to apples here.
technically we should do A&M, Iowa
Oh, I'm
State.
sorry. Very, very, very sorry. Thank you, Kerry. Yes.
I mean, I'm good with
Iowa
hitting the
State
order
A&M.
in.
I'm good with A&M. I'm good with A&M there.
A&M's resume is better, period.
A&M.
You gotta remember A&M was also 6th overall on the reveal.
Really?
It's a
Yep.
good starting point.
Yeah, I mean, so that
Okay.
accounts for that 4-game losing streak, but they've also won a couple of good games since then. So
To beat the number 1 team in the country after the
Yep.
4-game losing streak, so that helped.
I mean, Texas A&M's worst resume metric is 10. They're not dropping very far.
All right. So we're keeping that there. So speaking of 4-game losing streaks, let's talk Purdue and Wisconsin.
I got Wisconsin.
can we
just
move them
by
both
hair.
down?
Yeah, Purdue's pretty far out for me. They're borderline top 16 at this point, in my opinion. Whereas Wisconsin's, I had them 8 on Friday. I can't push them down that far.
All right, so Purdue's 4-game losing streak is a problem, but Texas A&M's is not, because Purdue was
Correct,
7.
because Purdue's not in the SEC.
There you go.
Well,
I think
yeah, it's true, but this is probably the second best league. I mean,
It's not the same. It's just
I
not.
think
I get
this
it,
gets
but-
back to Dave's net
This
versus
season, at
seed
least.
conversation, and I do a thing called like my elite wins metric, and I just it's kind of self-created, but I basically look at where a team's seed is as opposed to their net when I'm evaluating whether it's an elite win, and I look at the location of the game played. According to that, Wisconsin only has 1 elite win on the year, and that's at Purdue, because Arizona may be great in the net and Illinois may be great in the net, but those aren't top 3 quality seeds at home. So I look at Wisconsin really only having 1 elite win on the year, whereas you look at Purdue, they got Alabama at home. They won at Oregon, who I think is a 4 seed right now. So I think having multiple elite wins comes into play here for Purdue over Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say we sense a drop off after the top 3 lines?
I think the committee still got a good impression of Wisconsin for whatever that's worth. I don't disagree with you on the data. I think most of us agreed when even the reveal came out, it was surprising to see Wisconsin 11th. And then they went and won at Purdue after that. So I don't know
yeah,
how
I was
they're
going to say they won at Purdue.
I don't know how they're going to lose a head-to-head with Purdue, but
I don't know how you guys view it, but I looked at the reveal, and when I was putting together my seed list, I thought anywhere between 11 and 15 was incredibly tightly bunched. And so I didn't really think it was too big of a deal that Wisconsin was at the top of that, because I thought they had to put them in some order. I didn't feel like there was a big gap. So I don't want to overreact to where Wisconsin was, because I think they could have reasonably been anywhere from 11 to 15 at the time.
yeah, I think the other thing that helped them too is they had no bad losses. Now they've got the 1, and Purdue's got the extra quad 1 win, and their loss isn't as bad. So yeah, there's a case in the head-to-head, but that'd be a huge plummet for Wisconsin for one result.
Yeah. I mean, to Rocco's point, there's things I could pick about Wisconsin's resume all day long. Like really, the Purdue win is obviously very good on the road, but that's their only road win against a tournament team.
Yeah.
Rest of their
They didn't
damage
have
has
any-
been at home
Yeah.
to Arizona
Right.
and Illinois.
Right.
Where, again, Purdue's been on a bit of a slide here. And the head-to-head, yeah, that makes it hard. They might both end up dropping by the time we end up scrubbing this thing.
Yeah, I think one difference maker for me is when you look at Wisconsin, they have 3 quad 1 wins against the field. Purdue has 6.
Yep.
Well, Purdue was in the second group in reveal, right?
Yeah, they were 7. Wisconsin was 11.
Yeah,
I mean, Purdue has lost several more games since then than Wisconsin has, but
sure.
When we're getting back to the clean thing, I know Purdue has a quad 2 loss, but it's barely quad 2, whereas the one that Wisconsin has is pretty far down quad 2B.
Yeah, I mean, Purdue's had, lost out on the road at Indiana and Penn State, and then their other loss was out of Q1A was 35 at home to Ohio State. So
Should we vote?
we can vote. All in favor of Wisconsin?
Of keeping him there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
leave it.
Oh, yeah, I'll keep them there. Yeah.
3 votes. I can't see everybody, sorry.
I think
We
there
have-
are 4.
4 votes. All right. Moving on.
I lose again.
Wait,
Yeah,
was
you-
that for Wisconsin staying? Yeah, that's a
Yes.
piss vote. Sorry.
Hey,
I was,
Graham, you can still get in if you win this next one. You can still get in the tourney. You're in the SEC. You're going up against a lot of tough teams.
Yeah, I'm like the Xavier and UNC of this thing.
There you
Just
go.
maybe-
Purdue,
maybe
Arizona.
it's too late.
Iowa is just not to cut in on Shelby, but Iowa is still up 10 with just under the 8-minute timeout.
Good. Good.
Oh man, it's a good day to be a Creighton Blue Jay fan. Because they've been shoving that win in our face for months now.
You
It's
know
a
what's
good
gonna
day
be
to
funny
be a
is
UC
Omaha,
Irvine fan too.
Omaha and Creighton are going to go to the dance, and Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska's not. Oh man, that's gonna percolate well here.
Yeah, it is.
I think Purdue is clearly above Arizona for me at this point.
Yes.
Yeah,
Purdue, Arizona.
I think Arizona's kind of taken a step back.
Yeah, they've dropped off for me as well. I would leave Purdue.
Where were they in the reveal, by the way, Arizona?
I don't think they
12.
went.
They were 12.
12, yeah.
12. Okay.
I was surprised we ended up with Arizona as a 4 seed the other day. So
Yeah, I think I still have Arizona one spot higher. No, I guess.
So
I
again,
don't.
anyway, let's start. I'm getting way ahead of myself here. So we do want discussion on Arizona, Purdue, correct?
no.
I think so because the BYU road win for Arizona.
No, we
has
don't.
8.
We don't. Okay, we do or don't.
No.
Who votes to have discussion?
Who do we have higher right now?
We're comparing Purdue and Arizona.
If we
We
have
have
Purdue
Purdue.
higher, I'd say don't discuss it and keep it.
Yeah, we have Purdue ahead. Do we want to discuss moving Arizona ahead of Purdue?
No.
Okay, didn't hear
It's
2
up to you guys.
votes. Didn't hear
It's up
2
to you
votes.
guys.
So let's move Arizona and Maryland.
Graham, you won. Congrats.
Maryland.
I think we should have a discussion about Maryland and Arizona.
Okay.
Yeah, Maryland lost to Washington. That's all I got.
All right. All right. So we have discussion on
Now,
Arizona
Rocco's
and
got a
Maryland.
zinger on the board.
Those teams have
Oh,
7
there's
wins
more
against
coming.
quad
There's
one.
more coming.
Arizona had a lot more chances at it. I think Maryland, despite the bad loss and not really playing a strong non-conference schedule, Arizona's just taken on too much water, in my opinion. I think the 11 losses has become a real problem.
I think Graham got muted.
Yep.
Yeah, Graham, you're like glitching in and out a little bit. But I will say
Sorry.
we've talked before about like with Memphis, like what message you want to send. Are we really going to reward Maryland for beating the shit out of 247, 308, 319, 328 while penalizing Arizona for taking some close losses in a much better schedule?
I mean,
Right.
I agree with that, but I think the 7 wins against quad 1 for each of them, and then you compare the number of opportunities, at some point, just Arizona has taken on too many losses, in my opinion.
I also think too, I mean, Arizona's best opportunities, they weren't super competitive in. I mean, they were competitive in Atlantis, but we know, I mean, Oklahoma and West Virginia are on the edge of the field at this point. They were not competitive at Wisconsin. They were not really competitive, I guess, for part of the game against Duke. The Texas Tech loss, was ugly. I don't know. I just think I agree with Graham. Arizona kept afloat. They just kind of hung around for me, but I feel like they've started to take on too much water here. I worry about Maryland's non-conference schedule too. I mean, it's the worst that we've talked about. I think BYU might be a couple spots ahead, but those are the 2 worst. And
I
Yeah.
will say this though, and I know I voted for this discussion because I think we need to have it. But, granted they're both at home, but, Tech and Iowa State, do we consider those wins better than what Maryland has to offer at Illinois and at Michigan?
I think at Illinois and at Michigan's more impressive to me than beating Iowa State and Texas Tech at home. And for me, it's not lost on me that Iowa State victory was not one Arizona should have won. They are incredibly lucky to have won that game at home. They probably should have been swept by the Cyclones.
That was the overtime game, right?
That's the
Caleb
overhand
Caleb Love
shot.
shot. Yeah, the Caleb Love shot. Yeah,
Carlson
I'm in
won.
Graham's camp. I think the road wins are more impressive at the end of the day, even though those teams are a little bit lower on the seed list. But I think the debate is definitely there, Dave.
I do think, though, to the other point is, Arizona is 7-11 against quad one, but so it's 7 quad one wins, but they only have 11 in the top 2, where the depth, even despite a horrible look in quad 4, Maryland has 13 wins. They're 13-7 against the top 2, where Arizona is 11-11. So I think the depth, even though despite that non-conference schedule, Maryland's depth of wins is probably better over the top 2 quadrant.
Oh, that's a tough one.
I mean, if we're talking about wins against the field, right now we have Baylor in, but Baylor's not a secure team by any means. If you take away that Baylor sweep, if Baylor's out of the field, maybe that looks a little bit different for Arizona too.
I think Michigan's going to win. Or Michigan State. They're up 19, 45 seconds left.
I turned to my TV, all of a sudden I was like, what the heck happened that Michigan's about to win?
Rock and Jock 25-point basket. Come back
We're taking
and
away.
Yeah.
Wait,
We're taking away the bubble
just to
result.
confirm
Yeah,
here.
and
Arizona.
Iowa's up 12 with
12.
just under 6 minutes to go.
So Nebraska is not
Beautiful.
going to the Big Ten tournament if they lose this.
Correct.
That's
They're
correct.
out.
They're out.
100%. It's 100%
Oh, no.
they're out. Yeah.
Phew, boy.
I mean, there's no bigger committee flag to say, you just gave us a reason to leave you out.
Yeah.
There's a 15 teams at the Big Ten tournament? 15?
Yep.
15, and they're going to get 16th place if they lose. So
15, and you couldn't get in the top 15?
I'm gonna
Right,
guess.
well, that's the problem. That's the problem too. Is like how we just went through the whole process under consideration, all those steps we did. It's just gonna be one of those. Nobody's even gonna want to bring them up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, who's gonna want to go to bat for them?
I think I remember once in baseball, totally different animal. I think there was a team in the SEC that did not make their conference tournament, but got into the NCAA tournament.
Oh,
But
I bet that in baseball, yeah.
Yeah,
SEC
because
gets
it's
everybody in. They get
it should
everybody
be the SEC tournament, and then the rest of the country have their own tournament, right?
in. That's what the College World Series is now. It's like 5 of the 8 teams are SEC.
Oh, it's ACC, SEC, sprinkle in 1 or
challenge.
2 Big 12s, and you're good.
So are we
And
ready?
then there's
to vote
usually
on
one
that?
outlier.
For me, I would vote Maryland
Yeah.
over West Virginia in this
Are we
one.
ready to vote?
Let's do a vote. How many want? Let's start with number 15. How many want Arizona? 1. That's it.
3. We got 3.
See, my screen's messed up.
Is it just Arizona versus Maryland right now?
Yeah, it's just Arizona, Maryland.
Yeah, Arizona over Maryland for me. Yeah.
Yes, me too.
So we had 3 and 3.
Yep.
Oh, you guys. All right. All compelling arguments.
There's no wrong answer.
I've
Tim,
never been as high on Maryland as many have.
Tim, I'm changing. I'm going with Arizona. Push comes to shove. I'm going to go with Arizona here.
Changing vote.
Well, there you go.
I think
leaves it alone.
Maryland's. I think it's just easy to slide them down a spot with the
Plus
non-con. I'm really
Arizona,
worried about that.
All right.
Plus
Thank you
Arizona-
for making my
Arizona-
life easy.
Arizona doesn't mind taking one of the Seattle spots.
All right. Arizona it
Sure.
is. Very
I'm
close.
very much I'm very much
Nebraska
hyper
within
focused on
7.
where they were at the reveal.
let's keep going. Nebraska's kind of cut this a little bit, so let's keep going.
Go back up to Michigan
Unless somebody
State.
needs a little break.
Navy-
Anybody need a little break? This is a great breaking point if you do.
Yeah, I'm
Navy-
fit to make a sandwich.
Navy up 4 with under a minute to go.
All right, here's
Could
what we're
have
gonna do. We're gonna
Our
take a
first
break.
1 seed to lose.
Let's take about a 10-minute break, and then we're gonna come back and we'll go back up Michigan, Tennessee, Michigan State, Texas Tech, and then we'll go down to Clemson, Maryland. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
All right, let's do it. For all you people still on, we're taking a little break here, but I'm going to pop up a couple things. One, here's the Venmo address. If you'd like to donate to our cause, several people have. We're more than happy to do it. We're getting down towards where we're scrubbing here. It shouldn't take us too long. And once we do, there may be some questions when our field is in as we go into the bracketing process. So there's our Venmos. So if you want to talk about a team, just Venmo some money there, and we'll be happy to talk about your team.
Hey, Shelby.
Hello.
You know, this is just a devastating blow for Nebraska.
Uh-huh.
I feel bad. Jawan Gary just either fouled out or something. And it's the hard part of sports, you know?
Yeah.
You know, we have all the comments up here, which are all part of what we're doing, but at the end of the day, you got a lot of young people out here, you know, playing their hearts out.
Mm-hmm.
I said it's just brutal for Nebraska, you know. I mean, I think
Yeah.
Jawan Gary either fouled out or something, just you know.
Is that Iowa fight song playing yet?
I don't know, but
Big
they're I
Ten
mean,
tournament.
Iowa's up 13 with 1:40 to go, so it's pretty much
Yeah.
over.
Unbelievable.
That's just a brutal way to wrap the season up. Not only do you lose your last home game, but all of a sudden it becomes your last game.
Well, they're going to go to the Crown, but
Yeah.
maybe they might turn the bid down after a disaster like this.
Well, it's just you have to wonder, like, and I'm not in that situation, but how motivated are you to take your team and travel and go do that after,
Yeah.
you know, because if they win today, this is what I'm saying. Like, if they win today, they're theoretically right in the bubble discussion somewhere. And now you're probably, I mean, for all practical purposes, they're going to drop to 17 and 14 and not even make the Big Ten tournament. I mean, there's just no hope.
No.
I mean,
It's over. It's
Yeah.
just over. This is what we talk about, though. Like, how many of these teams just play themselves off the bubble? This
Yeah.
is the perfect example.
more
Yeah,
teams
make
play
it
their
kinda
way out
easy.
than in.
Yeah. Makes it easy.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, and by the time we lose one or two spots, which is bound to happen, I mean, on average, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where the most likelies are. Historically, I would say the American, because there's always an American team besides Memphis playing for it. I mean, it would be easier for us if Memphis lost early rather than late.
Yeah. Yeah. It could.
I mean, it wouldn't be good for Memphis, but it would be because then you could figure out, well, it's, you know, let's say it's like North Texas and UAB or something in the final. Well, then you pretty much know where they're going to slot them. One either be about the same. You just save a spot and
Right.
plug in the winner.
Yeah. So Nebraska.
But otherwise, because that American always starts at like 3:00 on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then it's built a contingency for the winner. I think it gets tricky if like there's a Cinderella. Like last year, Temple got to the title and they were awful.
Yeah.
In the regular season. So that was a way different contingency than UAB, who did win it. But
Yeah.
they already know they're going to have to do that for the American no matter what this year.
Yeah, because you don't have somebody's going to be playing on Sunday that otherwise
No
isn't
matter
getting
what.
in.
You're right, exactly.
Yeah, so you just have to. I guess it's easier though if you know, like if it's UAB or North Texas, you could pretty much put them on the bottom of the 12 or the 13 line and just say, there you go. They're plopping in there.
Whoever's building out the committee schedule for the weekend, they're going to be already putting that on the agenda before they even meet.
Yep, that's it. It's over.
See you later. So Nebraska is 11 and 13, quads 1 through 3. Is that, or did I miss a game?
That sounds right.
Yeah, it's over.
I was gonna say I don't really think it matters what they are because they're not getting in.
No, you're not. You're not wrong. Obviously.
I can see the committee throwing us a curveball though.
Oh, actually, they were already 11 and 13, so now they're 11 and 14. So yeah, they're in Texas territory now.
Let the Fire Fred chants and talk begin.
At least Texas can play their way in. Nebraska's drawn dead.
Yep.
Good point. AQ.
I personally, I don't think. I think he's doing a pretty good job there. Actually, he's made him
Well, they
competitive.
lost, but they lost 5 in a row to end. That's usually where
Oh,
the,
yeah.
when the,
Yeah,
when the
but
temperature
he
trends
has made them much more competitive than they were.
The Navy midshipmen will be playing for a tournament bid.
He did a good job in the portal, obviously, but like this is bad. This is really bad.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. They're just totally different team than they were 3 weeks ago. It's just like night and day.
Nobody's hurt. Nobody's hurt.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, Braxton Mia's been hurt, but he's not like
Yeah,
that.
but yeah.
He's backup
Their
center.
center, that Buchenhall, he was out for a game or two, but that wasn't a.
He's awesome. He was great at UCLA too.
Yeah, I mean, but he was out for a game or two, but he's not been out for 5 games. Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Right. Well, they beat Northwestern at one of the games he missed. So, oh well. See you later, Cornhuskers.
All right, let's go. Well, we got enough to do here now. We can get back to let's get back to moving up into let's finish off that Michigan part so we get that done. So then we've kind of nice stopping point. We've done the top 16, so we can move on. And then we can jump back into getting those last bids in the field. And then just move totally to scrubbing and knock it out. All right. All right. Let's do the last bit of scrubbing here. We had pushed that back a little bit. So let's talk. I think we're at Tennessee and Michigan State.
I still vote Tennessee.
Tennessee.
I think it's an interesting discussion. If you look at a lot of the metrics, it's clearly Tennessee should be above, but Michigan State has been so good in the Big Ten, and they've been so good against Quad 1. I kind of think that Michigan State might actually have the advantage now.
I don't know. I mean, as much as I love how the Spartans have closed the season, Tennessee's still ahead, at least. Well, I don't have live updates, obviously, but still ahead in every metric. But it's gotten a lot closer. There was a time I wasn't sure it could ever happen.
Yeah.
And it could still be. This could be one of those that, if Michigan State goes on and wins the Big Ten tournament or gets to the final anyway, and Tennessee loses like their second game, I think, because you're not really changing a seed line at that point. You're just flip-flopping 6 and 7.
Michigan State is 12-4 against Quad 1 now. I know it looks like 11-4 there, but Michigan, that's their 12th Quad 1 win.
But where were they at the reveal?
Tennessee's got 10, Quad 1. Michigan State's got 10.
It sounded to me like at the
sorry,
reveal, Michigan State was in, but lost, and that's what caused them to drop out probably to like 18th overall.
I didn't realize Michigan State got up to 12 Quad 1 wins. Is that because
Yeah.
Iowa just won? Oh, no, I guess they were already there.
Because it was a road, and it won't drop because Iowa won today. Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
be 12.
I had them down for 10 for some reason before this game. Something.
I think to me, what it really comes down to is, do the wins. I mean, I realize they were at home, because they both won at Illinois.
Yeah.
But does
Texas
Tennessee's
A&M's
home
better.
wins over Florida and Alabama
Well, I
trump,
also
Michigan State's wins at Maryland, at Illinois, and then home to Purdue and Illinois? I mean, that's really, in a nutshell, that's what you're. And then, of course, the USC loss is significantly worse for Michigan State than anything that Tennessee has.
and home Indiana. But yeah, also just to go straight top of the resume, they both won at Illinois. So now you look at the next best road wins. It's Michigan and Maryland, of course, for the Spartans. But Tennessee's got A&M and Louisville, which I like that combo quite a bit better than Michigan and Maryland as a combo, especially with Michigan slipping. And then Tennessee backs it up with an Oklahoma road win. We're putting them in the field today. And they have another win away from home if you count the Baylor win. So just way more damage away from campus for Tennessee, not counting all the home wins. I know they all get big home wins.
Yeah, I think if it was me, I would put Tennessee above Michigan State. Predicting what the committee's going to do, that's a really, really solid quad one win percentage and 17-3 in the Big Ten. The question is, how much do they respect the Big Ten? If they respect it as the second best conference, I think it's Michigan State. If they're thinking it's more like the third best conference, I think they'll probably lean Tennessee.
And here's the logistics. Here's the logistics, guys. Both these teams are starting in Cleveland because Tennessee can't get one of the southern spots. They're all going to be gone. So they're both going to Cleveland, and Michigan State's still getting the Midwest because the Tennessee would be the fourth SEC team slotted, so they have to go west. And so Michigan State's still getting Indy. So it might as well just leave them seventh.
Okay, is there any vote on these, or you just want to leave them the same?
I don't feel unanimous enough about wanting to make a switch to make a switch.
Yeah.
They're close enough. I would just leave them for now.
All right, Michigan State, Texas Tech.
Spartans.
Sparty
for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Texas Tech, Kentucky.
Kentucky.
I think Kentucky's got it over Texas Tech.
I would put Kentucky
All right,
as
so
well.
we have a motion on the floor to examine these two teams.
Love what Texas Tech did in quad one. I think anytime you win 2/3 of your games at that kind of volume, terrific. You look at the predictive metrics. Predictive scream this should be a back end 2 seed for Texas Tech. They do not scream that for Kentucky. But I think when you look at the quality of Kentucky's wins, they're just so outrageously good. I think Kentucky deserves the edge.
Yep. Italian restaurant versus Tex-Mex.
Yeah, I mean it's the age old of this is really the same question we've had some other times, right? It's do Texas Tech's at least for this part of the bracket, significantly better predictives an 8-2 road record outweigh the fact that Kentucky's heavyweight wins are just non-comparable.
Well, I think it's also the bad losses that really hurt the Red Raiders.
Yeah. Three losses to teams that won't be in the field.
Yeah, nobody else really has that in this upper echelon area.
I mean, basically Kentucky's going to probably end up with 2 that don't make it, but they're both quad 1. Whereas, Texas Tech has 2 quad 2s and a quad 3.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I think those kind of cancel out a little bit.
Where was these 2 in the reveal?
Kentucky
was
Tech was 13. They were the top of the 4 line.
So
Kentucky
3
was 10.
spots. Yeah.
And I remember at that time thinking they had undervalued them.
Yes. And that's where the bad losses, I think, mattered.
Yeah.
I think
now Tech's been pretty impressive since then, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Texas, who do I take on a neutral floor? I think Texas Tech. I like Texas Tech as a basketball team, but when you talk about
a really fun game.
When you talk about a team who's lost 3 games above net 70 plus to be a 2 seed or up at the top of this range, I could buy it if they had a little bit more power behind their wins. Obviously, the at Houston game is terrific, but Kentucky is just depth at the top of their resume. So I think between Kentucky having better top end wins and avoiding the bad losses the same way, I think it has to go to the Wildcats for me.
Wildcats.
Yeah.
Let me just look at something.
That would be my sentiment as well, even though Tech has fewer losses.
Well, plus you got to take into consideration they've a 296 non-conference.
Yeah.
They're up there too.
Well, their best non-conference win is Northern Colorado.
Yeah.
Closely followed by DePaul.
I mean, the other thing I would look at is you look at the Q1B for Kentucky. Those are all tournament wins. You look at Q1B for Texas Tech. None of those teams are going to the NCAA tournament.
I'm just kind of
Well-
scrolling down here to see how far I have to go down to find a team with 70 and over. Going a long way down.
I just think traditionally the committee tends to really reward teams that schedule tough out of conference. They tend to punish those that don't schedule tough out of conference. We've got a perfect example of opposite ends of the spectrum here. And then Kentucky being better at the top end, not having the losses that Texas Tech does that really hurt them. I think traditionally the committee prefers teams like Kentucky to teams like Texas Tech.
Yeah. And this isn't who they would pick necessarily. Okay, there could come down. It seems really close after an hour discussion, shirts and skins. I get it. Who do you think's better? But I think in this case, whoever you would have favorite on a neutral court, resume speaking, I think even though Kentucky has more losses, their overall body of work is better.
The more losses point. I'm scrolling back.
The next team I found
Okay.
was number 31 VCU that had 70 or below. All right. So we had a discussion and let's have a vote. Who wants Kentucky? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Enough said, people.
I'm allowed to make my point now. No
Okay.
10-loss regular season team has been a 2 seed in the last 2 decades.
Whoa.
I mean, I will say Kentucky's coming out of the best conference arguably ever in the history of college basketball this year. So might be an exception there. The other thing that I would mention is I don't think this is settled by any means. I think the conference tournaments still will have a lot to say about this area of the bracket.
And Kerry, you're 100% right. Marquette was a 2 last year with 9 losses.
There was a North Carolina team like a decade ago. They got in with 10 losses, but that was after the conference tournament.
Yeah.
So I don't think we've ever seen an 11-loss team get on the 2 line.
Okay.
I know I'm not trying to go back to starting the St. John's Kentucky debate, but I think it is far more likely that a 4-loss Big East champion will get a 2 seed than a 10-loss Kentucky team.
Yeah, we're having the wrong debate. It should be St. John's up there.
So how long did you say it was, Kerry?
I scrolled back to at least 2007 and I still haven't
Okay.
seen them.
Okay. All right, but do we still want to go forward? Just want to double check. When we voted, we can revote if you like.
I still think it's Kentucky over Texas Tech. I just think St. John's is above both of them.
I hear no one says they want to revote, so we're going to go ahead with it.
Hey, this
All
is
right,
going to be a year for firsts.
Kentucky-
Apologies. I was looking at the Navy box score. Can you remind me what we're talking about again?
Well, Kerry brought up a point about Kentucky with 10 losses. That in the past almost 20 years, nobody's been a double-digit loss team has not been a number 2 seed. We've had some close, as Dave pointed out, with 9, but so we had voted to put Kentucky above Tech. So we're just saying, is that the way we want to keep it? Because we can.
Yeah, I still like Kentucky regardless. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think that's it. We don't Michigan State, Kentucky.
No.
All right. We're good there. All right. So we're good. All right. Now let's flip back. And I have those 9 teams. We're going to go back to doing this vote. We decided earlier in a vote that we would go ahead and just rank these 9. We're not ready to vote yet. I just want some discussion. Obviously, Nebraska is going to go to the bottom of the heap here, but I think. Anyway, any further thoughts on these 9 while I put the ballot together?
Ohio State, North Carolina, Nebraska, you probably don't need to put those in there.
Yeah, I'd punt Nebraska into the sun.
Yeah, they're in there, so we'll leave them.
Especially as a Creighton guy, it should be an extra. That would be like an 80-yard punt.
I'm a
This is gonna wind
parliamentarian.
up.
I'm a parliamentarian, Rocco. I've got to go by the rules.
I know, I'm just messing. But I would, this is where I would say I don't think Wake Forest is getting in, but they're with their draw and the double bye in the ACC, they're going to be a little interesting
Yeah.
compared to
understand.
Nebraska, at least. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing: with everything that's happened around them, all of a sudden, Wake, that was dead to the world, is potentially, they're just hanging around that periphery, going, well, if we beat North Carolina and we get another shot at Duke, and we beat Duke, then all of a sudden, like, Wake Forest becomes like, well,
yeah,
they might be the best. They might be the best of what's left.
They're my third team out right now.
They have a pulse.
Yeah, I mean they're hovering right around that end of that first out, next out after that, just because there's just so much carnage around them.
I would still take Wake over Carolina probably just because they've got a little bit more, but it's close.
Because
Wake's got
third out, Carolina's fifth out.
There you go. Wake's just got those 3 bad losses. It's tough.
Yeah,
I think they're 1-7 against the field too, which is a tough.
I probably would still take Irvine even if they lost in the semis. And that would be against Riverside at least. But I bet the committee would probably disagree with me. Boise still
Santa Clara, right? I mean, Santa Clara's got what, 11 losses?
Yeah, they got a lot of losses, but
I mean, fair or unfair, I just can't see like a team from a non-power conference getting a bid with 11 losses.
Yeah, that's the hard part. And I guess the selling point is they have a win at number 8 on the road in the net.
Yep.
Plus one of the better mid-major teams at McNeese. It's a weird place to go. And
no, I 100% hear you. It's just kind of one of those math problems.
Plus, like North Texas. Yeah.
Rock, I was going to say something we mentioned with when we were talking about Boise State a couple of days ago, and a similar thing with Wake. I think if my math is correct, they're 1-7 against the field right now, and that one win was that Michigan win, which is looking a little bit worse, I guess, than it did a month ago. But that game was also played 30 miles from Wake's campus in Greensboro.
Yep.
And we mentioned that with Boise and St. Mary's. I don't know how far Idaho Falls is from Boise. I'm not good with my Idaho geography, but
it's
close. I've driven it.
It's a long ways, though.
It's quite a ways. It's probably farther than 30 miles, I would guess, right?
Oh God, yes. It's like 3 hours at least.
Yes.
But when you're in Idaho, you're in Idaho.
Yeah. I agree.
I live 50 miles from Idaho Falls.
I'm not saying
it's a long freaking ways.
I'm not saying to make Boise's look better, but I'm going to say if we look at that in that way and say, well, that's kind of, it's definitely less of a neutral for Boise. I mean, that's significantly less of a neutral for Wake than it is for Michigan.
It is, but I think I would put them in the same bucket because for St. Mary's to go up to Idaho, they're going up in the sea of blue no matter what, wherever they want to play in the state. That was my point of that comment. And if Michigan's going to Wake, they probably actually, Michigan's got alumni everywhere. They might have had even more. They probably had more fans than St. Mary's had if we're just comparing those two events. But, the reason I would just say Wake a little more interesting than Carolina at this point, they do have the road SMU and Stanford, which I would argue is better. Both of those are better than North Carolina's road Florida State and Notre Dame. If Stanford and Florida State might be pretty close to equal at this point, but the SMU one does help Wake a little bit. If it's not great, but I would say North Carolina's UCLA win and Wake's Michigan win are probably about even now. So just going into the road wins, it would still tilt to Wake, but Wake's got to own those 3 bad losses. Carolina only has 1 bad loss. So.
Yeah.
I also think with Wake going over 500 on the road, away from home in general, and Carolina going 8-9, that helps Wake too. Anyway, I hope ideally they're not in the conversation for real, but
Yeah.
they're in a position in the bracket to, where they're going to play each other.
Yeah.
And so the winner of that game is going to get heavily discussed nationally. Whether how close they are or not is up to everybody's interpretation.
Yeah, I think kind of like right now, I think we've got enough, in my opinion, enough information to vote on where teams stand now. But next week, we're going to have to look again at this because I think there will be changes based on the conference tournaments.
Yeah,
Great
the
point,
ACC
Graham. I just want to let everybody know that we do go back next week. We have a meeting. We do it offline usually and just go through it and say, all right, do we want to make any changes? We generally will only move them if they're moving a seed line, but because obviously we're all busy following tournaments and doing our own brackets. So I am going to send the ballot. We have 9 teams. You want to rank them 1 through 9.
Rocco, make your UC Irvine plea.
Have I not done that yet?
Not today.
I saw it on Twitter, Rocco.
Oh yeah, I mean these guys really need to be looked at. I mean what they've been able to do, and I show you guys because it's too much to tweet. But so I called the games in Canada when they won that tournament. Beat some fairly good teams. Towson won their league. Kent State was one of the better MAC teams, and Kennesaw, they've been pretty good all year. They just got the 4th seed in Conference USA. But anyway, my point is I've seen them play in person those 3 times, and I went to the loss against UC San Diego at home, that big one that the Tritons got. But up in Canada, Langston Redfield tore his ACL. He was their probably best 6th man. So they've been going ever since Thanksgiving, essentially, without Redfield. Then in early Big West play, the reigning Big West Defensive Player of the Year, Andre Henry, tears his ACL. So now they're down 2 guys. But one of the beauties of Russell Turner's program is they play like 10, 11 guys all the time, and they're all, they're all very complimentary and they all contribute. So they've been fine without those 2 studs. And now Miles Che goes down last night, but looks like, knock on wood, he's going to be okay going forward. But he's a really key guard, their best 3-point shooter. And so they've weathered tons of storms just as a roster. Now, beyond all that, I think the reason why they're interesting for an at-large case is their non-conference is a lot different than most teams. They go on the road and try to play a lot of teams. They don't have a big buy budget at Irvine, so they went to Belmont, quad 2, won. They went to Northern Iowa, quad 2, killed them by 20, 3rd best Valley team. They picked up a boatload of quad 3, 11 quad 3 wins. That's a mix of non-con and the Big West being better. So overall, they have 14 true road wins. Crazy. And then you add in the 3 wins in Canada, 17 wins away from home out of their 26 D1. So only 9 of those 26 wins were on their home court. Now you just go to the basics of bracketology. They've got a Q1A win at UC San Diego. Obviously, if they didn't, probably missed this conversation. And then they have winning records across the board, 4-3, top 2 quads. And then, of course, get up to 15 wins in the meaningful games, 15-5. And when you're used to looking at the rest of the bubble from the upper echelon of college basketball, I mean, the more and more I think about it, the more and more this team's impressive. Today in Kevin Pagua index, or at least the last time he refreshed it, they were 41, which is right in the wheelhouse of selection. They're up to 50 in the WAB today, 55 in SOR. So, trying to use those to do some sort of comparison with teams that don't play nearly this type of schedule. But, I mean, just think about all the different times they were in a hotel, went to the arena, did shoot around, then went back to the arena and won the game. Unbelievable, in my opinion.
So they were, during the UCSD game last night, they were showing like that UCSD is 2nd in the nation and true road wins, 2nd in road neutral wins. I was like, well, that's because UCI is number 1.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, what these teams have been able to accomplish is it's historic for this level. And they're great teams. They play super connected. UC Irvine has a 7-footer. If you haven't seen them play, Bent Leuchten. He'll be a very big difference maker, I think, and he is in the league, and he would be nationally, I think, in the NCAA's. High level scoring from Devin Tillis as well, and they pride themselves on being tough. which is why they play all these road games. You know, they really want to punch you in the mouth. I think Shelby, you texted me they were down yesterday on the group chat, and I told you they'd punch back, and they did.
Sure did.
They dominated that second half last night at UC Santa Barbara. So anyway, that's their story. It's up to you guys if you think they belong.
I have them just behind Nebraska now. Is that okay?
That's pretty much definitely not okay. Not okay. Yeah, I guess my concerns are the Big West doesn't have a person in the committee, but you know, whoever's got him, probably Stu, really has to speak up. And again, I understand they probably have to get to the final, or UC San Diego probably has to get to the final too. You know, because then they don't take a bad loss.
Yeah,
but
I know we were talking about it offline beforehand, but I mean, I feel like it's down to Ohio State or UC Irvine for the last at-large spot right now, and that could change. We'll see who gets squeezed out based on bid thieves and whatnot. But man, comparing those two side by side is like the most apples and oranges comparison you can get, and I prefer the Anteaters apples.
Yeah, I prefer UC Irvine today too. The unfortunate thing for them is I don't think they can take a loss, and I think that's the really tough part for them.
But if they lose on a neutral to UCSD, that's a high-level quad one loss.
Yeah. I just think they're right on the edge right now, and that's where it's like it's unfortunate.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I texted with the staff last night after they won, and you know, they're even admitting that they stubbed their toe against Northridge. It was right after the UC San Diego game chronologically, and I think that game just kind of deflated them because UC San Diego went into their house and snapped their 2-year winning streak of never losing in Irvine. And then CSUN's very talented. They've got some high-level players. You know, Jones is probably an NBA two-way guy, and they caught him on the hangover. So Northridge won that game by 12. And you know, that's the one they want to. They wish they had back.
Well, I think Rocco too. I mean, it's the life of a good mid-major trying to schedule, right? I mean, that they went and played 3 games in 7 days in Corvallis, at Belmont, and then at Duquesne, and got pasted by Duquesne after traveling across the country and then traveling from Nashville to Pittsburgh and played 36 hours later. That looks like a bad result, but in the reality, that's just what you have to do to fill a schedule there. And unfortunately, you know, that's up, like you said, that's up to Stu to communicate that and say, you know, this team deserves a little bit of grace or something like that, because that's what they're required to do.
Yeah, they played 3 games in 3 different time zones in less than a week, or within a week span. And even the Belmont game, they were getting killed. That's the one they won. And they just went on, kind of like last night's game, if you guys were watching. Like last night's game, they went on a crazy run, scored 67 in the second half. That game was very similar, ended up a 92-84 win. But then they spent all their energy coming back and beating Belmont, that they came out 2 days later flat in Pittsburgh. Understandable, but lose to Duquesne by 16 there. But yeah, great call, Anthony, on the situation of that. Oregon State, I would add too, because they'll probably come up on some other resumes. Terrific home team, 15-3. Only losses were to St. Mary's, Oregon, and San Francisco. They did beat Gonzaga, of course, and everybody else, including Irvine. So I'm not going to harp on losing to Oregon State, even though Oregon State had a horrible showing last night in WCC tournament.
Yeah, it's more that Duquesne loss that sticks out. But if you think about it, the back end, all that travel in a week, it makes sense.
I think it was
the
Belmont rally. Yeah, the Belmont rally too. I think they were just spent.
And that's where I'm hopeful that, you know, the split this year would be a little bit more open-minded to something like that. Having one extra, you know, mid-major representative might be more open to that dialogue around something like that. Whereas you could just say, well, they just lost to Duquesne. Like, you shouldn't be losing to Duquesne if you want to get in the tournament. And that's the glass half full view of it. Where I think, you know, some of the P5s may not totally understand that dilemma or care.
They're the only team. Well, no, that's actually not true. I can't say that. Shoot. Okay, never mind. I was going to say they're the only team that won at. They were the only team that won at UC San Diego, and then I remembered the Seattle game.
outside of Seattle, they're the only team that won at UC San Diego.
Right. Yeah, not as. It's just not good to even bring that Seattle game up.
Anthony, do you want to bring up the North Carolina scheduling point you just made on Twitter?
What did I say?
That they're allowed to play an extra game or whatever.
Yeah. Somebody asked on Twitter why North Carolina played 32 regular season games. It's because they played that true road game at Hawaii, so they're allowed to play one extra game. I forget if somebody else did it. I think A&M
UC San Diego.
A&M
San
Corpus
Diego
Christi
played
might have done it. Did they play 32 also?
UC San Diego does, yeah.
Yeah, so anyone in the Big West can do it, and then obviously if you play that non-con, I forget if A&M Corpus Christi did it this year or last year. I know they played out there and they scheduled 32. Just kind of an interesting little quirk to the rules.
Sorry, I'm
Speaking
yelling at you,
of
Rocco, and I was
UNC,
unmuted. You got the belt then?
Oh, sorry about that. I'll do it right now.
Speaking
I
of
think Anthony, I think some other teams have done it throughout the years. Kind of.
Yeah, it's not uncommon.
Same with football.
Piggyback off
Same
that
with football. You
Hawaii
can play an
tournament.
extra game in football too.
Speaking of UNC, I think if they didn't beat Dayton, I would actually probably have Dayton in my bracket right now. Had Dayton pulled that one out, I'm not so sure Dayton's completely dead here. I just think when you look at their 500 record against Quad 1, all against what may end up being tournament teams, Dayton's not completely out of the picture when you look at these resumes. Because, let's be honest, these are not good resumes we're talking about. At least Dayton went out and beat some tournament quality teams.
Well, I mentioned Dayton 2 hours ago. I wanted to get them back in the conversation because I think they're definitely ahead of 4 of the teams in this vote.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
we could definitely replace them with Nebraska because we know Nebraska's dead in the water.
Let's
Yeah.
put Dayton instead of Nebraska.
Yeah, I think Dayton. I mean, it's interesting because their resume metrics have climbed a decent amount after that VCU win too, and so it's worth. I'm not sure how far exactly I would have them out right now, but they are definitely in the conversation if they win 1 or 2 in DC next week. I'm not sure who. I gotta actually look at the.
Yeah, I mean,
for that and see who they
Dayton would be the one
face.
team we could really whiff on if we didn't have them here in this vote.
Tim, vote is in.
Again, I respect all you guys' opinions, but we've gone through these votes a million times. They could have gone into any one of these, and we didn't put them in. So
Because
Yeah,
we
I
did
just think there's
vote
been a
before
lot
the
of
game at
results
VCU was
started
fine.
this.
and I get that, maybe next week, but we can review it then. We can look at it then. Definitely.
They play winner of game 7, which is GW and URI Fordham, which doesn't really help them at all. That's the challenge, right? Their meaningful game is not going to be until Saturday afternoon. Anything that's going to move the needle. So they're really relying on. It's almost like if they're not in the field already, they're really relying on no bid Steelers and other people dropping back for the argument, which is tough.
All right.
To make room for
Here
them.
we go with well, I'll just let's just do this. Let's just put them in here in order. So UC San Diego and Xavier tied for supposedly the last 2 spots. We'll have to check that out.
Little typo there.
Drake by 4 at the half.
I'll be right back.
San Diego.
Where in the world is Carmen San Diego?
La Jolla.
Not La Jolla, as I thought when I had never been to California before.
Well, we got to get you out there to see the seals, man.
All the Jays are solid.
I've spent a fair amount of time in San Diego. Actually, I love that area.
Snow
Nice.
yoke.
Yeah, I lived there for 4 years. It was great. I miss it all the time. Ooh, UNC over Boise. That's a fun comparison.
Boise over Colorado State? Really?
I
I'm
agree with that.
Colorado
I
State.
agree with that too.
Boise's done more.
I just think
Understand.
when you compare in conference, a lot of head-to-head results, including in Boise, I think Colorado State has a slight edge.
If we could just give the Clemson and St. Mary's wins to Colorado State, we'd have a nice Mountain West resume.
You'd have a single-digit seed.
That's the
Probably.
issue for Colorado State. Yeah.
You got to get rid of the Washington, the Riverside losses too.
All right. Well, we'll discuss this later because we may have.
I think
an
if
issue
one of them
here.
was going Rocco, it makes a big difference. It's like, oh, you can kind of overlook it a little bit more. Having both is tough.
I mean, Washington was just better back then, and they beat them. But Riverside beat them on a half-court shot, which was awesome, but also heartbreaking for Colorado State's at large later on in life.
Yeah.
They didn't look like a tournament team in the first 2 months. CSU, they've improved significantly. If there was like a last 10 in still from the old days, they'd be the sexy pick.
Minnesota and Rutgers going to overtime.
Wow.
Barn burner in the rack.
We get Minnesota on the list, 7 quad 1 wins. Should we pull up the resume, Gary?
No, I will not.
Them even making it to
Ohio
Indy.
State and Irvine in?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. How did we end up with that?
I don't think we have enough spots for both Ohio State and Irvine.
Let's go back though. I think we do.
That'd be sweet. Except for Ohio State doesn't belong. Besides that part.
No, I think we're one spot. Wait.
All right, let's go. Okay, before we do anything, let's go through here and put in the AQs. So we got Michigan State.
Oh, we took out VCU. We don't have an A10 team in now.
Yeah, VCU needs to be in. That's what it is.
So they would
Good
replace
catch.
Irvine. But we would have caught that after highlighting and only counting 30 instead of 31. So
I just knew that my final two teams I was going after were Irvine and Ohio State, and they can't both be in that case.
Right.
New Mexico is still the leader, right?
They won it.
Outright.
Yeah.
North Texas is trying to play their way out of the conversation entirely, down 15 at Temple.
yeah. Got my eraser ready, don't worry.
Washington trying to knock off Oregon so they can't play in Seattle in the first round.
Temple would beat the top 2 teams in the AAC at home at that point, right? Beat Memphis.
North Texas locked into the 2 seed.
Or is UAB? Oh, maybe UAB is. Well,
I
either
think they
way,
would tie.
2 of the top 3, Temple would pick them off at home. Pretty crazy.
Temple's got talent. They've had a lot of injuries too.
All right. I think that is correct. So these all go out. So right now, whoops. Last 4 in are UC, Irvine, North Carolina, Boise State, Colorado State. VCU is out because they are at our IQ. So there we go. All right.
Just get rid of Nebraska forever. I don't even want to see them anymore.
Well, but it starts with an N, Graham.
Tim's going to object to that. He wants Nebraska on the board.
He wants them first team out so he can just rub it in. It's the worst spot.
I prefer where they are. All right.
Tim's gonna be
all right.
on the Crown Tournament
So
commercials.
now,
He needs Nebraska on
Let's
the board.
let's move on down the scrubbing here, and because we're at 2:11, I'd like to get this done probably in a half hour if we can. So, but I don't want to rush again, but I think we can pretty easily because the scrubbing goes usually fairly fast. So we ended up at 16. So Maryland, Clemson.
I like Clemson.
We
have one vote.
To Maryland.
We have one vote. We have any other votes
I'm gonna go
to
with Maryland.
discuss? I hear
Maryland.
none. I hear none,
Yeah.
so we're moving on.
I have Maryland. Yeah.
Clemson, Oregon. I will
I'm good
speak
with
for
that.
Dave. He would want Oregon, so I will raise a hand here.
Oh, actually, I have Oregon ahead of them. Yeah, I have Oregon ahead of all those teams. Actually,
All right, so there's two. So let's go ahead and have discussion. Oregon over Clemson.
I'm just banking on Oregon losing to Washington today, so I've already factored that in. Call me
That's it.
crazy.
Clemson is batting 80% against Quad 2. They've won 2/3 of their games against Quad 1. They have wins against Duke and Kentucky, and they're 26-5 overall. I like Clemson.
Clemson.
Counter, Clemson is 2-2 in its 4 games against the field and has 3 losses outside of that.
0 road
Right.
wins against the field.
Yeah,
0 road
their
wins
best
away from
win away
Little
from home
John.
is SMU.
They don't have
Yeah,
a win.
Oregon.
Yeah, I would go Oregon.
Oregon has protected seed credentials with the Alabama win for money, obviously, and at Wisconsin. And then they have the Texas A&M win also for money. So
For money.
they play well when the money's on the line. That's for sure. Must be a Phil Knight thing.
When Nate Biddle hit that putback, it was like, that's a $250,000 shot.
It was. You put money on the line, I would not bet against these guys.
It was
I mean,
in that tournament there was a audible groan and murmurs in the crowd when their team lost that chance to play for the big money. Like, do we still get money here?
Especially
I think
the parents.
Oregon has
Especially the
terrific
parents.
wins. Do we really think a team that's 11th in strength of record and 18-2 in the ACC is going to fall behind a team with predictive metrics of 30-something? I don't.
I think this is the worst ACC of my lifetime, so I'm going to say yes.
I was going to say, if 18-2 in the ACC means anything, we
Nothing.
vastly undervalued Louisville.
Well,
I think they're
to
overvalued.
carry-
Louisville had the worst schedule in the ACC. The last place schedule in the ACC.
Yeah, I guess to Kerry's point, though, is if you really go down through Clemson and Louisville's resumes, considering that Louisville beat Clemson, the differentiating factor is the Duke and Kentucky win. So Clemson is clearly ahead. But the question is, if Clemson's a 4 seed, then there's no way we should have Louisville at the top of the 8 line. That
I
doesn't.
don't think Clemson's a 4 seed. That's, I guess, my.
Well, that's
I don't
that's
either.
been my
I just
take
don't
all
think-
season. But
They don't have the credentials. They didn't get the win away from home against the field. I don't remember
That's a
ever
big problem.
A
Big
protected
problem.
seed does not get it if they don't have that. And then they had a bad loss at home to Georgia Tech. So that's the caboodle. I get all the metrics and stuff. That's fine. Doesn't matter to me. You got to bring credentials to the table to get. Those 16 spots are precious. You got to earn them. They didn't earn
And
it.
I think they have earned them by converting so many opportunities given the rare chances that they've had. They've been very good when given chances.
I think they're good, and I think they're going to make it. They have a good chance to make another run like last year. But seeding wise, it's tough. I actually do like their team, so it's not necessarily that. It's just you got to bring the credentials.
It's funny because I have both of these teams on my 4 line. I just think Arizona's further down.
Yeah, but Arizona won at BYU. That's way better than anything Clemson brings to the table. At least at the front of their bus.
yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, when you consider they won 1 game away from home against the top 50.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, you
it's
can only
tough
play
sledding.
the ACC schedule in
sledding.
20.
I understand, but still, I mean,
How many times did BYU lose at home this year?
Twice?
twice maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, Texas Tech and Arizona. So there you go. And they beat a bunch of good teams in that building and embarrassed a team that Graham likes. And so,
Who, Bradley?
Yeah. So Clemson has nothing like that. Clemson has nothing like that.
Graham, my hang up with Clemson is, I agree. There has to be some breaking point where the overall win total and conversion percentage matters. But I think Rocco hit the nail on the head. I cannot get this team into protected seed territory. without a win against the tournament field away from Clemson. Like, I just think that's unheard of. And again, we've talked about it before. We may very well end up breaking some records this year, but that's almost the record that I feel like in a historically strong field, or at least at the top, shouldn't be bent, right? Because they are going up against teams that have such good resumes. I maybe that's going to end up biting me in the you know what at the end of the day come Selection Sunday, but really struggle with getting them. Kentucky and Duke at home are really nice, but like, they're at home, and you're expected to win games at home. The real one that they probably weren't super expected to win is I think they were favored in the Kentucky game too, by a point or two. So they weren't expected to win the Duke game, and they won it.
Not on the team sheet.
Oh, they weren't.
Point
Spreads
are not on the. No, point spreads are not on the team sheet, so it's not supposed to be discussed.
Well, I was just saying okay, never mind. I'll take that back.
It's clear to me that I don't have the votes for Clemson, but I do think Clemson has a very good resume and deserves some respect.
Well, I know, but
I think they've got a nice resume. They have 2 wins, 2 wins over what we would consider field teams, right? Teams in the field, and 3 losses to teams outside.
And they're 26-5.
Yeah, I know.
And they have wins over Duke and Kentucky. I just feel like there's more to this resume than we're talking
But
about.
are we discussing these as 2 5 seeds?
So
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have the votes, so we should move on anyways. But
I think Clemson's a really good team. I just feel like we have such a disparity between Clemson and Louisville that if you're moving Clemson to the 4 and you're going to say Louisville's the top 8, I don't think it's that big a disparity between the 2 resumes.
I mean, I see a huge gap between not being all that close to Duke at home and beating Duke at home, and then adding on a win over Kentucky versus losing to Kentucky. Like, I think that's a big gap between those 2 teams. Clemson has the wins over our top 10, and Louisville doesn't have anything even remotely close to that.
Except, of course, beating Clemson.
Yeah, at home. What did we just talk about? At home.
Well, right. I get it. No, I don't. I think Clemson's ahead because of those 2. I just think that they both won a lot of games against the ACC, and I think that the disparity between 4 seed lines is probably a bit much. But that's.
Yep.
Okay.
I think you can move Clemson up to 17 overall, and then they keep bumping their head on 16 because they don't have the credentials. It's like the Mario Brothers thing when you get the mushroom to come out. That's what Clemson's doing on the 16.
All right, so I think so. The vote is 5-1 for Oregon.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Correct?
And then yep.
All right. So now Oregon, Maryland.
I'm Oregon on that too.
I would vote Oregon as well.
All right. So there's discussion.
Yeah. I mean, I personally have Maryland ahead, but I don't have Arizona in I have Arizona on my 5 line. So,
I mean, nothing has happened since the last time we voted on this between these 2. So I don't know why I would move them.
I might have missed it, but that's fine. I don't.
All right, let's vote then. How many want Maryland? 1, 2, 3.
I vote to just move on.
All right, we'll leave as. So now we got to drop down Clemson, Michigan.
Oh, Clemson.
Yeah,
Clemson ahead.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Michigan,
especially Michigan of late.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No vote there. Michigan, St. Mary's.
St. Mary's.
St. Mary's.
All right. So there's been a motion to you want to discuss, or is everybody unanimous on that?
We've got voice votes here that say St. Mary's. I don't think we need to care about that.
No, that's why I said I'm not even going to start the argument because it's a wasted point. The committee will get it wrong, and St. Mary's will be upset in the first round again by 12 seeds.
Hey, don't forget they were tied with the national champs at halftime when Alex Dukas got hurt 2 years ago. They might have beat UConn that year without the injury.
Yeah,
that was UConn's biggest test of the whole tournament, and when it was all said and done. Besides Iona, they were down at halftime against Iona the first round. Rick Pitino.
Hey, Michigan and Ole Miss. Oh, I'm sorry. St. Mary's, Clemson.
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 I would concur.
All right. Okay, now Michigan, Ole Miss.
Toss up. I'd keep Michigan.
Anybody want to
I need to look.
have discussion to move them?
I mean, both teams got blown out by good teams this weekend. I don't think anything has changed on where they're relatively placed.
I think for the time being, that's very fair. I like that, Graham. Thank you.
Silence is golden. Ole Miss, Missouri.
Ole Miss.
Missouri lost a home game.
Yeah, keep Ole Miss.
They're even worse than those two. I think Memphis is moving up. Let's get Memphis up there.
I think Memphis is moving up too. I think Missouri's dropping though.
Okay. Missouri, UCLA.
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 All right,
We're
discussion.
gonna vote for every UC school for the record.
I like UC Los Angeles in this one.
Yeah.
What's that?
UC
I just want to make sure that we're looking at, data and everything and not just,
Of
shouting
course.
out, doing an AP poll here. So let's have a little discussion. I think, 2 minutes worth is worth it.
Yeah, just based on where it was yesterday, I haven't looked at today's update. That loss for Missouri puts them 6-10 Q1. UCLA 9-7. UCLA already had more quad 1A wins. Missouri's only interesting because they won at Florida, Mississippi State, and Georgia, but they're 3-8 away from Columbia. Plus, they added a home loss yesterday. UCLA 7 wins against the field. At Oregon at the top of that with neutral court wins over Arizona, who's already been discussed and slotted, I believe. Gonzaga, who of course is a top 8 net win for whatever that's worth, and 500 on the road. So much better on the road than Mizzou. 9 quad 1 wins. I think to me, it's clearly the Bruins.
It's clearly the Bruins.
Yeah,
and to
I
add
agree.
to this, Missouri only has 3 wins away from Columbia. Not just 3
Right.
road wins, but only 3 wins away from Columbia. I think it's very important.
3-8. 3-8. Yep.
Yeah, and I think the thing that kind of helped Missouri initially too, their metric profile was not significantly better, but it was decently better than UCLA as a week and a half ago. But the 3-game slide has pushed them back metrically too. I think this one's I agree with everything Rocco said.
All right, unanimous?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so at this point.
All right, now we got UCLA, Ole Miss.
I think UCLA has it after Ole Miss took a beating at Florida.
See, I don't. The loss at Florida doesn't bother me a whole lot about Ole Miss because they weren't supposed to win there anyway. So what are they won by? Unless they made it like a 3-point game or something. Whether you lose by 10 or lose by 15,
It hits
I
your
just
other
think-
numbers.
When you're that close to each other, I do think 9-7 versus quad 1 versus 7-9 in quad 1 is significant because both these teams have absolutely terrific wins.
I think I'm UCLA above Ole Miss too, but it's close.
Yeah, I think they're
the
neck and neck,
I think
but
the committee. I think the committee likes UCLA more too.
Okay, so are we in for discussion on this one? Do we have 2 people that want to move?
I'm not going to
I'm
die on a hill between Ole Miss and UCLA, but I would be if we're going to move UCLA up, then I think we got to revisit UCLA and Michigan too.
Right.
I think
I think-
UCLA and Miss are solid.
I think
Both of
Let's
them.
just go with UCLA and Ole Miss. Do we have 2 people that want to
Yes.
move? We do?
I want UCLA.
All right, so we have 2 people that want to move. Any more discussion or should we vote?
We talked about UCLA pretty well. I think with Ole Miss, they dropped to 6-9 quad 1. Obviously, they have the road Alabama, road Louisville, road Arkansas, very strong at the top. Neutral BYU as well. So that's where they shine. But they do have one loss outside of Q1. UCLA has 1 loss out of Q1. Road record away from campus. UCLA 7-7. Ole Miss 8-7. It's close.
Is this where I can bring up that UCLA has 4 losses to teams outside the field and Ole Miss has none?
I was going to say
Because they're
UCLA
in the
has 2
SEC.
outside of quad 1. I think you missed the
Well, I
Minnesota.
get, but that's my point. That's why I don't think the quad 1 records are exactly. I don't think the level, the quality of the opponents that Ole Miss played in Quad One
Yeah.
is stronger because if you look at UCLA, and again, UCLA's half their wins in Quad One, or a significant portion, are 50 and below.
Right.
I will
Yeah.
say, I think this is one area when you have
Good
them
one.
this close to each other, efficiency metrics might matter a little bit. And here's part of the reason I think that. Ole Miss, in my opinion, and a lot of SEC teams like Mississippi State have probably a little bit better resume metrics than they should, just because when teams like UCLA are losing to Rutgers, it looks kind of worse. But in the reality, when you look at what Ole Miss is doing, they would have dropped more games if they were in a different conference. I feel confident in that. Like, you can only judge them based on the resume that they have, but I think their efficiency metrics have pointed more so to who they really are than their resume metrics, just because you can't take bad losses in the SEC. I think that's protected them a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd like to point out
I
something
just know
too.
that UCLA lost to Rutgers and Minnesota at home.
But that's
Dave?
kind of my point. Like, you can lose those games in the Big Ten. You can't lose them in the SEC. There's not even a chance to take the loss.
Yeah, Dave convinced me. I think I'm back on Ole Miss now.
Yeah, I'd say I want to just point out to our listeners. So there's one. Dave made a good point about, we get caught up in Quad 1, Quad 2, Quad 1A. The committee does. That's not the end all be all. They look at, was that a 75 Quad 1 win, or was that a 22 Quad 1 win? Okay, there's quite a difference. So they
Ole Miss also has a blowout win at Louisville, and they beat BYU in the non-conference.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with keeping it. I think they're right next to each other either way, whichever way you
I'd say if we're really torn, we dove into this, we voted, we discussed it. So unless there's a overwhelming reason to move, I think we ought to keep going.
Hey, Dave. Average net win, Ole Miss 125, UCLA 128. There you go.
Very
They're
close.
pretty close.
That's really close.
All right, Larry, we're going to drop back to Missouri and BYU.
I think BYU has it now.
Me too.
All right, we have two people. Any discussion or do we want to go to vote?
BYU has the better collection of road wins, and then you look at Missouri. I don't think it's coincidental. They're now 32nd in strength of record. BYU's 22. I think Missouri scheduled a very bad non-conference schedule. They only have 3 wins away from Columbia. I don't necessarily think BYU has a terrific resume, but Missouri has enough warts on there that I think it's a difference maker at this point.
How are you going to point out strength of schedule and you're
BYU's
saying
is
it's
awful.
in favor of BYU?
Yeah, that's not right. But besides that, good points. I think I'm still Mizzou. The Florida win is big. The only team to win there.
Yeah, I just think, again, I'm not saying that BYU had a good non-conference strength of schedule. I'm just saying that I think Missouri, between their non-conference schedule, now they're only 6-10 against Quad 1, but especially the Columbia. They've only won 3 games outside of Columbia. I think that's gigantic.
It's a bad record. It's a bad record, but I think the trio, at least, if you're going trio for trio, I'll take Missouri's trio over BYU's road trio.
Yeah, you get past the first 2. I think that's a reasonable argument.
Mississippi State and Georgia's aged really well. I was at that game, and then Mississippi State's solid. Obviously, BYU's top 2 is better because they have Iowa State, Arizona, but the West Virginia is probably below all 3 of Missouri's road wins.
And
all right,
we've been down that road before, but again, BYU has 4 losses to non-tournament teams, and Missouri has 1.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah,
BYU Marquette.
BYU.
All right, Marquette, Illinois.
Illinois for sure.
All right, we got 2 people with Illinois. Do we want? I know we had some discussion about Marquette yesterday, and perhaps after yesterday moving down a little bit. So, do we want to? Yeah. Is the vote unanimous for Illinois at this point?
No.
No, okay. Discussion.
Not for me. Well, I just, maybe it should be. You might talk me into Illinois. I get it. They won at Oregon and Michigan. They beat Mizzou and Arkansas, 2 SEC teams, obviously neutral, at a road at Indiana. It's 5 good things away from home, 5 really good things. Marquette's got the road Maryland and Xavier, Georgia neutral. Okay, but the only thing with Illinois that gives you pause is just the abundance of losing. 11 losses is a lot. But at the same time, we're kind of in that part where you probably should be judged more on your danger zone, your danger factor, I should say.
Illinois played the 9th ranked strength of schedule in the country. Very difficult.
And we put a 10-loss Kentucky team on the 2 line.
We did. But that team's in the SEC. Yeah, you're probably right. I haven't factored in the Marquette loss yesterday as much either.
I think this is more of I was already surprised we had Marquette ahead of Illinois, and then Marquette's case got a little worse with a loss yesterday. Like, I think this is more anti-Marquette than pro-Illinois. Sorry, Dave, but
Hey, it's all right.
No, I would agree. I think
it all
think
works out as
Marquette-
pro-Illinois.
I think
It's not good for Xavier's. It's not good for Xavier's bubble case, though.
I mean, Xavier and Marquette have the same exact record against the Big East playing double round robin. Like, Illinois has a pretty similar record against a much stronger Big Ten.
Not to mention,
It's just crazy
Marquette's now 2-6 against the top of that, a down Big East, which I think is going to hurt. They got to win over Xavier, and they beat Creighton at home. That's really not impressive from a team that's going to be higher up on the.
I do think we have to be cognizant, though, of not judging Marquette solely on what we've seen the last 2 weeks either. Because, yes, they've not been playing their best basketball for sure.
I think
the committee mentioned them. They mentioned them as like one of the next for protecteds, and they've lost 3 times since, but it's not like they lost all 5 or 6 games.
Right. They're 3-3 since the reveal. They haven't really added anything of note, but they also haven't. 2 of the 3 losses weren't terrible.
I don't think any of them.
Yeah, they've already in our bracket. We've already dropped them to 7.
I mean, look, in my opinion, let's not forget that our group was a little high on Marquette at the reveal compared to what the committee thought of them. I think they might be a little.
The committee had them 17 or 18, and they're now down to 25. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I just think Illinois, to me, already had a better resume than Marquette, even before Marquette lost to St. John's.
Given how much time we've spent this season saying, like, the separation between the 4 line and the 8 line is, like, narrower than it's ever been. Like, that's not your standard 2 seed line drop. Like, it's not even that we're really dropping Marquette 8 spots. It's that 8 other teams that were already really good have passed them by on what they
just pointing it out because earlier we talked similar about somebody else in this area, and that's why
I've rolled my eyes every time we've brought up what happened in the reveal.
Marquette is 30th in both KPI and wins above bubble, and then I think Illinois is clearly a very strong efficiency team. I don't think that it's a particularly hard decision for me that I think Illinois should be above Marquette.
All right, let's vote.
Agreed.
All in favor. Member representing them, all abstain.
All in favor of Marquette staying where they're at. All right, that's it. Illinois. All right, Marquette, Memphis.
Memphis.
The Tigers have some absolutely incredible wins.
All right, I'm not putting them there permanently. I'm just putting them in there. Again, we put Memphis there because of some reasons we had. Let's not, just throw it out there. Anyone?
Lipscomb down 1.
Is that unanimous to move Marquette or Memphis? I'm sorry.
No, I don't know that it's unanimous. I mean, I think this is where it gets tricky because Memphis hasn't done anything to improve. So it's just a question of, does Marquette losing at home to St. John's,
right, does it drop them that much?
Are we just more down on Marquette because we've seen them play recently and they've lost a few, and so
One out of 30.
That's the case. I mean, I realize they've lost what, 3 or 4, something like that, but
Memphis is 6-1 against quad one, which is an incredible number. And then when you look at it, neutral Michigan State, which looks even better today than it did yesterday, at Clemson, Missouri, Ole Miss, who we just talked about how great they are, UConn neutral, at San Francisco, we have on our board as a potential at-large team. Those are some really good teams to be 6-1 against. I just think when you compare all of Marquette's chances, they have not taken them like Memphis. I think it's not a coincidence that Memphis has a significant edge in all the resume metrics.
I think Memphis is we're not going to reach a consensus on what to do with Memphis because they are the most polarizing team in the field this year. Like, I think they should be a 6 seed. Some of y'all think they should be an 8 seed. I feel like we're just going to end up where we are. We might as well just vote rather than arguing more about Memphis.
Agreed. Yeah. All right. Who wants Memphis moved up? Got 2. Got a no. We got Marco abstaining. Dave, what do you got?
I don't know. I hadn't. I mean, I don't know. I'm not, as long as they're both gonna stay in this same group, I don't know that it matters to me a whole lot one line or the other. I think it's a much bigger discussion if they were at a break line.
Yeah. I want to stop right here for a second. We, in years past, I think pretty much just whipped down these, not did team by team because of time. Okay. Now today we're doing that, and that's great. But for time's sake, I just wonder.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to focus on certain teams, I think that makes sense.
I think just for time's sake, and I don't want to ignore anybody, but I know I'm looking down the road here, and I know we got bigger discussions coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I think the bigger one is like
we move Memphis now. I guess the question is, how far are we going to drop Marquette?
To me, they're the very bottom of the 7 seed line for me.
I mean, I think the bigger question is, what are we going to do with Kansas?
Yeah, I think.
Well, there we go. So that's the discussion right now. Like, okay,
because if we go through each of these, or if we're going to end up moving Kansas up like 3 spots or 4 spots, then obviously you just shift everybody else down, and I don't think anybody's probably going to complain about it.
Right, and we already had Memphis and Kansas in the order they're in now. Not separated by one team, but Memphis was slightly ahead of Kansas. So if that's the way we're going to leave it, then we just need to decide, are we moving Marquette down? Are we going to leave it like it is? Or,
I mean, I think Kansas is above Memphis. To me, I don't really think it's much of a question after Kansas beat Arizona, but that's just me.
Says the Kansas fan.
I mean, we were talking about 27 versus 28 overall.
Yeah.
I think Arizona's a needle mover. Anthony, I think you're talking about muted.
I had Kansas above Memphis before that game, and I would certainly keep them there ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, for my purposes, I would put Kansas 1 spot ahead of Illinois at 25, and then you could debate whether they should be ahead of BYU, which I think BYU gets it on the head-to-head.
So let's just be clear. When we voted, we had Marquette, Illinois, Memphis, Kansas. Okay.
Yep.
Now, do we think yesterday that win was so significant that it leaps them 2 spots?
Yes. I would argue more, but that's just me personally. They have 4 quad
one. About Kansas win, Tim? Is that what we're talking about, Tim? Kansas's win over Arizona?
Well, yes. I mean, basically that's what we're talking about because Memphis won yesterday. Okay, so we got Kansas. I mean, we're going to move Kansas to 26, I think is the call here, ahead of Memphis. So I guess that could be the vote, right?
I would argue Kansas should be above both Memphis and Marquette.
Okay, who wants Kansas right now moved to number 26 overall, ahead of Memphis and Marquette? 1,
Can I
2,
just put 'em-
3. Well, go ahead, Rocco. What?
Can I put them ahead of Marquette only? I wouldn't put them above Memphis.
Okay. That's
Where I'm
fair.
at.
Dave, do you want him ahead of Memphis?
I mean, I'm not. It's not a. I mean, I personally would, but I'm not gonna. I don't think we need to drag out 2 hours of discussion here on
Okay.
for our purposes today.
So
with
we
the-
have 3 yeses and who am I missing here? Carrie?
I agreed with Rocco. I do not want Kansas over Memphis, but Kansas over Marquette is
All right,
fine.
well, that was 3 and 3, so then they stay. So do we want Kansas ahead of Marquette?
Yes.
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 That one's pretty
Yes.
clear for me.
All right. Now that brings us to a team that we have referred to many, 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 many times since we put him here, and that's Louisville.
Louisville.
So Louisville, Marquette. This should be interesting.
I think
Okay. I need to look at
Louisville
the
now has a slight edge on Marquette due to the Marquette loss.
I don't think that loss dings them enough to drop down.
That's 4 spots to losing to a team that we're fighting that should be a number. Some people think should be a number 2 team.
I'm saying that
At the
Louisville
buzzer.
is at worst 19th in any resume metric. Marquette is at best 23rd in any resume metric. I think it starts to matter.
Well,
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that I don't think Marquette should be as high as they are
Yeah.
for us.
well, I
You
understand.
were saying
but-
that yesterday. That
But we
were way too high on
voted
Marquette
them
already.
on Thursday or Friday to be in that spot at number 7, and they lose to the best team in the Big East on a buzzer beater, and now we're going to drop them 4 spots. It just seems like that's pretty harsh.
You lose at home to about the 20th best team in the country, you should expect a little bit of a ding.
Well, not if you're already at 25. I mean, we're not dropping Ole Miss every time they lose.
I just think it's back to the same point about the ACC and the Big East. Opportunities matter. Marquette had their opportunity. When you lose, it hurts a little bit more.
We're not talking conferences here. We're just talking every time Ole Miss loses. Oh, well, they've lost to somebody good. Marquette did the same thing. They lost to somebody really good.
And my opinion is that Louisville is more efficient. Louisville has better resume metrics. I think they should be ahead of Marquette, but I understand if the group doesn't agree.
Graham. I think we screwed up yesterday, having Marquette as high we did and Louisville as low as we did.
Yeah, the problem is I'm not sure. This is where it gets difficult for me. I'm not sure that Marquette's resume is deserved. I think they've done enough to not be an 8 seed. I realize this was a weird year with all of these teams. I just think it's also a 25-6 team that lost twice in the ACC, even in a down year. That's a top with their metrics. I mean, you probably have a better case to have Marquette ahead of Louisville simply because of Marquette's wins in the non-conference that Louisville doesn't have. They don't. They have Clemson and North Carolina basically, and Wake, and a bunch of dominant wins over teams that aren't going to make the field.
I mean, their resume metrics are not close to each other, just to throw that out.
I think it also hurts Louisville. I get it. You got to look at the individual teams, but that actually hurts them even more. Being 4-5 in quad 1. But you look at those results, just look at the teams. I mean, winning at SMU and Pittsburgh's great. West Virginia on a neutrals tournament level. Clemson home win's nice. But losing to Oklahoma, who's one of our last teams on a neutral, losing all they had heavy hitter games, and they were pretty well handled in all 3 of them. The win over Indiana was dominant. That helps a lot too. And they also took a Georgia Tech loss. So I don't know. I just think with Marquette, the heavy, like Dave was saying, the heavy weight of beating Maryland on the road, plus a couple, solid conference wins at home. Because they're both under 500 in quad 1, I think you just take the one with the heavier front of the bus.
They did
I
beat
think-
3 of our protected seeds: Maryland,
To
Purdue, and
Steve's point
Wisconsin.
Earlier, I think it's important on like who do we just view as this cut line of like who deserves to be on the 8 line. I think Marquette deserves a 7. I think Louisville deserves a 7. I just think we have Missouri higher than I would have them personally.
And when Gonzaga wins the West Coast
Says the
Conference,
Kansas
we're gonna
guy.
have them both as 8s anyway.
Says
just
the
saying,
Kansas
you know,
guy.
I think Missouri and Marquette, it has hurt them that other teams are winning games right now and they're losing home games. I do think it hurts.
I mean,
I
But
think we're
I
down
think-
to the
I
section of the
agree on
bracket.
everything. So probably time to just start moving on to
Yeah.
lower in the bracket.
We're down to the
Missouri
section of
is
the
like-
bracket.
Now I think we should just leave it alone because we're all gonna when we revisit this later next week, we're gonna make an adjustment then.
Sure. And
Yeah.
and I'll say this: we're at the section of the bracket. I don't know how for everybody else, but for me, I was always had 5 teams for 7 and 5 teams for 8, and I always had to push one down that I didn't want to, and I didn't like where I had them. It's just we run out of spots, you know.
Run out of real estate.
Yeah, and I don't like it, but all right, UConn. I don't know. They had a big win over Seton Hall.
Is it possible what our overall seed list is, just so we can see if there's any particular teams we think need to move?
The only thing I would say after the loss yesterday, I would put Creighton ahead of Mississippi State or entertain that discussion.
Yeah, I think that's a needle mover for me too. I think Creighton's now 32 for me, and Mississippi State's 33, and it's at a breaking point. I think Creighton's done enough to be ahead of Mississippi State.
I mean, it's not a hill I'm going to die on, but I think that's a worth discussion having.
Well, I mean, they're not. All they're doing is changing different colored jerseys. So I don't think it's a huge discussion. But if we certainly want to do that, we can. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Creighton. I would say let's motion to put Creighton 32, Mississippi State 33.
Not a
Everybody
huge
good with that?
discussion, but it does cost me 6 points in the freaking bracket matrix every year.
Yeah. But see,
Damn
they
it,
really
remember what
ought
we
to
had
count
floating
the
around?
they ought to count the 8s and the 9s the same, right? If you get either
Yeah,
one,
I
you're
agree.
good.
All right, now we get into more recent teams we've viewed. So, anything on New Mexico, Vanderbilt, West Virginia? I think you could put them in a hat, draw them out to me.
I think Vanderbilt has to move down and Georgia has to move up.
You get on a lot of
Okay.
absolute there, Hansen fan.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good point. I shouldn't speak in absolutes, being a Sith there, but I think we should put Georgia up and Vanderbilt down.
Tim, can you share the screen of the seed list?
I am not sharing.
Yeah,
sure.
Screen.
What's that?
You just have to hit the other. If you've missed it, go over and click Tim Kruger's screen rather than Carrie's screen up at the top.
Oh, I have it on. I guess I have it on meetings. I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh, okay, never mind. My mistake. Go on.
All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of little trinkets on here I don't understand. So
I do think, and to Graham's point, I think we need to look whether we do it line by line or not. But I think with West Virginia closing out theirs, Georgia and Arkansas winning yesterday, I think we need to look at how we're going to order the Vanderbilt, Georgia, Arkansas, San Diego State, Utah State
yeah.
grouping.
Now Utah State, Vanderbilt, West Virginia, those teams we all put in yesterday, starting with Drake, we put in today. So yes, we can certainly move somebody down in that area. I'm just saying we already voted that today. So
For team
Drake's up
efficiency
8 with 10
purposes-
minutes to go. So
For team just efficiency purposes, I would like to suggest that we just literally switch Vanderbilt and Georgia. Just change the places on the two.
I don't hate it.
I also think we need to.
is anybody opposed to that? Rocco?
What was it? What was it? He cut out.
Graham has put a motion on to just flip-flop Georgia and Vanderbilt.
I'm not convinced. Vanderbilt's got a much better road win. Texas A&M's huge for them. Georgia's road stuff is bad. Besides, I mean, they won at Vanderbilt yesterday. Or no, that game was at Georgia. So yeah, I'll stick with Vandy.
Shelby, you
But
got any
again,
opinion?
I'm an old school resume guy. You know, I imagine Georgia's sexier in the new fancy toys, but Vanderbilt's earned it more.
I tend to lean Vanderbilt. That loss wasn't too terribly bad.
Okay.
And for Georgia, it was a
That's
nice
two.
win, but wasn't enough to get them over the hump, so to speak. I'd vote for leaving it as is.
I feel like they're both still 9 seeds, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
Vandy
think
could-
move to-
Virginia has too many good wins to drop below where they're at, and I just think for me, Georgia winning the game yesterday does matter, but not going to die over it.
All right.
yeah,
How
that
about
is a
we
little
a
bit.
team that we've been brought up several times today, Baylor. So we got two kind of teams, Baylor, San Diego State, that have been in a lot of playing games here. We have them 39-40. There's teams down here, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Indiana, who had big wins yesterday. Where we think we're moving? Anything at
Just
all?
throwing it out
To me,
for,
Baylor goes down to about 44, and everybody else goes up.
yeah.
Yes.
I will
yes.
say for head-to-head
I
purposes,
think they're probably
that's-
still in, but Baylor's got to win a game. They still only got
Yeah.
17 D1 wins.
So
Yeah.
I will say I have Arkansas ahead of Baylor, but Baylor did beat Arkansas on a neutral court. Oklahoma won in Fayetteville.
Yeah, I just think Baylor's in a whole different column now because, like Dave said, they got the 7 seed somehow. They won all the tiebreakers, so they get a bye, but they probably play Kansas State. So that's a game they could lose if Kansas State's playing down the road in Kansas City. So it's the big time danger zone for the Bears.
I would
Okay,
suggest that we vote on whether to just literally switch Baylor and Arkansas, and that might solve some of our problems here.
North Texas is down 6 with 4.5 to go. Lipscomb up 3, just under 3 to go. And American is up 11 on Colgate with a minute 33. Drake up 6 over Bradley.
Do we maybe just move Baylor behind Arkansas and move everybody else one slot and just call it quits?
I can't see the screen.
I don't know.
I don't
At
know
this
what order.
point, I would have. I mean, it just
Here, let me go out and go back in since some people are having a problem.
I can only see Carrie's screen.
There's a
up at the top.
brought to my
He's
attention.
coming
There's a
back
tab
in.
at the top.
Where it says view options, you just click it and then you click on
Well, I went out, so I'll go back in again.
Yeah,
Hold on.
he's
I think my concern with Baylor when it comes to, and maybe there I realize they're two separate things. Baylor's just at much more risk of missing to me at this point than even Oklahoma.
yeah.
You could leave them out. You could leave them
there's-
out right now too.
I mean,
if you
Baylor
wanted.
is 17 and 13. They'll have the fewest wins of anybody we have in our field, unless we get Ohio State in.
should we just move Baylor right behind Oklahoma then?
I mean, it's like I said, it's not a hill for me to die on right now because we got a week. I mean, Baylor wins 2 more games. I think they're good to go.
Yeah, let's just say
Yeah.
today, right now, let's say we're the committee and this is next Sunday and we got to do this. Where would we put them?
I
Let's
put
just
Baylor
put
in
it in
Dayton.
Oklahoma.
I put Baylor in Dayton right now if it was the end
Yeah.
of the season.
Let's Dayton them. Let's put them right behind Oklahoma and call it quits.
If
Move
Everybody okay
else
with
up.
moving San Diego that high or
Yeah,
Arkansas?
I think
Arkansas,
San
Everybody
Diego
else?
State deserves it.
yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting if Baylor and Indiana both went to Dayton. Scott Drew could do his interview right there in Dayton at the hotel.
Is everybody okay with that? I feel a
Yes.
little uncomfortable doing that, but if everybody's okay with it, I'm good.
Well, I
Getting
think
uncomfortable is a good thing sometimes.
the problem with is Baylor's.
No, it's
Baylor
not,
was a
Rocco.
tough-
Now when you get to be my age,
Baylor was a tough seed anyway, and with their loss yesterday, I think they're more at risk than the other people are.
No doubt. No
It's
doubt.
like I don't think San Diego State's going to miss at this point. Utah State's going to miss. I don't think Georgia's missing now.
Yep.
Um,
I've been calling out Baylor for weeks, and they've been teeter-tottering every other game, and now they're back on the totter.
I'm not horribly like against it. I just want to make sure we're not just well, let's just do this.
I mean,
I just San Diego State's the one. Like I think personally, I think Arkansas should be higher, but San Diego State's the one I'm kind of wondering about. Like they're getting a ways away from the play, and like I know I had them in, and a lot of other people did too. And I'm not saying that was right, wrong, indifferent. Just throwing it out there.
I do
I
feel
mean,
like at one
personally, I have Arkansas just ahead of Utah State and San Diego State, but then I dropped Vanderbilt down just ahead of Oklahoma. But that's me.
Yeah.
And I would also
I think
say
if Vandy
too,
loses their SEC opener to Texas, that 320 non-conference schedule is going to start screaming.
right.
If we lose like 2 or 3 spots,
Right.
particularly if Indiana like beats Oregon, and
Yeah, I
Vanderbilt
mean, it's
loses,
going to really solidify. It'll help really solidify, at least versus where they are now.
I think this list is pretty good for getting us ready for next week's big
Yeah.
scrub.
I would agree, Graham.
We good?
We're good.
I think so.
Well, there you have it. One quick thing before we
Besides
get
the
to
Ohio
bracket.
State part.
Okay, so Lipscomb still ahead.
Yes, they're probably going to win up
Drake-
8 with a bit.
Drake-
Basically over.
Drake can
after
handle
the
this last
miracle.
8 minutes. They look okay.
Well, Drake's up 6, but I mean that's not over yet.
8 now.
8 now. Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Good job, Drake.
how about on the far end? Who do we have? American or
It's only a semi, but we had Bucknell.
okay.
So it's American's going to be over Navy now.
Okay. So, and I think I had American like down at the bottom, I think, the last time I had it in there.
American's going to be in the play-in game as of right now.
Yeah.
Well,
You
did
have
Bucknell
American.
lose?
You have American hosting Navy in the Patriot League Championship. There's a lot of like spirited names in that matchup.
There'll be a lot of red hats there.
That's
Oh
all
my
the
goodness.
changes we need to make with we can, as we do this, we won't get down to Lipscomb right away. So I think we're in good shape here. Let's we got a little over an hour. Graham, you have to leave though, right?
Yeah, I got to hop off here in a few minutes.
All right. Well, we're just gonna bracket now, so that's just a matter of
We're gonna put Baylor. We're gonna put Baylor in the Crown tournament while you're gone, Graham.
I would love that. That should be a good
Versus Kansas.
good Vegas team.
Yeah.
Rocco. The better thing to say would we're gonna put Marquette in the Crown tournament while he's gone.
Oh,
Hey,
geez.
hey, Graham's going to look back at this later and find out Marquette's a 6 seed.
We're taking full advantage.
Nice work, gentlemen.
Yes, nice.
You too.
Very
You
good
too.
work. That's great discussion like today, I think. Today was awesome.
I mean, nothing really
Washington-
surprising.
grab-
No,
You guys just want to grab a
5
water or
through
something?
8 are just
Give me-
brutal.
Give me
through
5
7 are
minutes to just
brutal.
get the rest of these numbers in here, and then we're ready to go.
All right.
Bye,
Carrie, I would
care,
like
Graham.
you to, or somebody, whoever's fastest. I need somebody to do mileage and somebody to immediately
I have
pull up the
mileage.
team.
Yeah,
I have
I've
mileage
got,
ready to go.
Rocco's got mileage. Carrie, you just want to like monitor who played who and how many times and blah blah blah.
yeah.
I know all that stuff too. I've
Yeah,
memorized all
That's
that.
probably what Rocco knows better.
Let's all take a nap and have Rocco
You
do
can
this.
do. No, you. Hey, why don't we switch, Carrie? You do the mileage, and I'll do the rematches.
All right, I'll put them all in my spreadsheet here.
I have Google for mileages.
I do
Because-
too, but Carrie get that great spreadsheet. I never update it
I have-
every year.
I have the Excel. Yeah, I have the Excel one too, the fancy one. So it'll actually tell.
But I don't know that once you get so far down the bracket out of the protected seeds and stuff, mileage becomes a much less significant factor because there's so many other things that have to happen.
Hey, Anthony, can you go tweet something out there?
Right.
We're ready to bracket so everybody can.
Yep.
But once you get to the 13 seeds, Dave, then you got to be careful because you don't want to send Yale. Like
No.
I don't think they're going to send Yale to Providence. Even though
Well,
it's
right.
86
They won't put. I doubt they would put Northern Colorado in Denver either.
No, they're not gonna.
They
I
did
believe
though,
it.
Rocco. Last time Providence hosted, Yale beat Baylor. That was the famous Torian Prince rebound.
Oh, that game was in Providence.
Yeah, the Torian Prince at the press conference after saying this. We just
How
go up
does-
and grab the
Oh,
ball.
but that was
How did
that,
you
you know,
not read
that,
Baylor?
that doesn't count though, Anthony. That doesn't count. They were a 12. It was a 5-12. That's not protected seed. Right now,
Oh.
If Yale's a 13, they
Oh, if
can't
Yale's
go
a
there.
13, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I
Yeah.
missed that
If
part.
they're a
Yep,
12, they
you're
can
right.
go.
You're right.
And
Yep.
Hey, just
So that-
FYI, I did, as we were going through that discussion of scrubbing, I did look ahead. We got a lot of options for BYU, so we'll be in good shape.
And Northern
The
Colorado's 53 miles from Denver, so they're not going to Denver.
The mess is no longer BYU. It's having more than 4 Big Ten teams in the 4 or 5 seed range.
Ooh, that's something I always look at too. Let's take a look at that. We have
We have
Wisconsin, Purdue,
Maryland, Oregon, and Michigan.
Okay, we better. Yeah. Well, no. Well, that's okay. They only played once.
I guess, yeah. Tim, can you scroll down to like 27 and below so I can keep plugging these in?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, that's good.
Awesome discussion, guys. Really, I can't say that enough.
I think we mentioned Gonzaga today beyond me saying that we're going to scrub them up to a 5 anyway when they win the West Coast Conference tournament.
That's something that we should. Well,
I'll
let's.
be happy to miss that one again.
when we're done here, guys, I'll turn off the YouTube version. Anthony, I'll do that this time, and and then we'll just have a brief 2-minute thing about, hey, what, connecting next week. I think last year we just did it via our chat, basically.
Yeah.
Said, hey, we said we're not gonna move anybody if they're within a seed line. We're not gonna mess with it, but if it feels strongly, so there, I guess we'll have to rein Graham in. Just joking.
You know that Marquette's like going to go win the Big East tournament now, right?
Yeah. Just to piss Graham off.
Oh, excuse me.
We talk about quad one, winning percentage against the field, winning percentage against quad one. I want to know what Graham's winning percentage was on the teams he vouched for today on the votes. It was not good.
I think I might have gone worse than Graham did.
Well, I mean, when you let your hatred for Missouri show that much, it's hard.
Yeah, I even felt bad that Nebraska wasn't getting mentioned yesterday when we were going through those last votes.
Right. I mean, Oregon's my natural rival, and I actually voted higher on them than most of you guys.
We actually we had some sort of either a flagrant or a technical foul.
Yeah,
here.
I see that.
The guy he missed both free throws. Oh, that's
so.
brutal.
Rocco will remember this. I find it fascinating that Drake has a guy named Sturts now, and didn't they have one named Stunts like 3 or 4 years ago?
I think it was.
It a Stunts. He was a guard that came like their 6th man.
Yeah, the blonde guy.
Yeah. They've had a Stunts and a Sturts. Come on,
David. I think it was a double tech.
It was Sturts as well. I just spelled it differently. They're both Sturts.
Were they really?
It was Garrett Sturts, right?
It was one with a
Sturts,
U and one with an I. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get everything, Carrie, you needed?
Go back to like 44 and on down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Drake is so damn good. My God. Up by 12 now.
I guess they're going to hit a 3 here. I haven't seen the field.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about
No,
that.
it's all right. It's all good. It's the one downside of when you have streaming TV.
There it is. Hit a 3.
Right. Sometimes you have to remember not to be listening to the game on the radio.
Right.
Or watching Twitter, because sometimes something will come through on the Twitter feed before it hits on the television.
Oh yeah.
So this is so great. So Missouri Valley passed. Bradley obviously very close. So when they're good, they bring a lot of people. When Drake is average or not good, there are literally 30 Drake fans there. When they are the number 1 seed, they have filled that place. It's amazing. Like the difference
Yeah.
in fan base. Like
Yeah, for sure.
Give
Private
me the
school.
last those 16 seeds, and then I'll be good to go.
That's the life of a private school, there, Mr. Kruger. Way back when, Pepperdine used to be pretty good at basketball. When they were good, they had tons of fans. And it's been decades since you've seen a lot of Pepperdine fans.
Good to go.
well, what really killed the Valley too is SIU and Missouri State being bad. Because when they were good, that place was packed. I mean,
Yeah.
looks like a pretty good crowd there today, though.
Well,
Has to be.
I- you
March
know,
Madness championship game, you got to have a packed crowd.
I mean, I'm not certainly against anything, but I would love to see Drake just finish this off, because then it
Makes it easier.
takes any question, just removes any
Yep.
weakness from happening to them.
Exactly.
They deserve to be in the field. I think they've earned it regardless, but it eliminates any sort of craziness next week from
Yeah.
taking
Here's
them
what
out.
I got going forward, Rocco, and tell me if I'm nuts. Okay. I understand, great season, great team. He brought his Division II guys with him. Okay. I've seen when Omaha used to have the summer league, Creighton could only have like 4 guys on a team, and Nebraska could only have 4 guys on a team, and Omaha could only have 4, but they would fill it in with other players. And they had great teams, and these little, like Peru State could bring their whole Division III could bring their whole team, and they would come up here and just whip those teams' butts because they're just cohesive.
Connected.
Their group. I just worry going forward. Now he's not going to have that. He's going to have to recruit guys. I just wonder,
Well, I don't know.
Right,
If he's
he's
going to
in
be a Drake
seniors.
next year.
Sturks is only a junior.
Yeah, no, I'm talking like all his Division II guys.
Yeah,
I think a lot of those guys are
they're
gone.
They're so connected. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, ready?
Well, Virginia's on him, and I know other schools are too, but I think Virginia might be the better fit if he does leave. He might want to stay a couple years too, like Will Wade did.
That's what I worry. I think like he would, to me, would do better to stay there a couple years and show what he does. I'm just afraid he gets to someplace like Virginia. That's a totally different animal.
Right. Yeah. It's the full NIL ball game. At that point, he's got to have a GM. It's more like a G League team.
Right.
Now, see, Tim, you're going to automate this, and you take all the fun out of bracketing.
I know you got your
Dave,
pencil and
I
paper.
do it by
gonna
hand.
say
I do it by
before-
hand every time.
Dave, I was going to say before, I get the sentiment of the, eliminating all doubt for Drake, and I want to see that too. But kind of as well, just how bad the bubble is. I feel like they're safe, and so I kind of want to see some of the bubble constrict a little bit, and I almost, in a way, want Bradley to do that.
No,
I don't
I
know.
get that. Absolutely. I mean, there's part of me that's like, yeah, that it helps get rid of a couple of the really.
We
bubble
need the
teams.
big
It's gonna be
Steelers this
hard
year,
to
and we're not
choose
going to get
between.
them probably.
Did you see before Cincinnati dropped a couple of games, somebody was arguing that the play-in games should just be Cincinnati, Dayton, Ohio State, and Xavier.
I had Ohio State, Xavier, and Dayton in my last
Yeah.
bracket, although that's probably not going to happen tomorrow.
I did have a couple times I had Xavier playing Ohio State in the Dayton. That would have been fun.
Yeah, that's what I had last time on Friday.
Gonna hide the first 2 weeks or first 2 rounds pods for now, and then I'll switch it.
Lipscomb's pulling away here.
They only won.
Oh, is it over?
Yeah, it's over.
Oh no, my thing hadn't refreshed.
They're pulling
Wow.
way far away.
Oh, then they definitely pulled away then. I've been so focused on Drake that I
All right.
hadn't updated my scoreboard in a while.
There we go. So 2 seeds.
Well,
I can.
Alabama would have to go. They would
Oh,
they would go Midwest, right?
Or East.
Alabama's going east, I believe.
But Alabama is Indianapolis would be closer than Newark, right?
Oh, wait, yeah, you're right.
I have them on my. If you have my screen pulled up, I have the mileage right here.
Yeah, it's definitely Indy.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
And also
Yeah.
on the mileage front, I did not realize at any point prior to now, if Duke does get number 1 overall, South is closest for them, not East.
Yeah,
But I
the
think
only reason
point-
I
think
said
somebody mentioned this on Thursday though, because why would you want to play an SEC team in the Elite Eight in Atlanta? Would be tough.
They'd want it. Duke would want East probably because of the alumni, right?
I mean, plus going back to Newark, the whole.
Newark's
Yeah.
closest anyway.
I would think they would want
Um,
Newark too.
But
Well, I think to
uh,
Kerry's point, Atlanta is actually closer.
Yeah,
But
it is.
Duke might
348.
want Newark.
Auburn's going to
Go
take
on.
it though.
We going Tennessee South?
That's what I'm
Auburn's
saying.
taking Atlanta.
If we have that Auburn Duke debate for number 1 overall, like we were just like, whatever, it's still Auburn. But if it becomes a debate over the course of the next week,
Tim, correct me if I'm wrong here, but would not Tennessee then have to go east as the 4th SEC team? They wouldn't buttress them, to use the word of the week, until necessary. In other words, it would be a 3 seed that would go against Auburn or Florida, not a 2.
well, it
Unless
will
we
be.
have three. Well, we have
That
3
is
SEC
correct.
teams.
That is correct. They're protecting the 2s this year.
Now in this
Yeah,
case,
sorry. Right.
because we moved Kentucky up, we're going to have to do it. But in which
Right.
case they would go west, right?
Yes, Michigan State goes south, Kentucky goes west.
Because they're not going to put the Kentucky against the number 1 overall if it's the same conference.
All right, 3B. Texas Tech.
Now it's 970, 1003, 1187, 1597. This is a spot where they could, I know they say they respect the mileage, but the difference between Indianapolis and San Francisco is so minimal that I think they would send Texas Tech west.
West.
I think
to
they would
balance the
too,
region.
because they got to balance this thing.
Yeah. And then St.
Love it.
John's east.
Texas Tech is an easy West and an easy Denver to start filling space.
Yeah. I
Hold
think
on. So we got Tech and Kentucky. That's 21. Okay. All right. St. John's East is
Yep. And I would think A&M would go south. Yeah.
American University.
Did they end up winning, Rocco?
Yeah, hosting Navy for the title.
A&M is 11. Michigan State was a 7. That's 19. Okay.
Iowa State.
But they can't go there. So St. John's is going to have to move
Why can't they go there?
because Houston's there.
See, and here's what I was confused about their release. They made it sound like once they got to 3, they were okay with it. But then normally they weren't okay with it. So I'm not sure.
I've lived under the premise that the exception's made if they have more than 4 teams. But if they don't have more than 4 teams, then the regular rules apply.
Okay. All right. I
mean, that's the way
I try to keep them
that's how-
apart, but I wasn't sure exactly.
I think it would be A&M would go there against Alabama, possibly in the Sweet 16, and Iowa State would then go in the South.
I think that would make more sense. Let's just see how it works out for, that'd be 19 here.
Well, I think the bigger question we've got to answer is whether or not we're talking about Alabama and A&M. Because if they've already played, if they would have played twice, then they wouldn't be able to meet.
Even
That's
twice
fine.
would be fine, but I don't think they have.
Yeah, they can play twice.
Alabama. Yeah, they
Who's
only
that?
played.
They only play once, so you could move Texas A&M over there. Yeah.
That makes it out. That makes the bracket better actually. Because
But
now you got
even-
Michigan State
Then you get to
7.
leave St. John's there. Yep.
But yeah. Yeah, we need
they
to leave
had
St.
played-
John's there because that's where BYU's got to go.
Even if they
Eventually.
had played twice, it's twice you can meet in the Sweet 16. 3 times it's the Elite 8.
Right.
But
All
if they were
right.
to meet
So we're
twice
pretty
in a time-
balanced here, so we really don't have to worry about that. Wisconsin.
Wisconsin would prefer Midwest. Is that optional?
That's open, right?
Assuming that we can make everything fit. Yep.
Yeah. Purdue.
Purdue would want South, but that's where Michigan State is, right? So they would go East.
Yep. But see, here's where we're going to run into a problem though, because you can't put Arizona in either one of those regions now.
For bracket balance, it would be better if Wisconsin and Purdue were over on the left side.
Well, I'm just saying, I think what you'd
No,
have to do,
I'm saying it would be better if they were on the left side.
Well, I
That's what I'm
think-
saying.
Wisconsin would get first choice because you're not going to put Arizona opposite Houston anyway. But you
Right.
have 2 Big 12 teams, so Arizona's going to have to go east, and you're going to have to put Purdue then in the west.
Oh, I got you.
Because you can't have Arizona as the 4th Big 12 team opposite if you're going to keep them separated by regions.
But then we've got
And
the
then,
Big 10 problem. They all have to avoid Michigan State.
yeah,
Yep. But
Arizona would have to go
if you put Purdue west.
Arizona would have to go
Oh,
south.
gee, yeah, I've run into this many times.
Yeah.
Right.
Arizona can't go south because of Iowa State.
Yeah, but I think that's where they can bend the rules. They have to do something, right?
Well, if you swap St. John's and Iowa State, I think it would work.
But
Or,
then
yeah,
they're gonna say, well, that's unfair to St. John's.
And it
I'm just saying what they're gonna say.
I was saying, but you got to make the whole thing. So they have to decide if you're going to make all the other principles work.
I think they would bend that rule about 3-4, having the same team at 3-4 versus having a team moved pretty considerably out of their region when they're the number 10 overall. Great point.
I mean, if you did the opposite and you put St. John's in the Midwest, and then because what you got to do is you got to get to a point where you got to get Arizona needs to go south
East.
so that you can get all the other Big Ten teams in.
Well, no, but then Iowa State's over there.
Well, but I'm saying you got to move. St. John's is going to get. Unfortunately, they're going to get dinged for this because so many of the other teams.
Well,
St. John's
I mean,
has
they'd
to
rather go to Atlanta. That's easier travel than going to Indy. I mean, so that moving them to the south would be no big deal. But like I say, normally they would want to keep them in their area.
Right, but I think normally you would, but St. John's is either going to have to go Midwest or South.
I'll do it, but I think they would relax that and put 2 Big 12 teams 3 and 4. That's what I think.
Well, what do you think, Rocco and Gary? You do all this too.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay, so what's the scenario?
The scenario is with 3 Big Ten teams on the 4 line.
Yes.
if we follow the rest of the committee's rules, then none of them can be in the South with Michigan State.
Correct. You
So
have
the
to
only
follow
way
that.
with Iowa State in this mix and Texas Tech, St. John's is going to have to move out of the East,
Yep.
because otherwise we're going to break another rule. I mean, the SEC rule is broken, but that's because they've got more than 4 teams.
Well, they actually changed that. You get the first. It only applies to the first 4 teams from the same league. After number 4, the rule goes away.
Right.
They actually did that over the summer.
Yeah, right. But we don't have 4 teams. We don't have over 4 teams. That's what we're saying.
So
For
what's
the
the
SEC.
difference
Only the
with St.
SEC
John's here?
has more
just
than 4.
because they're not closer to.
No, for the SEC we do.
You just don't want to move
Right,
St.
but I'm
John's out
just
of the
saying,
East?
like,
We're not
St.
talking
John's
about the
is gonna have
SEC.
to
We're talking
move.
about Big Ten, getting Big Ten lined up, not having anybody in Michigan State's region.
Yeah, you have to follow that. So you have to put the 3 Big Tens in separates, and then you have to do the Big 12s in separates. And if you have to move St. John's, you have to move St. John's. Don't feel bad about it.
I think it's terrible.
I
That's
think
way
the
it is.
solution here is that we seed Arizona properly, and they're not in this conversation.
Well, maybe that's how it works.
I'm
then.
not gonna lie. There's been times where I've moved a team a line just to make it work.
Yeah, I don't
But it
like
was a
that.
team I didn't care about.
I don't like doing that. I like the challenge. I want the more
Yeah,
challenges,
sometimes
the
the
better, in my
challenge-
opinion.
This year, the challenge can be overwhelming, though, with BYU thrown in the mix, too.
Yeah. Challenges
on.
can be fun unless you're trying to get this done before 7 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
And it gets to be 6:30 and you thought you were done and you're like, wait a minute, that didn't work.
Yeah, that's true. I get that.
All righty.
And then Arizona goes west.
Let's do the sites right now, the pods.
You go ahead and put Arizona out there on that line.
Oh, sorry. All right, so we got Lexington here.
Lexington, Raleigh, Wichita, Raleigh.
I finally
Where would we
learned
go,
how to.
Raleigh? So we go Lexington and Raleigh,
Wichita, Raleigh.
Wichita and Raleigh.
I finally learned how to look at Tim's screen.
Well, you didn't like mine?
I did like yours. I was actually like squinting the whole time. I was like, "Holy shit! What does all that say?"
All right, and then we go down to twos. Alabama would be Lexington.
Raleigh, Tennessee, Cleveland, Cleveland.
I think we already have 2 Raleighs, so Tennessee would be
So
Cleveland, right?
Tennessee, Cleveland, Michigan State, Cleveland.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yep, it's over. Drake's up 63-48. So
60, Kentucky.
Milwaukee.
Lexington.
actually, it's probably Milwaukee, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so.
But Wichita would be next closest.
Kentucky.
Who's got the mileage, Kerry?
Kentucky goes Cleveland, Raleigh, Milwaukee, then Wichita.
I've had them all over the place.
Well, I've had them in Seattle because I had them at like 16 overall for a while.
All right. Hold on. Okay, next up is Texas Tech. They're going to go to Wichita.
St. John's is a no-brainer.
Oh, St. John's. We moved them. Sorry. We got A&M, so they're going to go to Denver.
Yep.
Iowa
Providence?
State go to Milwaukee.
Milwaukee, yeah.
I think that
Alrighty.
Drake winning is really good for the Big West
Yeah,
because I
I
didn't
think
see
all
a
the time.
world. I didn't see a world where Drake, Bradley, and two Big West teams were all going to get in. So now, if
Yep.
it's just three of those four, it starts to work.
I've always said that like you want to have just one. If there are like four of those one seeds lose, the committee's just going to leave them all out. But if it's just one, it's easier to argue for them.
Okay.
Right. Now you can do your one mid-major, two big league, and it works.
Wisconsin. Bummer. They
Wisconsin,
can't go to Milwaukee.
Milwaukee's gone.
Denver or Providence?
I would
Denver.
think Denver would be closer.
By about 80 miles.
So theoretically, you could go either way, but I think it makes more sense.
Purdue
Arizona
would
to
certainly
Denver
go to
to
Providence.
Would they send Maryland to Providence and Purdue out west, or who's up? Who's on the? Oh, Purdue's ahead.
Purdue's ahead.
Providence.
Purdue probably goes to Providence, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
And then the other two go to Seattle.
Or Maryland. That 16 overall seed always is going to end up as the 4 in the West going to Seattle.
And and I might add, Maryland 0-1 in Seattle this year.
It's almost like you.
So basically-
Maryland would rather be 17th overall. Well, I guess they can't. 'Cause they can't go to Providence against Purdue, but there was some way to get closer.
So
mean,
basically,
if you're down
Rocco's telling you to get out your 13-4 upset right there.
Mhm.
Well, that's why I'm also saying, like from a logistical standpoint, if it's 15, 16, 17, Arizona, Oregon, Maryland, and they're both Seattle spots, why not just do Arizona, Oregon logistically? They all three have the credentials to be protected.
But couldn't they
All
still
right,
just send
here's
Oregon
what
out
I
as the
do
5,
when I
Rocco?
get down to this spot. I
Arizona?
do
They
this.
could, yeah, they can. Yeah, absolutely. But they're a Big Ten team.
Yeah.
With
Now,
Arizona,
Rocco, now you're making sense.
Right.
yeah. Well, I think at some point it's got to be logical with Seattle being out of the way for a good chunk of the teams, but not those two.
You could also put
Oh,
St.
right.
Mary's on 4 line.
Right.
You know what's interesting?
but they
We
won't.
never talk about it, but you wonder if those to what Rocco just said, you wonder if they were sitting here debating, right?
Yeah.
16 or
I mean, that's
17,
plenty of
whether
money.
this even comes up. Like, is it going to matter one way or the other for either of these schools? But if we put them, we can put them both out west. They
Yeah, I
might
mean,
never
have
admit
plenty of
to
money.
that.
They have plenty of money to fly these teams wherever, and they're going to sell out every site no matter what. So it doesn't come down to that these days. But you want these teams to play their best. If Maryland has to fly to Seattle and it's a rough travel for any reason, and if they play like they did last time they went to Seattle, that's not your best product.
I think you skipped over Clemson there, Tim. Not that they would want Seattle, but
Clemson to Providence.
Yep.
Oh wait, and they're okay with Duke up there.
Yeah.
Well, if they're
I
in the
mean,
5 seed, they would be.
I
It feels
think they
weird
would
'cause there's only
try
three
to
bids.
maybe. I think they would
Yeah.
try to.
Yeah. Because there's only 3 teams from the league.
Yeah.
It's weird to have them in the same corner.
I think Duke would squeal about that.
So, well,
You
who's
might move them to Denver. You can move them to Denver.
yeah, and
Yeah.
then,
Michigan has played just those 2 teams once, right? Wisconsin or
Yeah.
Purdue.
Oh,
let me check real quick.
I
We're
think
talking about
Wisconsin won. Wisconsin
yeah, I'll be back
won.
in a couple of minutes.
Wisconsin. Yes, only played Michigan once.
Purdue.
Okay, how about Purdue?
Purdue, they played twice. They,
They
can't
played
do it.
twice.
Purdue.
Purdue.
Okay, so then we'd
They
have
can't
to
go
leave it
Purdue.
like that.
Yep.
Got to leave it like that. Can't do anything about it. Unless you want to switch them with St. Mary's.
I
That would
don't.
suck for St. Mary's.
Yeah, I don't think they'd do that.
St. Mary's been sent east like 3
It's
of the
not
last
the end of the
4 years.
world. They have to win 2 games. So does Duke to play each other. So they would say,
Yeah,
All
they
right.
haven't played once.
Ole Miss. Sorry.
Milwaukee, I think, or Wichita. Maybe it is Wichita actually. Beard versus his old team. There you go.
Iowa State, BYU only played once, right?
I feel like they sent them to Milwaukee. There's no SEC team in that top of the.
Oh
Ole
no,
Miss.
yeah. So BYU has to go here.
Okay, there you go. So then Ole Miss goes to the other one, goes to Milwaukee.
Yeah, because BYU and Tech only played once, right?
I believe so. I think I've checked that before.
Yeah, they didn't play in Lubbock. They played in Provo.
UCLA,
Denver.
Denver.
how we doing on balance so for Big Ten teams? I try and somewhat
Whoa.
not overload one.
At least they're on the bottom half.
We got 3, okay. And then Missouri.
Yep.
All right. Illinois is up next. Where do you want to go, Dave?
Scroll down for me
Yeah, I can't see down there.
because we're on the 7 line. I mean, put it this way. My guess is
Cleveland.
if you're talking about closest, it's probably Milwaukee.
Opposite Kentucky makes sense there. No Big Ten teams down there.
I mean, it's saying from Illinois to Milwaukee would be their closest destination.
Let's see.
Assuming
Memphis,
everything
we can
else
go
works.
anywhere. Kansas, we can go pretty much anywhere. Marquette, we can go anywhere. All right.
Kansas probably Midwest.
Memphis would be first, so that would be Lexington.
Washington leads Oregon by 1 point. 12 minutes to go.
Kansas, doesn't matter. All right.
Kansas South probably closer than East.
Yep.
You can't wait a minute though. Didn't Kansas play Michigan State?
They sure did.
So they probably try to. I mean, I know it's not the first round game, but they might try to.
Oh yeah, it's in
can.
the rules. They prefer not to put a rematch in the same pod altogether. So yeah, you try to avoid that.
I would probably switch Marquette then, and
Yeah, as long as you can avoid it, but there are times where you just can't. But in this case, we can.
Yep.
I've been able to avoid it almost every time. So, and I do two brackets every Monday and Friday for mine and for F68. So,
I do too, Morocco, but sometimes at 1 o'clock in the morning, it's just like, and you got BYU and you're trying to figure out, and you're just like, screw it.
Well, the committee has actually said they do BYU first when they get to their seed.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah, they do.
Good for them.
So
well,
if
they've
you
got
have
that
BYU
program though. We saw it like they do it kind of like I do it. I do like a straight 1 through 16 on each region. Then I have it feed automatically into a bracket over here, and they do. That's the way they do it. And when you type in BYU, it will. A big red thing comes up like you can't go any further until you move BYU. Like it's amazing. We tried to get their program and they said nope. It's
and yet one year
we can't give it out.
And 1 year the committee had somehow managed to get a BYU.
Yeah, I know it.
Sunday
I don't understand how that happened. Like it's incredible. All right, 7.
was that the first year? Was that like the first time it came up, Dave?
I don't remember, but I remember it happened. But the thing is, BYU lost on Friday, so it didn't become an issue.
Oh, that's right.
What did they say they were going to do? I don't remember.
I don't know what they said they were going to do.
I feel like that was the first time they actually spoke up about it, though. Like they hadn't told the NCAA.
Well, I think some people were like, "Well, what the heck is that?"
Yeah, and then they had to do the right PR thing, and it was too late. Anyway,
so they can't go to Lexington, right?
Yes.
Yep, they can go to Lexington. They're there a lot actually, in the ones I do.
UConn.
Yep, that makes all the sense in the world. Plus, it's a great storyline. Not that the committee ever does that.
Gonzaga.
I was on a BYU radio show before the game last night.
I
told them to
I would put Gonzaga in the Midwest there because
I told them to buy a plane ticket to Wichita and a plane ticket to Lexington and cancel the one they don't get.
God damn, we'd go to Raleigh and suck. Plus, it'd be in Florida's bracket. Don't want that either. All right, hold on. Let me get those teams up here again.
They're all tough there, Tim.
That's an old school NCAA tournament showdown in Creighton, Florida.
Ooh, we'll have to bring Terrell Taylor back.
Parsons.
Whoops. There's several moments in Creighton history, but everybody remembers where they were at watching that game for some reason.
I was at the Flamingo.
Were you really?
Oh yeah.
I was at the Ameristar Casino, but they have a sports bar in that boat. Now they have a sports book in there, but at the time they just had a sports bar in there. And that's place. Actually, that's where I'm going to go Thursday, Friday next or 2 weeks. But yeah,
That was the first game of the day, I believe. The first game of the tournament.
it was
Yeah.
funny because everybody took off lunch to go watch the Creighton game. There was guys there for lunch at 2:30 because the game took forever.
It did. It took forever. The game that started after them was like, I think either over or basically over before they ended.
Yeah. All right,
Um,
Mississippi State.
Good times.
We're a 9 seed, right? Yep.
Delaware up by 11 on number 4, William and Mary. Trying
They'd probably
make a
go to
run.
Wichita.
Yep.
Wichita or
Make a run in
Raleigh.
the semifinals.
Wichita's closest.
Missing
Well-
in there, Tim.
Here. Just yell out if I got one where they played each other before.
Tim, I know Graham would be all over this, but we're missing a consonant in Mississippi. We're missing the second S.
Thank you for being kind about that.
There we go.
Mississippi.
It's really the font is really strange. I don't know what's going on there.
But it's kind of the S's and the I's get scrunched together. It's hard to see it.
Sorry. Not trying to do this. I'm really not. Everybody know what everybody know what just happened there?
DeVries? What?
Yep. DeVries against
Yeah,
Mac.
Yeah.
People would be
That's come up,
jumping
that
about it.
matchup's come up a lot of times over the weeks.
All right, Utah State. Roll down.
Kind of like the Richard Pitino playing his dad's old team in the arena of his dad's other old team.
Nice draw for Gonzaga, actually. Don't mind that for
Georgia.
them.
Yeah. Did you see the text I sent everybody?
Yes.
Well,
I
this
don't
is
think so.
tricky because
You
you can't,
just-
put 'em opposite,
or
you can't put Georgia and Marquette,
George.
so you have to put them opposite an SEC.
Which is no problem. They only played these two
Yeah.
schools once, right?
Yep.
Did they play Tennessee twice?
Cleveland, Lexington would be closer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did Georgia play Memphis? I don't think
No.
so.
No.
No Georgia, Memphis, no.
There you go.
Just my opinion, but I think if you're looking at all the other ones, I think that would be people's like.
What's that?
I just said you're looking at the number ones, and I said they're all really good, obviously, but if you're in a region, if you were a team, which number one would you not want in your region?
Probably Duke.
Drake.
Probably.
Oh, look at the storyline here.
Drake's the
They
last
used
10
to play about every
Drake-
other year, and
Drake's
they
a
don't
10.
play anymore.
Drake's
Him.
the
Iowa
last 10
State.
seed. Drake's
Him.
the last 10 seed.
Drake
Drake's
is
a
a 10
10.
seed.
Against
Oh.
Marquette.
We have
Storylines.
Drake as a 10?
Damn.
Wow.
Good to have him as a 9. That's what they're going to be.
I don't think so. I think they'll be the best of the 11s, and they'll take that sweet spot to the Sweet 16.
I would probably tend to agree with you that that's what their metric numbers. That's in their net rating. That's probably where
If
they'll
you
land.
balance it all out, they probably get the best 11 seed. That's a precious spot. Like Utah State's coach texted me last night. He wants that spot, and I go, "Sorry, man. It's probably going to Drake if they win tomorrow." Everybody wants that spot. I'm not joking.
It makes,
Everybody
no, it makes.
understands.
I mean, I would want that spot too, as opposed to
Yeah,
being 8,
they
9.
want the 11 line. Nobody wants the 9 or 10.
The two,
like
the twos
no-
are very good.
10's. I mean, 10's still a lot better than 9. 9's a death sentence, unless you got like a Florida Atlantic type of team.
Or you're a Kentucky team that they made a 8 seed that shouldn't have been an 8 seed.
Which could be Louisville this year. We just don't know, but I doubt it.
Well, I just think like the number 1 seeds we have, the 4, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you were a team and you could say, hey, I've got to be in a region, which is the number 1 seed, I would most likely have to think I could get past.
Auburn, they're 1 and 2 this month.
Hey, we have we're gonna wait a second on this one because we need to figure out the sites for the play-in. The Baylor Indiana would be a play-in game. And Xavier
Baylor,
But you
Indiana.
could put Xavier over there with
Scott
St.
Drew-
John.
Scott Drew's-
You could put
hey, hold on a second. Did we never mind. Never mind.
you could
I
put
was wondering.
Xavier and
Too late.
Ohio State right there under Ole Miss,
Xavier.
and then Baylor.
No,
and
no, no.
Indiana.
Xavier Ohio State's gonna be a 12. I'm sorry, yeah, 12 seed. So I'm just saying we got to get
Yeah.
one in each. So we have
I
Seattle
think
is
Baylor,
the only
Baylor, Indiana has to go there. No,
Seattle's the only
Milwaukee's
Friday
a Friday.
bracket.
Though. A Friday
12.
always works.
What's that?
I said a Friday. You can have both of them go to a Friday. You just can't have both of them go to a Thursday.
I got you. But preferably you'd want to split them up.
Milwaukee's
You probably wouldn't want to send somebody over to Seattle, is all I'm saying.
No.
So
Well,
I
you
think
kinda
this one
have
would
to
probably.
with the Big Ten problem. There's Big Ten problems across the 5 and 4s.
I think what they
That's
probably
true.
do is put Baylor and Indiana at the 11 and drop UC San Diego to a 12.
You could put. Well, yeah, they're gonna have
I
to.
thought
send
we
them
had
out and
Baylor
send them to
Indiana at the
Seattle.
11.
You do
What's that?
Baylor, Indiana against Ole Miss, and then you do Xavier and Ohio State against Clemson. I think that's the only way
Ohio-
it works.
Ohio State played Purdue twice, though, I think.
I can look.
Not that Ohio State's getting in, but we can pretend.
Yeah, that was. I was just gonna bring that up, and I shut my mouth because it's too late now. But I was thinking like,
All right,
There's
they only
no-
played once, so you can do that.
there's
They-
no
they-
way Ohio State's get. I didn't even. I missed that they were the
Yeah,
last.
I think I missed that part.
Should have been Irvine. Should be Irvine in this game against.
Yeah, I
Xavier.
would not. Well, I would not put Irvine in. No, but
Well,
anyway,
you need to watch some film, Tim. Turn on the
well,
film.
I looked at you had their resume up, and I thought you were talking about a different team because that resume looked like a 14 seed to me. But
14 seeds get quad 1A wins. I didn't know that.
Ohio State only played Purdue once.
Yeah.
Theoretically,
You're
that could
fine.
work.
You can do it with the Clemson. Yep, there you go. I'll be right back.
Well, they would go on the
next,
12
next
line.
line up. Next line up, Tim, or 2 lines up on the 12 line.
oh, gotcha. Sorry.
You're pulling Iona BYU on us here. Just keep dropping them down.
I wish we had more time. I would do a separate one and have Kansas like a 10 seed, and then send it to Graham and see what he said.
Just swap them with San Diego State. That's all you got to do, and then just send it to them. Put San Diego State as a 7 and Kansas at a 10, and see what he says.
Oh, remind me never to leave like in the middle of something, you know.
Well, who was the other team he was really high on? We could just drop them about 4 seed lines. Is that Maryland, maybe?
See, I don't know. I mean, you would have to. I guess they don't ask them, but would this be one of those times where they would consider putting Xavier and Ohio State in Providence and putting UC San Diego closer to home and dropping them to a
You can't-
12?
Nah, because they're all. I mean, those aren't bad trips from Dayton.
No,
Oh,
you
Ohio
said-
State
So
would
I
have
didn't make
Diego-
UC San Diego growing literally across the country to
No,
Providence.
couldn't we switch them with Oklahoma?
Yeah, but Oklahoma gets first choice. Why should Oklahoma have to go all the way out to Providence? I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, plus I don't know if Oklahoma and Missouri played twice. They couldn't play that soon anyway.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry. Now they're the same. I'm thinking Big 12.
Yeah, I always have to do a double
Too,
take.
too
in my-
much.
That's right.
Too much.
6 of one, half dozen the other here.
McNeese St.
That's
Mary's would be
west, so we'll put them over
diabolical.
here. All right, 13s. Now we just got the 13s through the 16.
Mm.
Did Lipscomb win?
Yes.
Good.
As did American.
Oh, did we change that on here, by the way?
Well,
Where?
our Oregon as a 4 seed is
We did.
I don't want to say
Okay.
it's in jeopardy, but it's a 2-point game with Washington right now.
Yep.
They add a little W here on. I mean, I realize it's a road game, but you add a L here, and maybe that's the end of the Oregon 4 seed talk. Harry, I guess that means that Arizona's going back. Or Clemson, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's what I made that point before. Like, it feels like there are about 26 seeds, and we always talk about it as though it's teams that are now 7s and 8s fighting, trying to fight their way up to a 6. But some of these 4 seeds feel like 6 seeds as well.
Yep.
Like,
It feels like a big, like after you get past the top 3, it's kind of like, the top 7, then there's a drop between 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Tim, you're in the wrong seed line.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure Yale would not go to Providence to put Purdue at a disadvantage, right?
Probably not.
But
No.
how close is Yale to Providence, though? I think it's
86 miles.
more than 60.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh.
I'm almost positive it's 60 miles.
Then they would probably put them there.
Because I think it says just not at a home court disadvantage, and then somewhere else I saw it was 60 miles.
You check with David Warlock.
There's probably not a lot of, whatever. Let's put it this way: there'll be more Purdue fans there than Yale fans.
You had a hot point on 14. Is that right?
Hey, don't worry about it. I'll get back down to it. Poor Alice got to Denver.
Oh, Oregon.
God, I have Akron and Arizona in almost every bracket.
I will not be betting the under in Wisconsin High Point.
Oh, why not?
Are you saying it's going to be high points scored?
Yes.
Graham's rubbing off on you, Dave.
Hey, do we have we don't have a final on South Alabama, Arkansas, right? They play tonight.
It started in a few minutes, I think.
Okay, all right. So it's
Starts in an hour.
past our deadline, past our 3 o'clock deadline. All right. We're at 14, right? Chattanooga.
102 miles, by the way, from Yale to Providence.
Oh, that's way out of range then.
I have 86 on my spreadsheet, but whatever.
Google says Yale University to Amica Mutual Pavilion, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 102 miles. Right up I-95.
The
That sounds
difference
like-
between like general city and like actual miles to an event stadium might be different too.
But is that the drive? I think they go by like the bird's eye, like if you're flying straight to it.
I know.
I
but
think they
what
do
do you
too.
mean? Like as the
Airplane
Like if you're
co-pilot?
just
versus
drawing a
car.
straight line from Yale to Providence, as opposed
Yeah,
to
might be a little bit
driving
short,
there.
but
I don't know if it. I honestly don't even know if they do it that way. I would assume it's just straight line though.
I would just
I
figure it
just
was
do
driving,
driving
right? Like
miles. I go driving miles.
I would think it'd be driving, but I don't know. That's a good
I think that's
question.
what they did when we were there, Carrie. They had I think on those things it was driving miles.
Huh.
Because they're looking for fans that, want to drive.
Yeah.
Hell, all the teams fly, it doesn't matter. Okay, 15s. Towson did play somebody. I don't remember who it was.
I don't think it was Tennessee though.
Alabama? No, that wasn't Alabama.
It was St. Mary's they played.
Robert Morris.
I got it. Towson played. Yeah, St. Mary's. That's it.
Bobby Morris.
Bobby Moe. Bobby Moe played West Virginia. That's it.
Washed it up 6.
Yep.
Gracious. Seat list adjustment tomorrow morning or tonight.
It's when you start to have faith.
Oh,
in
Omaha
the-
going to Milwaukee. They love that.
Just when you start to have faith in the Ducks, they just pull the rug
Alrighty.
out.
Norfolk. They didn't play Duke. Nope.
They played
Well, Duke
Tennessee.
would get the one of the play-in games.
Yep.
I think Norfolk just played Tennessee.
Not necessarily.
That was it.
Well, no, not necessarily, but they're the 2 overall, so I think
Yeah, but we have 2 Fridays too. Okay. Yeah, I've seen them have
Are
the
Lexington
4th
Raleigh
number one
opposite
get the
days?
playing game.
Yeah, usually that's because it's a like a Thursday Friday issue.
Right.
Like the 2 seed is also Thursday side, then you can't do that.
We do have a Thursday site though with Houston.
Lexington.
Well,
too.
Lexington's
So you
a
just do
Thursday.
Lexington and Raleigh. So you do Auburn and Duke.
Yep.
Top 2
I thought Lexington was Friday, no?
No, Lexington's a Thursday.
Thursday. I think what you're mentioning, Tim, is when it doesn't work that easily for the 1 and 2, they just bump it out to 3 or 4.
I'm gonna beg. I'm not gonna worry about it, but I would beg to differ. I've seen it where they just randomly throw it in there.
It don't matter.
Make it
Come
work.
on a
All right.
line, Tim.
All right, North. So we want to go over here. They didn't play Florida, right?
No.
Pretty sure what they'll do is whoever the top 16 is, right? They'll sign them in that order. I feel like we end up doing it in reverse order and we just figure out where the play-ins are going to go, but they'll let wherever the 2 16s would go first and then fill in backwards.
What do you think here?
With this argument about where the 16 play-ins would go, like Norfolk should be placed first and then Bryant. And then if they
Right.
have to redo the play-ins based on, what's left.
Oh, I see what you're
Option.
saying. I see
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Not that they would give geographical preference to the number 63 overall seed, but I think they would just go in that
Because
order.
this should go, this should be 67. Jesus, and we got long names too.
Oh, that's a weird one there.
South Quinnipiac.
Yeah. That's new school.
Are they've completed their transition process? It's been 4 years.
Yeah.
This is a it might be a cell problem.
Well, shorten Southern to C or SCTHN. And do that one as Quinn.
Made it.
SIUE.
Yeah, the average fan's not gonna know what the hell it is, but that's all right.
Sioux American.
All right.
We did it. Now let's change it all.
And please
Yeah, we
send
got a couple of minutes
please
here.
send
Everybody
Graham the
want to
poll
like?
with the Kansas as the 10.
All right. I will throw this in a clean spreadsheet and send this to you. So, all right, there's the bracket. Just kind of take a look of the number 1 seeds. Who do you think has the toughest path to get out of their pod?
Oh man.
I would say probably Houston.
Can you scroll down a little bit, Tim?
The whole thing didn't show him.
I don't know. I look at that and I say, well, probably because Alabama's in their region, I would say Houston. But
Oh no, I'm just talking about their pod,
oh, they're
their top pod.
Eight,
Duke
nine,
with UConn.
well,
I'm
I
talking
just
about
think
like the Wichita pod for Houston. Like,
Yeah, I mean Gonzaga sitting there is tough. I'm not really too keen on Mississippi State knocking off Houston, but yeah, that's probably the one that jumps
I think
out at you.
UConn could probably give Duke a game. I'm not saying they'd win, but
we've been neglecting the chat like all day.
Yeah, let's
but
go.
Matt Doyle makes a phenomenal point that we could have put Robert Morris with Kentucky.
Yeah.
Little NIT rematch.
No.
I think if the committee has a sense of humor, they will do that.
Gary,
No,
would you like
I
to?
think to your point, Tim, I think in those pods, I would say Houston probably has the toughest just because, Gonzaga
Yeah,
is Gonzaga, even though they're not having their year, and Mississippi State can be a very rugged team and physical that would play Houston. And Houston's just not necessarily like a super explosive team like a Duke, Florida, or Auburn. It's going to throw up 95 points on you. So that's just my quick take.
I think one lower seeded team that would have would just not look at that pod and say, "Wow, we got absolutely screwed based on placement," would maybe be Texas Tech, because you're opposite two of the teams that are playing maybe the best basketball of the season coming into the tournament, and that would be a rough. Red Raiders are very good, and I'm sure they could still get out of that pod no problem, but that would be a rough matchup.
Yeah.
I think BYU and Arkansas would probably be pretty PO'd to be across from each other too in that scenario.
I look at this and I see Missouri San Diego as just a huge upset game. Like everybody would be picking UC San Diego on that one.
And 98% of people would pick Drake over Marquette right now.
Yeah.
I
If
think
the game got moved to
Marquette
Columbia,
would
though, Tim,
womp them.
the game
Personally,
somehow
but
gets moved to Columbia, Mizzou's in good shape.
I mean, those 12-5 lines, I think the most likely ones people are going to look at at least the way Michigan's looked the last 2 weeks, it would be like a VCU. And then maybe a McNeese, Oregon, just because,
Oregon.
yeah, I'd say
Oregon has a
McNeese
lot
could
of great
give
wins,
Oregon-
but sometimes they go into these like scoring droughts. Right?
I
And
can't
that's
believe
like
I let the
Clemson, too.
Ohio State thing go. I can't believe I didn't say something. They're not going to make the field. They're going to have 15 losses.
I was saying something every single day. I've never once had them in ever. Maybe
who's
like
our
4 weeks
first
ago.
Tim? Who's our first team out?
I'm not going to go. We're not going to go there, Dave. Don't
Today,
go
right
there.
now.
Please don't go there.
It's
You already
UC Irvine.
know, hell yeah, it is.
Just something.
Rocco, I have an
see here.
appetite if they win and UC San Diego is, then I'd have an appetite for it.
Quick question.
Those are
You
two different
have
resumes.
3 playing games in one region. Is that okay?
Yep.
Yep, doesn't matter.
Just as long as it's not 2 on Thursday. For me, looking at like the one, like you said, which one seeds most likely to get got, I feel like for weeks, I felt like 6 of the 8, 9 seeds are going to be feel like they could upset the ones, and all of a sudden I'm like,
I don't
Gonzaga,
see it.
yeah, that's about it. Like I don't feel good about any of those teams pulling off an upset.
I think it's shifted. I mentioned this last night. I ultimately feel like we may end up with actually the 7 line being the one that's
Yeah,
really stacked, and then the 8
which it
line is
is.
maybe a little bit weaker. I feel like those
7
teams are
line is
all
loaded.
the most of those teams are going to kind of probably move up in the next few days, and the 2 seeds are going to be the ones actually facing a little bit of a hairier situation. Is it just me, or is the West actually? No, maybe not. I don't know. The West actually looks pretty scary, which is
That-
rare.
Well, that 6-3, I think that kind of skews it a little, huh? Yeah. I mean, Kentucky, Illinois,
Yeah, would be an interesting matchup.
um,
Yeah, see, I guess, to me, like Kentucky's probably like, well, I don't know, the Illinois Kentucky game probably be high scoring. But
well, let me tell you something. We're going to find out how good Memphis is right off the get-go. Memphis, Georgia, and then play Alabama. So,
yep. Yeah, I mean,
I think
this
I
could
think
really,
Memphis is
like,
better.
if Memphis doesn't win their conference tournament, then yeah, getting higher than a 7 is probably going to be difficult for them. But
I have no problem with any of this other than Ohio State.
Well,
Ohio
I've been
State's
down.
they're not going
I
to make
think
the tournament.
I think what we missed, Tim, in the end of it is we didn't think ahead, and that it's like right now they have 14, but to Rocco's point and your point, they're going to end with 15 unless they win the Big Ten tournament. So it gets really, it probably is just not realistic at all that it's going to happen.
Yeah. I've seen Memphis and Georgia in person, and Memphis is the better team for sure. But Georgia is a little sexy with Austin Newell. He's a special talent. But Memphis has like 3 or 4 of those types of guys. Alabama will probably be in trouble against Memphis a little in some ways. But obviously, if they're stroking, it's over. Got to game plan it up.
Down to the wire.
Purdue, Yale be a potential upset?
Yale's played really well. Yale can't play Purdue. You got to move that. They already played.
Oh yeah, they already played. That's right.
All
So
right.
So much for
flip
Yale
High
going
Who's
Point.
responsible for that?
Yeah,
And
Rocco
Yale
left
can't. And I don't think Yale can go to Providence as a 13 either.
Yeah, they
That's
can't.
what we're debating.
We looked at, they're 100 miles away.
86 miles.
100. We looked it up.
According to Google, it's 102.
What, from arena to arena?
But I thought it was only 60, Rocco.
86. The rule's 75, but if it's that close, they usually don't do it. They don't mess with anything close to
There's gonna be
75.
more Purdue fans there than Yale fans. That's all I'm saying. Move them over to Wisconsin. That'll be
The John J. Lee Amphitheater to the
Yeah,
Amica
moving to
Mutual Pavilion.
Wisconsin. And then they could have a Danny Wolf rematch if they upset Wisconsin. And
103 miles, Rocco. 103 miles.
Oh boy.
yeah, it's 86 on the chart. This is the one.
Then that
I
must
got
be
from-
maybe Terry's right. Maybe it's as the crow flies as opposed to actual driving distance.
Rocky, are you
I'm sure.
watching, or Rocco, are you watching your Huskies here? They're down 1 with 40 some seconds to go.
I've got the tracker up. Nate Biddle's like such a matchup nightmare. 35 points and 9 boards. Yeah, this would be huge to keep Oregon out of Seattle for sure. It's so I told her I think if Oregon loses this game, they're probably going to miss out on Seattle, but maybe not.
Well, they could go there as the 5 though.
They could go there as the 5, but a lot of Big Ten teams in the 4, so it could kick them out.
Yeah, it could. Rocco, how is watching a game at Heck Ed? I've never been there before.
When the team's good, it's incredible. But
Yeah.
right now it's
Quiet.
not great.
It's a good
Like when the
venue though,
Maryland,
just in general.
what's that?
It's a good venue in general. Like,
Oh yeah, tons of history. Yeah, it's one of the older buildings. It's been renovated multiple times, but it's great. It's only 10,000 people.
looks fun
Right.
on TV.
Here we go. Tie ball
It's
game.
loud. Tie ball game, baby.
Wow, you must be way
14
behind, Dave.
seconds to go.
Yeah, we're all watching it on different time lengths.
Where are you guys at? I'm at 27 seconds. You just got fouled.
Yeah, I just saw
Yeah.
the foul.
No,
Yeah, they're
it's got
showing the
30
replay
I'm at
now.
31.
When you said that, it was at 32 seconds.
He's just walking to the line now.
Not on my
He was
TV.
going,
I'm up.
who, me? Oh, it's only a scrape across the face. Come on now.
All right. I will send this out. Everybody, thanks for watching. We're just kind of watching games now and
Oh, we
shooting
missed
the
it.
breeze. But there's our bracket. We'll get it posted somehow on the internet. And really appreciate everybody hanging in there with us throughout the week. Follow all our stuff on Banner Brackets. You'll see multiple posts where you can see everybody's social media feeds for all these great bracketologists. So give them a follow. And as I said, our group will get together. Our bracket does get posted to Bracket Matrix, so we'll put that up there. Get Brian to get that up on Bracket Matrix, and we'll update it next week to have a final one as well. So
Appreciate
thanks so
everybody
much,
tuning in.
bracket team, Banner Brackets team. Hang with just for a second. We really appreciate everybody watching us again this year, and we hope to do it again next year. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
For March Madness, right, Tim?
I would be all for that. The problem is we would never get anything done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd be out.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta stop sharing. That's the problem. Hold on.